Welcome, everybody, to our July 18th budget workshop, our second in our series. I just want to remind everybody to turn their microphones on and off as they're using them, because it's very difficult to hear everybody when they are off, and it's certainly difficult for the TV folks. So that's really important. And we're gonna add citizen input to the beginning of our agenda. For any item that is not already on the agenda, because we do have a few people to speak. So, having said that, citizen input, please come forward and give us your name and address for the record. And this is, again, any item that's not directly being discussed on the agenda. Welcome.
Welcome, thank you. Mayor Brzezowski, commissioners and staff, thank you for this brief comment. I'm going to keep it brief today. We here again, my name is Charles Klein. I live in Dunedin up on Jefferson Avenue. I am here with other friends of mine from the board and the research committee of the Dunedin Public Theater Project. And we want to come back and show our support for a theater in downtown. It is one of the things that downtown is missing. I know we addressed in June the possibility of partnering with the parking lot. I just want you to keep an open mind into that possibility. I know the staff has come up with comments. It may not fit the height requirements. It may not fit on the lot. But we have architect drawings that show it can fit on the lot and it will stay under the height requirements and it will add a new draw into downtown. So I know Bob Ironsmith has a copy of those drawings, and we now have them electronic that we can give them to all the commissioners if you want them, and whatever staff thinks they need them. We'll be glad to do that. So we want to let you know that we still want to work with the city. We still want to bring a theater to downtown. We have our 501c officially now. We got the letter a week ago. We are fundraising and planning. And we'd like to keep the dialogue going to try to bring this project into downtown and look at any possibilities, but at least keep an open mind on the Midtown parking garage, because this would put our theater right on the trail, which we think is a easy way for people to get to it and a draw, and we would just like to continue the conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay. Well, thank you, guys. I wanted to get you in and out of here. And again, on the 15th budget workshop, our final one, we'll be talking about the capital projects, which include the garage. But I'm sure Bob will look at whatever you've given him and work with Jennifer on that. So thank you. Okay. I am going to now turn it over to Jennifer for opening remarks.
Right. All right, good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Can you go ahead and get to the agenda? Thank you. There it is. So it's a nice rainy day, so we couldn't be anyplace else, right, but here. So it'll be fun, I promise. So just want to talk a little bit about where we...
Say that with a little more enthusiasm if you're going to get us the...
It'll be a lot of fun.
Like, are we ready to rumble? Yeah.
All right, let's go. So just a little bit about where we started our budgeting process. We started with a strategic planning retreat. We talked a little bit about our priorities in the city moving forward for this fiscal year and for the future, really. We had our first budget workshop on June 1st, and during the course of that budget workshop, we talked a little bit about the general fund, and we gave you a general fund update. We spoke about the two scenarios for the 4 larger capital projects that we had and discussed those quite a bit. We talked about ongoing and new initiatives. We gave you a status of our initiatives and then talked a little bit about some of the new initiatives that some members of the commission would like to see, as well as staff. And then we, the City Commission had comments on those initiatives, comments on the budget in general. So we have a long list of follow-up items that we're going to spend quite a bit of time on today, as we usually do during our second budget workshop. So just to kind of walk us through the agenda then, we're on item number 2, the follow-up for 2024 budget workshop number 1. And then position requests for fiscal year 2024, and Dr. Smalling will be presenting those position requests. And those requests are both, were generated by the departments and also by our organizational study that Matrix did. One thing I want to say, kind of a disclaimer, if you will, you don't have a recommendation on which positions we should fill. There are a number of reclasses. I'm waiting to make that recommendation until we get the results of the class and comp study. And so I have always committed to the staff, the department directors, that I will convey their requests to all of you as far as personnel goes, and then make a recommendation following those requests. And that will happen on the August 15th budget workshop number 2. Then we're going to talk a little bit about revenue, expenditures and projections, all funds. So we're going to spend a lot of time looking at all funds. I know it's a bit of a slog to have to go through the budget fund by fund. This isn't a line item review. It's a fund by fund review. And I think that's really important. We need to talk about the status of all of our funds in public and hear from all of you as far as your concerns or other things you'd like us to look at as far as those funds go. One thing that we're not going to be looking at today, though, is those 4 larger capital projects. And the reason for that is that we don't have all of the estimates in for the Skinner project. We're expecting the Duke undergrounding bonded estimate on the 28th, which is just around the corner. But it really would be a futile exercise for us because we already did that, you know, as far as what our original estimate was with the Skinner project. And so we're waiting for that. Once we get that, we can look at all 4 projects. We have refreshed the estimates on the others to the best of our ability. Some of them are still in design, so that's a little bit difficult, but we have refreshed the estimates. So we'll be looking at those 4 capital projects on the 15th as well. And we will have the results of the class and comp study, and we will be looking at the results of the class and comp study. So that August 15th third budget workshop is going to take us the day. So we expect to go through till 4 o'clock. We have a regular City Commission work session in the morning. The department directors have met. We've rolled everything off of that work session that we could to keep that meeting short so we can roll right into the budget workshop as well. So with that said, unless you have any comments, Commission?
Will we be in this setup on August 15th, I imagine?
That's a really good question.
Probably.
We're starting as a work session, so we might be on the dais because we'll be in a work session, and then, unless you want to sit, that's fine, we can set it up this way too.
Well, I mean, if we're going to be here all day, it's probably best.
Okay, we can
But,
certainly do that.
I mean, unless somebody has an objection to it. Okay. Any questions on the opening?
Okay, I'll hand it over to Les then.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners.
Good morning, Mayor and Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Les Tyler, the Finance Director. I'd like to start with the follow-up memo. Sure. I'd like to start with the follow-up memo. As Jennifer
Is
mentioned,
your microphone on? Because it doesn't sound like it is.
It's on, yeah, it's on.
Mayor, could I just ask them?
Yeah.
So are we thinking of doing something different with microphones? Because I only say this because, you know, my mom's in the hospital. She's still in the hospital, but I watched one of the meetings when I missed last meeting, and boy, if the mic's out, you really don't hear. Unlike the old system, you actually could still hear it pretty much. You absolutely can't hear. So the on-off, reminding each other, I just wonder if there might not be a more voice actual. I don't know. And Sue, I don't know what the drama is with that, but it does seem like it's going to continue to be a drama. So we don't have to talk about it today. I just wanted to make, like, you absolutely on, you know, when you're listening, you don't hear.
Oh, we are very aware,
Yeah,
and
I knew
part
you
of it
were.
is you can hear me very clearly, right? Because I've got my microphone on,
Right.
I'm talking into it.
Right.
A lot of it, these are great microphones,
Yeah.
and right now these are rented, and we are looking at purchasing
Oh, great.
a long-term solution. We're either going to be purchasing something like this or a wireless mic, so we're testing those out. With Virtual Productions, they actually have both of those microphones today in the back room, so we'll be playing around with them before the next meeting. But part of it is just really reminding people of they have to speak into these, and they have to bring them toward them. So it isn't the kind of microphone that you want to have lots of noise picked up, because if the person next to you is speaking or making a comment or a harumph or whatever it is, you don't want that noise to be picked up. So these are the microphones that we have at this point, and we are exploring other options. But we are aware not only of the sound, but what we know that the new system has volume controls not only for the dais and the live stream, but also for the microphones. And so we're working with the contract or the subcontractor to help program all of those and train us as well.
No, that's all good. I mean, as a former person that sang in a band, it's all about sound. So I appreciate that. I'm glad that we're working on a solution. Thank you.
Okay, Les, talk right into the microphone.
I'm
Sorry,
on it.
Les, good
Thanks.
lead-in.
Would you like me to walk through the follow-up memo?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, I will start with just item 1. We've got, I think, our 29 items in total. The first item is City Commission asks that staff prepare a rollback calculation scenario of the general fund and the CRA fund for fiscal year 24. We have prepared that scenario, and it's in attachment 1 and 2 in the follow-up memo. And I'd like to briefly go over, starting with attachment 1. Attachment 1 is a rollback. The fiscal year 24 budget rollback millage rate is 3.7503. In this scenario, attachment 1, we've applied that millage in the general fund. We've kept that same millage rate out to 29 of 3.7503. The impact of this is a reduction in property taxes revenue of $1.432 million in 2024, just over $1.4 million. And as you can see, the reserve level in 2024 at the very bottom is 12%, below our 15% goal. We would also, in this scenario, we would need to reduce expenses by $1,180,000 to get back to our 15% goal. We'd have to find whatever, we've not made recommendations for that, but that's what we needed to get back to our 15% target. Also want to mention that the long-term impact of this scenario is that the budget shortfall in the outer years is $3.315 million from 25 to 29. And again, the only change in this scenario is we've reduced the millage from our current 4.1345 mils to the 3.7503. Any questions on the attachment?
Okay, questions on this document and information? So did I hear you correctly, Les, that it's essentially $1.18 million difference in the first year? Is that what you said?
Yeah, $1,180,000 loss.
Okay, so essentially 1 million too?
Right. Correct.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. And you're going to go over the CRA as well?
Yes. CRA is attachment 2. The CRA, we did the same thing. We applied the rollback rate of 3.7503 in attachment 2. And in this scenario, the impact in 2024 is a reduction in TIF revenue of $85,000 for just the 1 year. And in the long-range plan out to 2029, the CRA fund, if you look at the out in 2029, the very bottom number, it shows an available reserve of $107,000. That amount is $1,240,000 less than the proposed budget for the CRA fund. The proposed budget shows a $1.3 million reserve out in 2029. So basically, it's reducing the revenue streams reduced by just $1.24 million by reducing the millage rate. Are there
Okay.
any questions?
Any questions on the CRA portion of the rollback?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you. Would you be so kind as to just answer this simple question? You've already said it. $85,000 is less money going into the CRA from the Dunedin budget. Is that correct?
Yeah, 85,000 less revenue, correct.
So that means that as we collect revenue from the folks that live in the CRA, there's a mechanism that then takes money as opposed to putting it into our coffers or our ad valorem collection of monies in the general fund, it puts it in the CRA, correct?
That's correct.
Have you, thank you very much. Would you please explain any consideration that you have given, or have you, or have you talked with the county as far as any rollbacks that they plan on having? And did you calculate it as if there was no rollback from the county?
I've not spoke to the county directly about their millage plan for 24 at this point. whether or not they're going to keep the same millage or not.
Hey,
Thank-
John, I have maybe an indicator. So, in working with Forward Pinellas and going over their budget, which is controlled by the county millage, they were originally advised to create 2 scenarios on their budget, one for the normal millage rate and one with the rollback. That was early on, maybe a few months ago, and they were recently told by OMB, the budget office, that they didn't no longer need to do that. So when they presented their budget last Wednesday, they presented it at the full millage rate. And there was a question by a county commissioner that said, who authorized you to do that? And they said the budget office. So something's going on, is my point.
Thank you, Mayor. So just for further clarification, and Bob can jump in or you can just answer this question. So again, there is a rate that they transfer the funds, I believe it's 0.57, from the monies that are collected that goes into the CRA. Is that correct?
I'm not, our total TIF revenue is about 45% city TIF and about 55% county TIF. Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm asking so if you collect $100 from me and I'm in the CRA for my tax, how much of that then goes to, specifically is addressed to the CRA fund?
Oh, all of it, yeah. The millage from the portion from the city and the portion the county gives all goes back into investing into downtown.
So all of that comes back?
Yeah.
Yeah, the TIF has its own calculation, correct. Yeah.
So I've been asked this question several times because we've always mentioned 0.57 when we talk about the CRA, and people have recently been asking me what really happens to that money that's collected in the CRA, and I've tried to explain the whole CRA concept, which is a statewide program, and pretty much works the same. We may have our amount changed by the county, but right now I guess we're not considering that might change as well.
Well, we are in our forecast, in our forecast.
Yeah, your forecast is different.
Right.
If you look at the whole,
So use 50% for the forecast then?
Yeah, in 2025, we assume that the county's contribution is the same as our millage.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, we've been told that. I think it's important to, the Vice Mayor just to mention, there's no additional tax for the downtown. It's just above assessed taxable value that was created. So there's no additional tax. It's just an idea to invest in that area as a focus to make improvements to increase value.
Well, just so we have full focus then. So there was we don't have to talk about this now, but so there was a level that was set. So here's the level, and then anything above that came to the CRA.
Correct, Vice Mayor. 1988, $35,511,000. Everything above that portion reinvested. And then all that goes back to general fund when the CRA sunsets. So we're stewards to create value.
Thank you.
if I can just add, I think the simple way to explain it is a percentage of our tax rate goes into the CRA, and a percentage of the county's tax rate goes into the CRA. It's no more or less, it's just, it gets diverted
Yep.
to invest.
The county's a huge partner, absolutely.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Les, I just want to make sure I have this firm. So, in the general fund, if we went from our current... Sorry, just want to make sure I have this straight. If we go from, in the general fund millage rate to the full rollback rate, it's a $1.2 million difference the first year in revenue.
It's 1.4 million, actually.
1.4?
Yeah.
Okay, and then in the CRA, if we go from the millage rate to the full rollback rate, the first year impact is how much?
85,000
Oh, it's just 85.
for just 1 year.
Yeah, that just seemed, wow, okay. All right, interesting. Okay, and then the other question is, to confirm, if we're able to have two different rates, can we have a rollback rate for CRA and not a rollback rate for general fund, or the reverse? Or is it all or nothing?
My understanding is they need to be consistent and they need to be the same. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, before we move off the rollback rate, are we going to be bringing this up today? I'm just going to look at you. Because if we are, today, right now would be the time to do it.
So as I mentioned before, I'm in support of some kind of a rollback, and for all the reasons that I've given before. So if somebody's listening to it now, I don't want to take our time, I don't think, unless you want me to go through all of that. But we all know what's going on with the economy, and we all know what's going on with the inflation rate. We all know, most of us are understanding of what's happening with the Fed and the interest rates. We have tremendous wage inflation in the U.S., and we have it here. They have it here in the county as well. So we have got three big problems for homeowners right now. One of them is insurance, and one is on the legal side. And that's a state requirement. State's working on that and hopefully can correct some of that. But still, it means farmers insurance just left. Farmers insurance. I mean, everybody knows farmer insurance here. They're pulling out of the state. So insurances are going to become tough. They're expensive. And that's an increase for somebody that's living in a house. We have a high age rate here in Dunedin, as we all are aware of, most of which means there's a large number of those folks that may not be actively employed, and some of them are on totally fixed incomes. So as their interest, as their insurance rate goes up, obviously, then there's a repair issue. And some of these insurance companies were getting these people to replace their roofs before they could sell them, et cetera. And so they were scrambling, attempting to do that. And there's others that we know are struggling. We sit and watch and we support Dunedin Cares and other organizations within our county that attempt to feed the folks that need some food. So we don't know how to reach out to each one of those persons. We don't know what their needs are. It's somewhat embarrassing for some of them, and in some cases they're just not going to tell you. Most of us here have done Meals on Wheels and things like that, and you really get that flavor very, very quickly. So as we look at this at a rate that goes up, we've made the comment before. There's three things you can do when we need money. We can either increase taxes or fees, both the same, to a homeowner, or you can cut your service, or you can cut employees. And neither one of those the last two don't seem very a viable thing for me. So it seems like if we wish to do it, you're making a good point. We should discuss that and decide whether we think we could and would. It's not a matter of could, it's a matter of would we. It's a matter of us saying, yes, we realize that. Now, you give us a full rollback, and so when I talk about rollbacks, there's, in some cases, at least the appearance that you're attempting to help. I did a lady's in my community about two weeks ago, and it looked like she would be saving $500 for the full. I asked her basically just give me a rough idea of what you pay. And so I did a quick calculation, so she would save about $500 on a full rollback. So I'm not necessarily suggesting a full rollback, but I was suggesting something that is reaching out to the community, saying that we're willing to roll back our taxes. Again, that means a decreased income. We don't talk about that. We basically talk about how to spend money is what we talk about. And projects that we want to do, and so we can always be panting after more money, but this is one of the areas that people are going to be receiving tax bills from us, just like they're going to be receiving at least three other bills from us, water and et cetera, and so we may end up increasing those because we'll have studies or we'll look at it, and those are enterprise funds and they have to break even. And so whether we want to take out additional loans, additional loans on top of some of that would be another question. So yeah, it's a good time to talk about it, at least to make the point. I've said that I would be supportive of a rollback. And so, yes, I would support some kind of a rollback for our residents in our community.
Okay. Any feedback from my colleagues? Commissioner?
Well, yeah, hey, I think every one of us sitting up here as leaders of our community want a rollback. I want more than a rollback, right? We do have a community, though, that has a lot of things that they want, that they expect from our quality of service. So absolutely, I want to be sensitive to the world we're in and how important it is to reduce our taxes and, be very, very sensitive to our residents. On the other hand, we have a lot of responsibilities as well. We've been victims of the inflation as well. 60% of our general fund is labor, and we can't keep our places filled. We can't keep our vacancies filled, and we haven't seen the impact of that. So, John, I 100% respect what you're saying. I absolutely want to roll back as well. I want more than a full rollback. I just don't know that how realistic it is, but I absolutely think we should always be working towards that goal. And I hope that as we move forward, whether it's you or the rest of us, if that's truly what we want to do, then we have to be willing to say what we want to cut. I want to roll back, and I want to look for what can be cut. We all have that responsibility. And I think if you vote for a rollback, you need to say what you want to cut, because it's a tough job up here. And that being said, that's certainly as I go through this budget, I have the same goal, and I think I share that with all my fellow commissioners. But we went through this last year to put a $1.4 million hole in the budget when we have so many demands, especially on the labor, which is ongoing operational costs. We just have to be careful that we're being responsible to the long-term, consistent, stable government that I think our citizens have come to enjoy. I mean, I've lived in Dunedin for over 30 years, and the most stable part of my bill has been my property tax. I am in a flood zone, and it's crazy, and homeowners is crazy. That being said, people that buy new homes don't have some of the protections, so that makes it tough. But absolutely, I think we always have to have that honest conversation of keeping our eye on the ball of what we can cut and how we can be efficient and not spend money that's not ours. It's out of the pocket of our residents. So that's certainly going to be where I'm going to keep my head, but I also want to be responsible to the long-term, viable, consistent, stable government that our citizens have come to expect as well. So that's my comments.
Commissioner?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also in favor of a rollback. The question I would have with regards to that, is it an either or from 4.135 or 3.75?
We could do a rollback, anything less than our current 4.1345 mils, we could do a rollback of 10% of that adjustment, for example, or 20%, or just give two examples. So it could be anywhere in between those two numbers.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. And to draw on a couple of points here, in terms of my review for this budget workshop, I agree. We have a responsibility to a viable and healthy operation of our government. And when I start looking at a combination of different factors that include the fact that our labor force is not keeping up with the demand and what we currently need here in the city, that's obviously a very big priority. The second item is the capital improvement plans. When you, and I will greatly appreciate the staff's effort to bring all of the information and data to us, but when you start looking at that combined, those are significant dollar figures. And I think, I know that's not the topic for today, but I think now that we've had a chance to kind of look at the the big picture, the whole picture, I think it's going to be important for us to take this into consideration. And finally, just to kind of bring this home, my understanding from the budget review is that in 2024, there will be no ARPA funds in the budget, essentially. And that's a big item too. So we are looking at a reduction in what we're going to be able to spend on the projects. But I think in terms of the responsibility of the commission, I think it's going to be important to keep in perspective that Dunedin is a wonderful community, and it's because of what we have been able to provide as the community leaders. And so subsequently, I think it's going to be, we have to take all of that in consideration. So just to go back to the beginning here, I would say back on the rollback issue, we're not faced with the economic environment that we were last year. CPI is reduced, but the one thing that does concern me is the increase in insurance rates, because people are literally losing their insurance. And the big insurance providers are moving out of Florida. So as a result, rates are going to go up. So we have to keep that in mind. So I am in favor of a rollback. I don't know what that rollback looks like, but perhaps if there's one thing we can take away from this is that maybe we run a couple of different scenarios of somewhere between 4.135 and 3.75. And that's just a thought. And I don't know if that's if that's going to make a huge impact, but I think we should look at those options as well.
So Rob, maybe what we do is wait till we go over the general fund in a little bit.
Okay.
And look at it to what it is with our current rates.
Yeah.
Because that's the problem. That's where you see all the red.
Yeah, perfect. Okay.
Before we ask them to run the scenarios. Because again, running the scenarios, it doesn't work unless we all sit here and decide what we're cutting.
Yeah.
And we can't do that in August.
Yeah,
We
no.
have to do that today.
Yeah.
Because August is too late.
Yeah.
In my humble
No,
opinion.
I totally agree with you, Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gale? Any comments?
Thank you, Mayor. First, thank you to staff for the data. I think it's really important. And also, John, thank you for bringing this topic up. Actually, I think this is healthy, and it's something that the commission, the city should do every year, is to try and figure out, is our millage rate what it should be? I echo everybody's comments here about the impact that our economy and the current insurance situation is having on our residents and the inflation rate. But the city is also being impacted by those same factors. And we've already heard it mentioned, our labor issues and making sure that our staff is made whole. I agree with that. So I'm not in favor of a rollback. I certainly hear the concerns we have for our residents. I have those same concerns. But what I'd rather do is, and I've heard I've heard the amount of money that the residents would get back is anywhere from $500 to as low as $40. At least that's what was discussed last year, was the average resident would get $40 back, and that's just annually. What I'd rather see the city do is use that 1.4 million, which is the dollars that would be associated with the rollback, and actually put them towards multimodal transportation. AAA acknowledges that the average citizen spends $8,000 to $10,000 a year on their automobile. That is their car payment, car insurance, car maintenance, fuel. And so if we can provide an opportunity to give our residents an option not to have a car, but to rely on walking, biking, public transportation, that has the ability of putting $8,000 to $10,000 a year back in their pocket. I'd much rather, I think that's a much wiser investment than rolling back, than the rollback, and especially in an inflationary environment where we'll have a negative impact on us with the rollback. Our reserve is at 15%. It's not like we're floating in money, and I think that's the way a business should be run, is keeping a thin line, thin staff, thin reserves, and just making sure that we're spending the money that we do get as wisely as possible. So this year, Mayor, I am not in favor of a rollback. but I am in favor of taking that money that would be there and putting it towards multimodal transportation. Thank you.
Thank you. And keep that thought, Jeff, because maybe for the August thing, I mean, I'm not trying to pile on things you should be doing, but I mean, we are spending money on that, and I'd like to understand what that is. You know, so, Les, you didn't put it in the staffing, but did you calculate what that return to the average homeowner is?
I didn't calculate it.
But last year, what was it last
It
year?
was about $43
Yeah.
average per person.
Yeah, and that's average, and I know some more and some less.
Yeah, correct.
And we've certainly had an influx of owners, you know, turnover over the last 3 years.
Correct.
Anyway, my comments are this. When I think about all the things that everybody has said, especially regarding the workforce, and our labor costs as well as the cost of goods, and how much our projects are increasing exponentially, I think to myself, we're probably lucky that we aren't raising the millage rate, let alone reducing it. And it's almost like, I mean, I know it might sound silly to the average person, but frankly, keeping the millage rate the same is when we have all of these inflationary cost increases all over the place, whether it's insurance or labor costs or cost of goods and any number of other things that I could think of if I had a minute. It seems to me that, you know, when I looked at what the staff has put for cost of operational increase, it's 2%. 2%, that's what the direction that was given. Which we already know we're gonna blow through that. So I do think that the direction you all have taken, you know, as our department heads, as our city manager, as the finance department, you have done your level best to say we're not, you know, we're only increasing 2% in our operations. That's pretty impressive given where we are in the world and what has gone up. But what does that mean? That means that we have to do less just to meet that. Because if the cost is up and you're not raising your budget to accommodate it, you're actually doing less. So I think we have to really grapple with that. This is not just about projects. This is about the whole thing, especially in the general fund, which of course affects parks and recreation, which is what everybody loves, you know, and that's going to reduce service. If we're doing less, that's going to reduce service. I'm not saying people wouldn't be okay with that, but I do think it's worth saying. When I look at, and you're going to talk about it in a minute, one of our budget follow-ups, when I look at the sheet that talks, it's Amendment 8, and it shows our taxable values for over the 5 years. Essentially over 5 years. And this is not a perfectly calculated number, but it's close enough to get the idea of what I'm trying to say. And over the last 5 years, we've had $200 million in new construction. In the last 5 years, the total taxable value increase has been $1.3 million and change. So in total, if you take that total value increase that we've had minus new construction, because new construction is new construction, these aren't long-time residents, you're talking about $1.15 million, essentially, over 5 years of an increase. Divide that out by 5. I mean, that's when you take new construction out of it. That's negligible increase. It really is negligible per year. So we're not talking about us taking gazillions of dollars out of our property tax. Now, we get revenue from a whole bunch of places, so I'm not looking at the total budget here when I'm talking about this. I'm simply talking about the property tax, because that's really what the rollback rate refers to. And I know there's another sheet on here about our comparable taxable value, which, by the way, I want to see with cities that don't have a police department. But we are extremely comparable to everybody, so I just want to say that. And the fact that the return to the homeowner is negligible on average. I just don't see, we've made a conscious decision as the commission, after we did the updated contract with the fire department for the union. We made a conscious decision that we wanted to do the comp and class study for our employees. And if we do any version of a rollback rate, it's going to reduce that. And we already did this 10 years ago and then didn't follow through with what we said we were going to do because of money. I'm not about to vote to put us in a position to have to do that again, because our employees are too important and we're in too hard of a labor market. So I don't think it's responsible of us. We're already probably not going to be able to add all of the positions that are going to be shown as you go over it later today. But we asked for a reorganization of our departments to make them efficient and give us the help we need. We don't have as many employees as we had 16 years ago when I first got in the door, or when Commissioner Freeney worked here. So we've been continuing to work with less employees than we really need to be fiscally responsible. So I think it would be fiscally irresponsible of us to try to adjust our millage rate at this point. And then I think going over the general fund will tell us everything. So those are, I would not support a rollback for those reasons. Yes, ma'am.
May I? Couple
Yes.
comments. Okay, thank you very much. So, as staff, we do appreciate having this discussion right now, because the staff is recommending 4.1345 as our millage rate, which is considered a tax increase on your tax bill, which requires a supermajority, and we verified that at the City Commission, which means 4 of you need to support the budget at 4.1345.
Which is my concern.
Right. So and we can do, whatever calculations you'd like for us to do, and we'd be happy to do that. We take our direction from the City Commission. So, but just a couple things I hope that you think about as we're having this discussion today. And the first one is, when we look at the general fund financial plan with a rollback scenario, it's not just fiscal year 2024, it's the future years. So if you reduce and go to the rollback rate for fiscal year 2024, in fiscal year 2025, you're going to have to essentially raise taxes, again, to get to where we need to be, and then we're behind. We're already behind the ball. And then if you look, if we stay at this full rollback rate, which is 3.7503, we get deeper and deeper into the red as we go along. And so that means that a tax increase in the future would be even greater. As we look around the table, really the impact of a rollback is on the general fund. The enterprise funds and so on and so forth, their revenue is generated by the rates. And when you look around this table, in the general fund, we have the sheriff's contract, we have fire EMS, parks and recreation, the administration offices, the library, community development, and so on and so forth. So as the City Commission considers the rollback rate, what we can't do is roll back and continue to function the way that we are now, because the staff is already working at capacity. We would need to cut one of those services. We can't, we've done that in the past, right? And the employees continue to take on more and more and more, and we can't do that. It has to be a definitive decrease in the budget throughout, beyond fiscal year 2024 as well. And the other part is, Mayor, you made a very good point that we only increased at 2% operating this year. And we increased at 1% last year, the year before that, and so on and so forth. So it's really only been 1%, I think, since I got here. The challenges that we have in the upcoming year are not only increases in supply chain issues and labor issues, we're also going to go to the bargaining table with the fire union as well, and that's coming up. That's right around the corner. So there are expenses that we're going to incur this year that I feel would be very difficult to address with a rollback rate, and even almost impossible without, as I said, a very definitive cut in services. So staff is going to remain at the 4.1345, And I appreciate that we're going to discuss this today and hopefully get some consensus direction on this moving forward after we go through the general fund, because we would need to pivot as staff and be ready for that August 15th meeting. So,
And that's why I did bring it up and want to talk about it today to get it out of the way. I mean, in theory, if we want to either raise or reduce our tax rate, we literally should be talking about it at the June meeting, or even before then, at the strategic planning, because there's a lot of work that's being done, a lot of planning, that if we feel that there's an issue, it's a matter of, let's go into it and do all the planning around it. So I do think we need to cover it today. There is an issue with the September budget. If more than one person votes against it, out of principle, we have a failed budget. And, you know, I know there are some sticky wicket issues this year. And so while I appreciate the principle of doing that, it could severely hurt us. So I want to work out these issues before we get there.
Thank you, Mayor. May I make a comment?
Yes, sir.
So I believe if we start going through the numbers in detail, I believe that we have increased more than 2% for this 24. I think it's maybe a little bit less off into, no pun intended, less, off into the future. But it was, and I'm pretty sure that it is. But here's an interesting set of numbers, and that they're a bottom, at the very end, the bottom of the page of Exhibit B. And rough numbers, it shows that, and this is listed under fiscal year 2024 to 29 business plan initiatives and capital improvement total cost plans. And here's what we ended up spending. In 23, it was 8.7. In 24, we're recommending 57.7 million. In 25, it's 13.6, 26, it's 11.4, and 27, it's 8.8. So we have a lot of stuff in this 24 budget. There's no intent here of suggesting any payroll rollbacks at all. It would just be our effort to attempt to make sure that we continue with the requirements that we've established of some wage increases. But in a little bit, you're going to hear that we're going to be offering, we may be offering to add up to 19 or 7 or 9 or people. Talk about sustainability. Okay, now the problem becomes what happens if we do get hit with some significant financial, and I don't think it's going to be significant, but what would happen if we did? What would happen if we got hit by a storm, et cetera? So we have just in the general fund alone, there will be a tax rate increase coming up. So this causes us to at least talk about that, because you're going to have a general fund that's going to be out of its revenue requirements not later than next year, according to the numbers as we presented them here. So as we talk about who are we taking care of here, and yeah, there's people that want everything. They can give them a boat. They take a boat, but there's other people that just want to be able to sustain themselves, and so perhaps not a full rollback, but some kind of a rollback, and we then may have to, as we have published in this document, I could read it, but I won't. It says you either increase your taxes, you decrease your spending. Well, let's just leave it at that, because there's 3, but just leave it at that. So those are the things you do. So yeah, we would have to look at something that's in here, and we would have to reduce it. We're still looking at an effort by a federal government who is going to come trying to get back to the 2% inflation. We have our wage inflation right now for this year is at 7.5, or is it 8? I think it's maybe 8 in the budget now. So That's the wage inflation. We have wage inflation, and that's what's really happening in the U.S., is wage inflation. So, problem is we have people that aren't getting that wage inflation, that are having to pay these costs. And how do you identify them? You don't identify them and say, well, you have to give something up. We don't know who they are. We don't know what they can ride and what they can't ride. We don't know if they have and what they don't have. But we do know they have to pay their taxes and their insurances, and they have to eat, and they have to take care of their medical requirements. So this was an effort. This was an effort last year again, and we didn't collapse. And we continue on, and we continue on with this inflation, and we know it hurts. It's all over. It's in other parts of the world as well. So I think we need to look at this and say, are we willing to cut something or aren't we willing to cut something? I'm willing to cut something to provide this. There's other things that we could provide our residents if we wanted to, because then you do one of two things. You either next year you cut something back, or you increase your taxes. I could ask staff, what do they think is going to happen next year? Perhaps I should, because you're going to have to raise your taxes. So yeah, we added some things in here now.
Can I just ask you a question? You say, what's going to happen next year, we're going to have to raise our taxes. But if we do a rollback, we're going to have to raise our taxes exponentially more.
No, you'd cut some of your expenses this year.
True. True. Okay. Go ahead. Didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yep. Not a problem. For the sake of me beginning to ramble here, which I don't want to do, I think that I would like to look at a rollback for us. And I think it signals two things. I think it signals that we understand we can't give everybody everything. It just doesn't happen that way. And we have to look for other ways to perhaps do some of the funding, whether that be in any one of the projects that we're doing, if it applies money coming out of the general fund, that we have to cut it, or that we have to figure out another way of doing it. I'll just use public-private, because we always talk about that in partnerships, to maybe cut some of our costs. But yes, we have to cut something if we do a rollback. And I'm willing to do that for a rollback.
So, I do believe that Jennifer did tell us at the beginning of this that she wasn't intending to recommend all those positions, that those are just the positions being requested.
Right.
So I think that needs to be clarified. But why don't we go through the actual numbers today, and then at the end of the meeting, with the mindset, by the way, of looking at what you think might be able to be cut, and make a note. We don't need to talk about it with every fund, okay? And then at the end, we'll wrap it up and make a decision at the direction that we may or may not want to give, okay? That way we've looked at all the numbers. But again, I'm going to ask each of my colleagues to specifically write down what you think can be cut. Because I'm not sure that all of the projects, fine, yeah, any of those in the general fund, but I don't think that's going to cut it. So I think we have to look at what we look and talk about what we're willing to give up. And at the end of the meeting, let's reconvene on this subject, so now we're a little more educated, if that's okay with everybody.
Yeah, it's fine with me. I think that's exactly the way to approach it. Also, we just want to keep us focused on the fact that we're already trying to cut some of these projects that are in the capital area because of the pressure of our four main projects, if we're actually going to be able to even keep those four main projects in play versus three of them. One or two of them at least are signature projects of the penny. So again, no, I absolutely think that's the way to go through it and just determine where the cuts can be. I did want to ask, because I was trying to look in here again, seemed like did we at some point have the protections that we do have in place anywhere in the budget or elsewhere? Like I think that we actually did an additional senior income tax or property tax protection the commission
We did.
years ago, so that's on the book, so.
Actually,
it's
I think we
targeted
did
to
too.
low income, so we have some protections in there for
Yep.
people that are at that level, and I guess it might be good to articulate what some of those protections are. I mean, I know that's one of them, I don't,
We do, and I think we did it twice. I think either we did it twice or we talked about it once and then did it. I don't remember, but it's, I think it's 50,000.
It is.
Um, And didn't they just pass something else?
yeah, I think we need to get a
Military or
handle,
something.
because even on veterans, like I, you know,
I
I
think
know
there was
some
a
people that
military
actually,
thing
if
or
they're
they're working
disabled
on a
veterans, they don't
military
even pay
thing.
any
There's a
property
veterans
taxes,
thing
so
as well, yeah.
Yeah.
I
So-
think it's important to understand who we already protect.
Sure.
You know, so we're, again, if we're going to target something, let's make sure we know what we're targeting.
And maybe that's something when we reestablish this conversation at the end, if you can just check that.
I can do that.
I'm sure, yeah, we don't need to know the value or anything like that. I
Right.
just think I think it just to understand all the different ones, which we readily supported, by the way. I think it's important to know.
We can just look at the trim notices.
Okay. All right, last,
Okay.
thank you, commissioners. All right, so now we're on to replacement vehicles.
Yes, the second item is, Commission asked about the budgeted amount for the D60 vehicle replacement for the fire department, and there is $52,000 set aside in the fleet replacement fund at this time for the replacement of vehicle 157. There would need to be an increase in the fire department contribution of $97,940 in '24 to fully fund this vehicle replacement.
Okay, and we'll see the fleet budget later, so probably any further questions on that should be saved when we look at the actual budget.
Yep, and that amount that mentioned is in the budget right now. I mean, we've got that being fully purchased in the budget right now, just to point that out.
Okay.
Number 3, City Commission asked for funding breakdown of the fire training center with the North County cities and county funding. Staff's researched this, and it is not feasible. We found it's not feasible to put down a foundation prior to knowing the product tower, what type of product tower will be going on the site because of the location and the footers and dimensions. Fire department staff feels the best option now is a temporary training facility for the next 4 years or so at a cost of $40,000. And the goal would be to put a full facility in place in sometime around 28 timeframe while we continue to look for grant opportunities. And just want to mention that the county would contribute 13% of the cost of this project, whatever it was, once completed.
Okay, any questions on that?
Well, I'm not sure I still understand what everybody else in North County is doing.
Yeah, I think that was
for
the whole
training.
point
I
we
think
asked
that
the
was kind
question.
of- And again, if everybody in North County's not getting the service they need from the county-wide facility, then who's willing to join in dollar-wise? And actually, I'll say my biggest concern is if we decide to do this in the future, I'd rather do it right. This doesn't sound like we're, so, but I don't understand what the rest of the North County's doing with this issue.
Yeah, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, good morning. Jeff Parks, Fire Chief. And just to, our current North County, we have a North County Training Chiefs group that gets together and we train pretty much monthly with all the other North County departments. At this time, we are using our facility at the OC there because we've got it authorized as a training facility for the classrooms, and the size of the property allows us to do that. So we go there for any classroom type of thing. We also use Clearwater's tower. Their tower is out of service. They're burn building right now. We also go down to 49th Street to St. Pete College's fire facility, which is supported by the county. And that's mainly the facility that we're supposed to be using. They, however, have some problems with their structures as well that are being addressed by the county. They're putting some more money into that. So this would allow us the opportunity to have a facility that we would call our own. And the reason, I'm not sure we'll find other departments want to do that, and I'm not sure we want to allow them to do that, because once they start putting money into it, then who really has ownership of that structure, the tower and the burn building? And if we want to do that, that's fine, we can ask them, but My theory was we would be able to do maintenance on the building yearly, and we could ask for them to pay that part of it if we supply the structure for them. We can also charge, if we're doing like the college does now, if we do a live burn at 49th Street, we get charged by the college. So we could charge per firefighter for them to use that structure and any other training that they do. The structure also, we could open up to like the sheriff's department if they need it for any of their training, the tactical rescue. There's other opportunities that we would have there just besides North County to use that facility. So what we're looking at here as a temporary facility, we now have a cargo box that we are renting on a monthly basis. It's about $130 a month to use that. If we can continue with that process, we'd like to add 2 more boxes, either buy them or continue to rent them. And then we would need some inside, like wood structure, wood props that we use to make walls and that type of thing that we can change up to facilitate what we need to do our training in. So.
Chief, the county has money budgeted out of ARPA to improve their current facilities. Is that going to add a facility, or is that just going to improve the 49th Street one?
They're currently doing a study right now. They have a consultant they've hired about the training facilities. We're scheduled to go down sometime this month to meet with them. And at that point, I've pushed with the county, asking them. They wanted to, probably 2 or 3 years ago, they were looking at a facility in North County, and I think they're just waiting for this consultant to come back and explain. And we've made it known to them, this property's fully ready to go. The ground's ready. We've got the Swift Mud approval. When we built the structure, all the drainage is there. Everything's ready to go. All they need to do is put a structure on the ground. So if we can get help from the county, that's another possibility to fund this, along with the state. And again, I would like to come to the board in the near future, because I learned at a conference I was at just this past weekend, the state legislative process, they're beginning their committee meetings in September, so we'd have to do something pretty quick to do that, to get in the allocation or appropriation funding for the next budget. So, like we've done before, we got vetoed twice before. But, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I mean, it's been my experience that the county tries to fund some of these overreaching countywide perspective projects, and I personally, if we're talking about trying to save money, would like to stay within that box. I understand. I mean, I was fully supportive of EOC, fully supportive of being a training center. I think that was really important that we had our own thing. I'm just not quite sold there, especially if we're going to edge into it versus wait till we can totally vet it out and do the whole thing if we decide that makes sense in the future and do it right. That's just kind of where I'm coming from, but I appreciate the answers, and I get it. I mean, I know that it's important to get good training.
Anytime you happen to get to your county commissioners and can put a word in for us, that would be great. So, thank you.
Any other feedback?
Yeah.
So I just wanted to add that one of the reasons why this is in the budget, even after we realized that we couldn't just pour the slab and then build a tower on top of it, was directly because of my employee communications with the fire department. And I meet with them, I have one meeting with each station, essentially, right? With each shift, I'm sorry. And all three shifts told me that they want training, and they want a training that is accessible to them. The problem is with the other burn towers, we have to schedule it, we have to go down there, we have to train, then come back, and there's time, a lot of time involved in that exercise. And so I told them that this would remain in the budget. And it's very bad for a city manager to ever paint a commission into a corner, and I'm not. There are valid reasons to wait to put the tower in, but they conveyed it very vociferously to me that they want to see additional training opportunities. So that's why it's still in the budget.
But just to be clear, it's not the tower.
No.
It's a kind of
slab.
a nuanced.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a slab.
Well, it's not a slab, right? No, it's just
Less
containers. Right, and that's what I mean. I think,
Yeah,
you know,
we
we're
found out,
better to just wait and do it right if we're going to.
we thought we could put a concrete slab out there, and then getting a little further into it, found out that there's rebar that would be coming up through the slab, and that would basically make it ineffective for us to use the slab for anything else. So, and by the time we built the tower, the rebar probably would be rusted, and we'd have to replace it anyway, so.
No, I mean, I think it's good you looked into that.
Any other feedback?
Mayor, if I may?
Yep.
Chief, you mentioned the different uses or possible things that we could do with the tower. You know, that there may be other fire departments that might be interested. Is there a real plan set up to where we know that 60% of the time Dunedin would use it, but we have 40% that other departments would use it? Not, they may be, but they would use it and we would be able to charge or something, or?
If we did the live burn, or if they brought in the live burn, they would have instructors. We would provide our instructors as well, because you have to be state certified to do that. We could charge for the live burns. If it was a North County department, they wanted to do rappelling or some kind of just engine company evolutions, probably not, because there's no real time frame, time involvement for us. I do like the idea of us owning the building. That way we can determine when we get to use it, when others get to use it as well. So, and then the North County training, I would think that every month we would probably be rotating crews from North County through there. But that's a cooperative effort we've had for 20 years now with the North County departments to do that. So, but mainly the burn. And if we did bring out other areas, we met with Congressman Bill Rakis' office probably 3 or 4 years ago, and they brought up the idea there's other agencies, federal government agencies that need this type of training. We could rent the tower out to them as well and get funds coming back in. So,
Because I really like that idea, but when we say these are things that we could do, I'd rather have the plan that says this is what we're doing. We've talked to those agencies. This is what we could do. I do agree with controlling our own destiny, and if it's in our backyard, then we can kind of control what happens as far as having access and who maintains it and all those concerns that you brought up. But I'd rather have certainly a full plan and us phase this thing in, but here's what we want to build, here's what it's going to cost, and here's what we are going to use it for. We've got commitments from all these other agencies, the federal government, to the county, et cetera. But I'm certainly all in favor of getting as much training as we can for everybody. I just really wanted to have it make an impact if we're going to do this.
yeah, you can go out there today well, probably not today with the rain, but pretty much any day there's a crew out there. They use the fire hydrant that's behind the EOC area, and they lay hose lines out there, do ladder training, and so they're there pretty much daily now doing training, so even though there's no structure there.
They have a vehicle back there that they practice on too.
There's a vehicle, yeah, we get the local towing company brings a vehicle out, we do extrication practice. We have that, like I say, the cargo box, they built some materials in the back of that so they can change the props around, that type of thing.
So Chief, we have a statement here that says that the temporary training facility for the next 4 years at a cost of $40,000. That was a staff recommendation. Were there other things that were taken out of the budget? Bunker gear, was there some bunker gear that was taken out of?
No, we have bunker gear is still in the budget. We replaced
Still
that
in the
annually.
budget?
Yes.
Okay. So this, with the bunker gear, then this would be the $40,000 for the temporary facility until we got the big.
Yeah, it doesn't, there's no relationship between this and the bunker gear.
No,
So, yeah.
just talking budget. Just talking money. I was just talking money then, but so now, coming
Yeah.
back to a training facility.
Yeah, and we're looking at this 40,000, we would need to do some road, basically some paving. There's some shavings and stuff out there from other roadways that they've taken up in Macadam and that type of thing, trying to do more of a road base out there for us. It's looking at some props that we could put in these cargo boxes. We can either rent the cargo boxes or we can purchase them. If we purchase them, we could do some live fire training in those as well. So it's just a matter of how we want to go with that. But
And that's in that 40,000, what's it? What is
that's
that?
in the 40,000.
Thank you, Chief.
Did you have questions, Rob?
So is there a rough order of magnitude estimate for the full facility, the full training facility?
My estimate is $1 million to do it. I think I can come in underneath that. When we did our appropriation request with the state in prior years, we asked for $1 million, and everything I got indications from the representatives, legislators that I talked to, they would probably fund us $7,500 for that. We would have to come up with the other part of it, but and so I would assume again that if we did get the appropriation funding, that would be the amount that we could do. But
And has there been research done on the various grant opportunities associated with something like this?
yeah, we'd love to have a grant, but I don't. There's the Safer Act grant that we use from the air packs that we just replaced about a year ago. We got funding from that. There is no funding mechanism from the state, from FEMA, to do this type of training area, which doesn't make sense to me, but they should.
Yeah, that's kind of baffling. Then there was a comment that you made with regards to county ARPA and the possibility of leveraging that, or it wasn't clear if, from your response, whether that would be something that would be more focused on the St. Petersburg facility or something we can leverage?
Yeah, this is right now they have a consultant and they're reviewing the current training facilities that are available. The number one being the college, because the college has a contract with the county. They do their fire academy training for initial firefighters. And then we also get to use a chunk of that property as the schedule permits to do our training there. So, and that building's facility's probably been there for 20 years, and they're looking at some structural issues that they have with that. So they're probably going to put a majority of their funding into that project. But they were looking, a few years ago, we met with them. They were looking for something in North County as well to spread the training facility opportunities up to the North County. And at that time, we offered that property, that we have currently and wanted funding, and they never did go through with it for North County. So we're hoping that with this consultant we meet with, we convince them it would be a good thing to do that. So.
Okay. All right, thank you, Chief.
No. Oh, okay, go ahead.
No, I just wondered if it
Nope,
makes
go.
sense for us to do a letter.
Okay, well, I was going to
Just
talk.
add politics to it, that would be helpful. I mean, does it make sense to
Yeah.
do a letter from us about our,
I think the question is the consultant looking at that currently?
They're looking at everything right now.
No,
So
what I'm saying is, are they looking at the need for other facilities?
Yes, that's part of their.
Okay, because
From what I
that
understand.
hasn't been clear. You said it, and then
Yes.
you said 3 years ago. So that's what
Right,
I,
well, there was a committee, the county got together before this consultant, and that was 3 years ago, that they were looking at trying to do something North County. Then they hired this consultant now to do it, it's updated. So I'm hoping once we meet with them, we'll get more of an idea of what they're gonna recommend.
okay, so what I'm hearing is, which is why we even had the question on there to begin with. And I think I have to look at you, Jennifer. I think there needs to be a larger coordinated effort on the whole subject, because we ask about it every year and we get into this dialogue every year. We need to know what the consultant is really looking at and where the county stands. You have a relationship with this county administrator, just ask them the question. B, I have to disagree with you at some point in regards to the other cities contributing. We own it, it's on our land. There's no question of who owns it. But there can be all kinds of negotiated deals that if you put so much in, you'll get discounted rental fees. or whatever, right? I mean, there can be all kinds of negotiated deals. And I think we need to put this on our city manager to try to figure this out. And here's the other thing, the county itself, if we're not letting other communities buy in, if you will, they're more likely to put money towards it if we have buy-in from the other cities. But I think that's all part of a negotiation. And of course, we would have priority. But let's say the county wants to add pay half of it. Well, you know, that might be part of the negotiation from the timing, but we can't solve it all here today. I think the issue, if we really want to do this in 4 to 5 years, right? Because right now you said it's in 28.
Yes.
We need to get on it now and start mapping out a plan of what we want to see and how we think we can do it. And it's all part of relationships with the other city managers, right? Working with Jeff, of course, and his chiefs group, and the county, and see what this study is really looking at. Try to get a presentation, an early presentation. But I mean, I think we just keep saying the same thing every year. And I think we have to elevate it now and make it more important if we're really trying to get this done. Because, I mean, nobody's going to come up to us and say, hey, can I give you $200,000 and will you build training? You know, we've got to go spice up the desire for it, not just the fire chiefs. We got to get the city managers involved.
We also have 2 special districts at Palm Harbor and East Lake.
Exactly. So, and they have their own millage, which means they have money. So,
I was just
they
going
got
to say,
plenty
they
of
have the
money.
money, right.
They got plenty of money. So that's my point. You know, if this consultant, which I think the consultant likely would say there's a need, right, because of the location.
Well, we thought in the readiness of the site as well, so they don't
Right,
have to,
exactly.
there's no clearing trees, there's no drainage issues.
Right.
Everything's ready to go, so.
So, but I think we could possibly get more money out of the county if we get the other cities to participate one way or another. Or get them, if we're going to do a letter, let's get them to sign on to it. You know, but I think that's a city manager role that's got to start taking that on. Everybody okay with that?
Mayor, in the meantime, the
Yes, ma'am.
40,000 in the budget, consensus direction.
It's fine with me.
I'm not in favor of it. I think if we're going to do it, we do it right. And I think we already know we need to find out exactly, if they're looking at everything, then why would we not make sure we're understanding where they're at, what they're doing, if they see the likelihood of that site?
But 40,000, you're talking about some containers, right?
Right, but
$1 million project versus 40 grand. Why would that bother you?
I'll tell you why it bothers me.
Okay.
Because I sat up here and we're talking about rollbacks, right? And we're sitting here and, oh, what should we cut? And when we looked at the budget number 1, there was all kind of new things that popped up while we're trying to search for stuff to get our 4 main projects done. All this new stuff. And unfortunately, Chief, there was quite a few that came from you, like 7 or 10. And so I'm saying, it's not just about cutting, guys. It's about not adding. I mean, come on.
Okay. So
why-
add that to
so
your
now-
list.
so we
Add that
question-
to your list.
Hold on. So we questioned the pavement, or what was it called? These platform,
The pavement platform services.
platform, whatever it is. And,
Right.
and we found out we couldn't do it. So now I think the language says, so fire department staff feels the best option now. Okay, we're talking about cutting existing things, and now we're trying to figure out a way to switch around something that we already were going to add. If we're going to do it, let's do it right. We don't need to add anything to the budget unless it's critical. That's my opinion.
If I may, I think where we went a little bit wrong here is someone asked for a direction, and we're really holding up to the end when we look at the.
Yeah, so why don't you add that to your list for the end?
Yeah, okay. That's okay. But I'm just trying to set a tone, guys.
No, I hear
There's
you.
a lot of stuff that appeared at the last budget session that were add-ons, and if we're literally talking about a rollback, let's be clear. We should be looking first at what got added at the last minute versus what would be cut and that's existing. So I'm just trying to clear the air from my point of view.
Okay, so we're at 10:30 and we need to get through these follow-up things pretty quickly. So I'm just going to ask everybody to really minimize their discussion unless it's absolutely necessary. I want to get through this document before we take a break.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I'm on number 4. The City Commission asked if the CRA fund could contribute funding towards the City Hall Adaptive Reuse Project. Staff's put it...
You know what, Les, you're going to have to talk louder because the rain on the roof is pretty loud and it's
Okay.
starting to be difficult to hear you.
Okay. The fiscal year proposed budget includes funding of $300,000 in the penny fund and $301,000 in the CRA fund for the City Hall Adaptive Reuse Project in the 24 budget, so a total budget of $601,000 for the project.
Okay, and we'll talk about that when we get to the CRA. Okay, because there's money that was added to it from another location. It was originally smaller, I think when we looked at it in June.
Yes,
And you
correct.
guys increased it because we were concerned about it and didn't want it to languish. So thank you. We now have that information, so let's wait until we get to the CRA actual budget and we...
Okay.
Okay, continue on.
Okay, next item, City Commission asked for an update on the class and compensation study. HR met with all departments over the last few months and directors to finalize position classifications and sent final report to department heads. Next steps, follow up with commission, then employee town hall meeting to roll out and discuss new recommended pay plan. Department directors will discuss recommended classification changes with their respective employees.
Okay. Which we're going to talk about on the 15th.
We are.
Okay. Next one.
Okay, next item, City Commission asked staff to calculate the estimated labor savings in fiscal year 23, the current year. We did a calculation in the general fund and also citywide labor savings for this year. We took the actuals for the first 9 months and then we estimated the last 3 months of this year. The estimated labor savings in the general fund in 2023 is $595,000 and the estimated labor savings citywide in 2023 is $2.1 million.
And that's shown in the budget we're going to look at shortly.
Yeah,
Those savings.
Yeah, throughout different funds, it's showing in the estimates, yeah.
But the general fund, when we look at the long-term projection for the general fund, that 600,000 is being shown, right?
Yes, it is, and just to point out, this $595,000 in the general fund is very close to our estimated labor savings in the general fund, so it's a little higher than we expect, but not significantly.
Okay, you still didn't answer my question. Has the 600,000 been reduced from the general fund?
The 600,000, we've not made a reduction in 23's estimate based on this calculation. We've not.
Okay, well, that's what I'm trying to get to know.
We've not.
All right, so everybody, because I think that's important.
Yeah.
All right, okay, so everybody mark their records.
I have to ask a quick
What,
question.
hang on 1 second. Everybody mark their records. I'm looking at my colleagues. 600,000 of the savings. When we go to look at the general fund shortly here, we need to remember that it'll be $600,000 better, right?
No.
In the general fund.
To clarify, in our 24 budget, in our 23 budget, we assume labor savings in our budget,
How much?
very close to $500,000. So we're probably maybe
Okay.
$100,000 at the most. To the
100,000. All right,
At
well,
the
that's
most.
what I was trying to
Yeah.
get at.
Yeah.
Okay,
Good question. Good question.
okay. Vice Mayor?
I was just going to be helpful here. We normally wouldn't see that, right? There's a budget amendment that would not necessarily be made for that, correct?
You need to talk closer to the microphone.
So you generally wouldn't see that, right?
Yeah, we normally don't make budget amendments for labor savings. In other words, it falls to fund balance at the end of the year. We mentioned that we had a lot of labor savings in 22 also, but that's correct, yeah.
No, I know that, but I also think when you're trying to make decisions on what to cut, you need to have those more detailed pieces of information when you're looking at a sea of red ahead of you.
Sure, good point, yeah, good point.
Okay, next one.
Okay, number
I
7.
have a quick question,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
okay.
Just one quick question, and that is the 500,000, has that been typical of what we've done for savings to the full budget of labor?
Pretty close to that. It varies a little bit every year, but it's real close to 500,000 for 23 and about the same for 24, yeah.
Has it been typical for us to nail that number? Like that's actually been the total savings from vacancies?
Every year is different. We've had years where the savings is less than that and slightly, but it's usually pretty consistent. The actual savings is usually pretty consistent.
Okay, interesting. Thank you.
But isn't that where you do the 95% thing?
The 95% thing, I think you're referring to is more, we do 95% for the
Taxes.
calculation for the assessed value of
Oh,
property
gotcha.
taxes.
Okay,
Yeah,
never mind.
yeah.
Okay. But you do plan for labor savings every year, is what you're saying?
We do, correct. We do.
Okay.
That's right.
And what usually is that number? I think that's what's being asked.
Yeah, it varies every year. It's about 500 this year, I mentioned, in 2023.
So there's not a standard number?
Not a standard number, no.
Okay, you look at what's happening in that year and then determine what the number should be,
That's correct. And as the
which
budget...
is appropriate.
Right, and the
Okay.
budgets change every year, right.
Okay.
Mayor, real quickly? So if I'm hearing you or understanding that correctly, Les, then when we look at budget to actual, that is what it is, right? We don't pad the budget on employee. We try and get it as close to actual as we can, right? So how good we are in that calculation would a lot depend on whether we're over or under in that comparison of budget to actual.
That's true.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next.
Okay, number 7, City Commission asked questions on the Skinner Boulevard Complete Streets project. The first was, are there 2 roundabouts needed? The Skinner Boulevard initiative was designed and received grants based on roundabouts at Highland and Douglas as a measure to slow down vehicular traffic, making it safer, as well as facilitating pedestrian and golf cart crossings. The concept of 2 roundabouts received strong community support during the public input sessions. The next question was, is the $2 million for undergrounding necessary? The current overhead utilities are a serious blight and detract from the overall vision for Skinner Boulevard Complete Streets. The removal of the overhead will also ensure that there is no interruption of service during storms. And the next question is, will the traffic light at the trail remain when the project is complete? Thought that the plan was to remove it. Initially, in the early going before the Skinner Boulevard started design, the thought was removing the signal from the lane reduction and installation of roundabouts. However, after having the time to study the signal and its operation, DOT is more comfortable with having the signals remain. Please note DOT has been studying the traffic signals at the Pinellas Trail Skinner intersection in relation to the roundabouts at Douglas Avenue also, and as mentioned, is recommending for the signal to stay but be attractive as a measure to ensure both pedestrian and bicycle safety when using the trail and crossing Skinner.
Okay, we're going to be talking about Skinner at the August 15th. Well, the projects in general, but we're waiting for the
Last estimate. right?
last estimate on everything. Is there anything that anybody has to talk about with this item
How
right
will
now?
that affect the rollback discussion?
Jennifer, the rollback is out of, I mean, that's property tax, and this
Right.
is coming out of penny.
Correct, penny and CRA. So
CRA.
as far as the,
But if it's not there, then the penny doesn't get spent on that. So the penny's available to fund other things.
You mean if the project's not there?
yes,
Yeah, that's true, but yeah.
yes.
The project's pretty far along to stop at this point, but that's true.
There's grant funding also. It's a signed deal with DOT.
None of that matters, it's just what's in our budget.
No, understand, but there's funding that's leveraged also. with it,
Yeah, I
so.
understand.
And we've made commitments, contractual commitments to pursue this, so.
We're
We would-
not saying we're not pursuing this, there's phases of it that we may not need. That would be a calculation for general fund.
Yeah, again, I think the traffic folks are the experts, and they're telling us we need it.
So somebody says there's no interruption of service during storms. In my conversation with Duke, when we asked for our community, there's no guarantee of that, if you're underground.
Okay, so again, I think this is time to talk about it when we talk about the project. Because, I mean, we can go down a whole rabbit hole for the next 30 minutes, and it doesn't do us any good.
No, but you say you don't want to discuss it at all. Somebody may bring that up for the,
No, I'm not saying we don't discuss it at all. What I'm saying is we discuss it when we're talking about the project in August. when we're talking about the funding, because that is the most appropriate here. I mean, we can talk about it for 30 minutes now, but there's no direction that we can give. Because we
Yep.
haven't seen the final cost, we haven't seen any of it.
You asked us to make a list of things that are affected by in the general fund that we could have,
You can do that.
and that would be one of these.
Okay, put it on your list.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, but I mean,
You
I-
said we're not going to discuss it until the 15th? No,
You are more than welcome to add it to your list at the end.
I understand
I
that.
mean, it's,
It's
you
already
know,
on there.
each person's going to get a chance to talk about what their list says. Okay, next item.
Next item is the City Commission asked staff if the Midtown parking garage could include a public-private partnership. Staff viewed possible options for a public-private partnership, but without a paid parking component, it is difficult to envision a situation where an entity would participate in building a garage and receive an attractive return on investment. While partnering with an entity such as a theater group could exist, it must be noted the current site is small, 0.77 of an acre, and the ability to have a garage and a theater together may well necessitate a height that is not compatible with the downtown. A partnership with a group such as a theater would also require the entity to have the ability to raise money or grant funding in time with the design and building of a parking garage.
Okay, so on this one, I know you've got plans and from them. We've heard from them today. We are going to be talking about this project again in August.
Yes.
So I think until the plans that they've given you, right, can be more analyzed, until you can come back and say this will increase the cost by X, and whether we're even doing the garage. So I think, again, I think today, it's not, we thought we were going to be talking about these projects today, which is why this was good to have it. But we're not now, so I think we don't discuss it at this point. Okay, next item.
Okay, the City Commission asked staff to prepare a list of key increases in the general fund operating expenses in fiscal year 24 budget compared to 23 budget. The 24 operating expense budget in the general fund increased approximately 14% over the current year 23. The 24 proposed operating and capital budget document executive summary on page 15 includes key increases in operating expenses year over year, and the next page shows some of the key ones, and I'll just go over these quickly. Repair and maintenance cost increase, $685,000 for roof replacements for community center, fine arts, and also the sheriff's portion of the fleet facility. Repairs and maintenance cost increase of $397,000 for HVA replacements at the community center. Other contractual services cost increases of $385,000 for the law enforcement contract with the sheriff. Electrical costs with Duke are projected to increase $276,000 in 24. ISF building maintenance increase is $229,000, and the insurance, the budget for insurance for liability, for property and liability increase is $348,000 in 24 for 23.
Okay, so as we go through the general fund, everybody has this list. And they can certainly ask questions unless they have an immediate question that we don't need to then refer to the general fund. Anybody? Okay.
Okay, next question. City Commission asked the staff bring back detailed information on the ARPA-funded broadband internet fiber cable infrastructure project. Staff has prepared information that breaks out the project by phase and explains each phase of the project. We have 3 slides on this item.
And we'll go over that later. You don't have to do it now
Okay.
because we're going to go over it in the other piece of it.
Gotcha.
So,
Okay.
yep.
I'll skip that one.
Yep.
Next 11, the City Commission asked that staff consider changing the name of Weaver Park Seawall to Weaver Park Shoreline Investigation. Staff is in agreement, and we will change the name of that project moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Next, the City Commission asked that staff bring back to the limitation on debt, indebtedness calculation in our debt policy, excluding the Blue Jays debt. And we've done that calculation. It's in attachment 4 of the follow-up memo. The ratio is lower. With that calculation, the ratio is, by pulling out the Blue Jays debt, the current existing debt ratio is 8.8%. It's currently 13% that we talked about on June 1st. And when you add in the $17 million of debt that we talked about on June 1st, it goes to 14.5% instead of 18.4% that was talked about on June 1st. So it is lower. I do want to mention that the debt policy has that target that we look at. It's one of the things we consider when we're looking at potential debt issues. But I also want to mention that to me, the key criteria for determining the appropriateness or affordability of a new debt is the ability for us to afford the debt service payments, in the respective funds that are making the payments, and making sure that, based on our estimated revenue streams and expenditures in those funds, that the debt service can be paid over the life of the loan.
And again, this is one of those things that we wanted to look at in conjunction with the projects. But what I would say, and certainly anybody else chime in, I'm not trying to squash talking about it, but again, it's another one of those rabbit hole things. I think what would be important for my colleagues and I to see at the August meeting is what the difference is, what is the payment? Like, what would be the payment for whatever you all are going to recommend versus, the lower one with a phased approach or the all-encompassing one. I think that tells you a lot, because if you've got, let's say your annual payment, I know that what I'm quoting is not even close. But let's say it's $500,000 a year. Let's just say that's the number. Well, if we're going to go to 650, we're probably not going to worry about it that much, right? But if we're going to go to $1 million, then we're going to think about it a little bit more. So I mean, I think that helps in the decision-making process. So I think if you bring that information to us in August, can you think of anything else, you all? Does that sound good to kind of go along with this? Because now we know it's 14%. So we know we're not going to go over our policy. Now we need to know what the payment really is.
Right, but I just will say that, because it's a legal obligation, in following the policy probably requires us to include that in the calculation. Include the Blue Jays numbers in the calculation.
I understand that, but I mean, we can also, well, again, we can go down that rabbit hole on the 15th, but what we can do is make caveats. So I get total that, discuss it with the finance board, all of those things. So.
Sure,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
Okay, next item, number 13. The City Commission asked staff to get updated quotes for the Highlander Aquatic Complex, Skinner Boulevard Complete Streets Project, and the Golf Club Restoration Project.
You don't have to read the whole thing, we know.
Okay.
Yep, it's coming.
Okay, next item is number 14. The City Commission asked staff to check to see if solar costs are included in the budgeted amounts now for roof replacements. Staff has checked, and the solar costs are not included in the budgeted amounts for roof replacements. Staff's plan is that Natalie Gass, the Sustainability Program Coordinator for the city, will be working on a study, an RFP that would provide a solar assessment feasibility review of our existing facilities and where solar installations would be practical, cost-effective, and provide a return on investment with their installation.
Okay. Thank you for letting us know that. So we're working on it, essentially. I am going to go ahead and take a break because I can see how many pages of this we have left. When we come back, I don't think you have to read this whole thing, Les.
Okay.
You poor thing. We've read it.
I need some water.
We've read it. I think if you could just tell us the summary,
Okay.
in your own words.
Okay.
I think we can move it along a lot quicker.
Okay.
And get through this a little bit quicker.
Sure.
Last year, we didn't go through any of this. We skipped it. I said, are there any questions? And everybody said no. We did not go through this. But this year, I felt it was important because of the discussion of the rollback. And so I figured, I couldn't just address that question and not address them all out of fairness. So that's why I did it differently. I can maybe see the error in my way. So we're going to try to get there was a, method to my madness that didn't work. So we're going to get through this quick, but let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break, give everybody a chance to get another coffee or water, and we'll come back and get through this really, really quickly. concerned about time. And so instead of going over an overview of each item, he wants to know if we have any questions on any of the other items. So I'm sure
That's a great idea.
I'll give everybody a minute
great
to
idea.
look. We left off, I guess, on the solar item, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's correct. We're on
Okay.
number 15 now, yeah.
So by the way, Phyllis Gorshey wants to award Les the Summer Reading Challenge Award.
Yeah. The next item, the next item is the sign thing. We're working on the sign thing, right?
Correct.
Next is the certified bicycle, we got that. The looper vehicle, blah, 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 they're all funded. The partnership with the boat club, do you have any questions on that, Rob?
Well, yeah, I've got one question. I noticed there's $62,500 in the 25 budget. Was that based on the boat club quote, or has the city gone out for bids yet?
Good morning, Commissioner. No, Chuck Ankney, our purchasing agent, worked with Mr. Moat, I believe it was. The quotes that they had provided are probably going on 2 years old now. He provided some guidance as to what would be required if we were to go through our official purchasing policy and how those quotes would need to be updated, and we need to get a minimum of 3. And depending on, or based on the value of what we saw and the time that those have been acquired, most likely we would have to bid this out. Okay. And so we're just trying to escalate what we think those costs would be. So, the cost of the $125,000 is a very rough scientific swag. So, the 50% is based on half that.
Got it. Okay, no, I appreciate that. And then I just go back to the looper real quick. I just want to confirm, after the pilot project, there will be another request for bid, request for proposal to support that, right?
Commissioner George King on behalf of Community Development. So the way that works is at the end of the 6 months, you guys will make that decision. So if it comes back, then it can either be extended or it can be discontinued.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any other questions on that? I was just going to say, I said this to Jennifer yesterday. I think it's really important. It is a public facility on public land. And so I think it's really important that we get a structural person out there to ensure its safety. And I would say soon. That way we know that being out there farther is okay. That's what I want to know. I want somebody to sign off on that. And then we also have the master plan, which, again, if any boat club members are watching, we're not saying anything is going to happen with the building. But they're going to look at that, whether it needs to happen or whether other facilities should be there with it, if it should, whatever. And so, this amount may go into something else. So I just want to make sure that it is completely safe and it's been examined by an engineer or somebody, the appropriate person.
We can certainly utilize one of our GEC structural engineers to assess it. I would probably recommend that we wait for the pram shed project to be completed before we do so. But again, we're going to have to identify funds. There are no funds allocated to hire a structural engineer for this, so we'll have to figure out where that funding
Is that you think that's a lot of money just to crawl under there and look at it?
I suspect it'd probably be $10,000 to $20,000 to get them to do a good assessment.
Well, I just don't know how we can plan something in 2025 and not know that it's safe now. I mean,
Well, we can move forward, Mayor.
why don't you just take a look at it?
Facilities
Yeah, why don't you just take a look at it? I just feel like I would feel better about it if it's really shifting. And granted, I know it's taken, 100 years to shift. So that's not lost on me.
Very good questions, yeah.
Okay.
And I have one. Ben.
Sure.
On the freebies, the last meeting we had, I could have gotten an update yesterday, but I didn't. I think the city manager said that we hadn't been in contact with them or something. We have, they're all, everything is good with,
They are, they're finalizing their data acquisition, data discovery stuff now, so we should be to you relatively shortly with some route suggestions and some plan suggestions moving forward.
thank you.
Okay. And then the city's working with Dunedin Cares, we know that. You're gonna give us an update at a future work session on where we are with all the master plans. We've added the special event for the anniversary. We're already working on the whole Sterling Park thing, so that doesn't need to be a discussion. The sheriff has been notified on being more visible. The assessed value you gave us, are there any questions on that, the comparative on the assessed value? Comparison for the last 5 years? Okay. We see that they've removed the dog park from the future plans for now. The maintenance facility, there was a question on that, and that was responded to. The Brick Street and all the street stuff. There's a very long narrative on all of that, but essentially it says, no, we can't cut it, that we might actually have to increase it. Where, that comes out of penny, right?
Gas tax.
It's a combination of
A gas tax and
2/3
penny. So
1/3
maybe
gas
we
tax.
talk about that issue when we get to those funds.
Sure.
Unless anybody has a,
No, thank you. I'm supportive of that,
Yeah.
so I'd want to discuss that.
Mo, I know that was one of your questions.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Okay, I think now we can move on to the other piece of this.
Okay, the next few slides are, did you want Michael to go over the fiber project? We have a few slides on that.
Say what?
The fiber optic project, Michael had 3 slides. Would you like us to go over those to,
Yeah.
that's number 10, okay.
Yeah, let's go through the whole thing.
Okay.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Michael Nagy, Director of IT Services. The ARPA Broadband Internet Fund balance is currently $2.691 million. Those remaining funds will provide free public Wi-Fi zones in Edgewater Park and the Marina, Highlander Park, the pool, the courts, the fields, Pioneer Park, and designated areas around Main Street. It also will provide the city's network connectivity to the Harbor Master Building, the Monroe Street parking garage, and a future Scotland Street parking garage. It'll also provide dedicated fiber connectivity to several of our mission-critical buildings, such as the Public Services Data Center to City Hall, wastewater plant to City Hall, water plant to City Hall to the EOC, and will provide a new secure underground fiber optics cabling infrastructure, which is required to provide the free public Wi-Fi. Go to the next slide, please. So the map you're seeing here is our current cable infrastructure. The blue lines indicate the location of our existing fiber cabling in the city. The yellow boxes represent the 22 facilities that are currently connected to the city network or have fiber cable in those facilities. Excluded from that counts the old City Hall and the Jones Building, as that fiber cabling will be removed. The pink boxes mark the 2 city sites connected to third-party internet carriers. They include the Harbor Master Building and the Sterling Park driving range. Those 2 buildings are not connected directly to the city's network. They use Spectrum or Frontier. The orange boxes indicate 5 city sites not connected to the city network or any third-party carrier. They include the Dunedin Golf Clubhouse, the Pro Shop, the Cart Barn, Gladys Douglas Preserve, and the cemetery properties. Go to the next slide, please. So this slide is before and after ARPA. The slide compares the city's current fiber cable picture on the left to what we're proposing on the right. If the ARPA funding for broadband internet is approved, the purple highlighted areas on the map on the right side of the screen depict where we would have the new fiber cabling installed. This will allow the city to not only provide free public Wi-Fi in those areas, but to also connect our mission-critical systems and buildings to our secure network. Go to the next slide, please. This is the cost breakdown. This slide lists the cost breakdown for the various phases of the ARPA broadband internet fund. The costs were obtained from fiber cabling infrastructure installed during the FY22 Solon Avenue Force Main project that provided network connectivity to the EOC, Fire Station 62, the 2 water tanks on Belcher Road, and the new parks operation facility. The current cost breakdown per project phase is the design work is estimated at $500,000. Phase 1 includes the installation of fiber cabling from City Hall to wastewater plant for the FDOT Skinner Boulevard bypass project. And it cost estimate is $100,000. Phase 2 includes the installation of fiber cabling from City Hall to the data center in the Public Services Building. This fiber cable will be used for redundancy and dedicated network connections for data backups. It will also be required to provide the free secure Wi-Fi to be installed elsewhere in the city. That cost estimate is $1.3 million. Phase 3 includes fiber cabling from City Hall to Edgewater Park and the Marina area. It will be routed along Scotland Street for any connectivity to a future parking garage. That cost estimate is $500,000. And the last phase, Phase 4, includes fiber cabling from City Hall to designated areas downtown. Those include Pioneer Park, areas along Main Street and Douglas Avenue, up to and including the parking garage on Monroe Street, and that's estimated just under $300,000. So the total at $2.691 million. What's not included in the funding is the cost for the equipment and services to provide that free public Wi-Fi. If funding becomes available once we get the actual cost estimates in, then we'll be able to use that funding to purchase the equipment necessary to provide free public Wi-Fi. If not, we'll have to fund that in outlier years. Nor is funding for this project included for the Dunedin Golf Club, as I said, the Pro Shop, the Cart Barn, Sterling Park, Driving Range Building, or the Gladys Doug properties. Should Commission choose to eliminate any of the phases, keep in mind that the red stars next to the first 3 items on the list are required in order to provide free public Wi-Fi in this city. At this time, I'll take any questions.
Okay, so currently, for everybody's edification, all of this is in the budget,
Yes.
right? So I guess my question to you, Jennifer, this was being looked at as maybe not doing some of these phases in order to be able to do the other projects?
So we actually combed through this and took out some of the phases already in order to reallocate funding to some of the other projects. So these are the phases that we're recommending that we move forward.
Okay. Okay, so are there any questions on that, then, the recommendation now?
Yes, Mayor, if I may.
Uh-huh.
Les, just to clarify, right now, this does not include the golf course and all those amenities?
That's correct.
Right. Oh, I'm sorry, Les, I'm sorry. Michael, wherever you are.
That's correct.
Michael, there you are. And is there any difference in cost? Because I know it looks like on Phase 3, we're including the parking garage on Scotland. But, correct?
The fiber cable will be going down Scotland.
Down Scotland,
So
right.
in future connectivity, we could just tap into it there. It's
Wait.
not going into the property, it's on.
Right, so my question is if the parking garage is not approved, would that change that $500,000 cost at all?
No.
No, okay.
We still have to route the fiber cabling, that the best route is
So this
Douglas
is
to
right, you
Scotland.
just, right, City Hall to
Yes.
Edgewater Park is basically.
correct.
Okay, so there's no need to acknowledge the future parking garage at all?
Well, it's in
Correct.
there, so that you're aware that if you decide to take out Phase 3, that there might be additional costs down the road for the parking garage. I see where you're going with it. But we weren't actually connecting into the garage, but I mention it because to let you know that there's a possibility for the future if you're thinking of eliminating Phase 3. That it would be 3 areas of the city that could be affected. Does that make sense?
Okay, I understand that.
Yeah.
Okay, that was all that I had. Thank you.
So, I do. These are big numbers, so I have to ask a couple questions. We've seen these numbers before. I did not ask the questions then. But there's 2 here that, and And the example was just made. If we go to City Hall to Edgewater Park, or if we go to City Hall to downtown area, those are huge numbers. That's that's almost $1 million. From a technological standpoint, what's going to happen in 5 years from today regarding this broadband internet? Is anything going to change, in your opinion? Do you see any big changes coming?
I don't see any changes coming. The biggest advantage is by providing the public Wi-Fi, we're able to connect all of our buildings to our secure network so that we don't have to rely on Spectrum or Frontier or some third party maintaining our connectivity at the marina. We don't know what's going to happen in 5 years with those companies. If they change, there might be additional costs or infrastructure changes for that. But I don't see anything on how it would affect any future change on the Wi-Fi.
So what are why would we spend that much money to be connected to the Edgewater Park Marina area? And why would we spend that much money to go from City Hall to the downtown area?
This funding is to provide broadband internet for the free public Wi-Fi. In order to provide that to the residents, we have to put the infrastructure into our facilities. And so there's a huge cost for all the fiber cabling, the underground infrastructure, the design work to do that. So if the commission decides not to put public Wi-Fi in those areas, then we could eliminate this whole project. But the whole purpose was to be able to provide free public Wi-Fi, and by doing so, the city's able to tag along on that and get our buildings connected, which are needed to be connected to provide the Wi-Fi.
Would you just verbalize, just very briefly, how important that is to provide public Wi-Fi at this point in time, and off in the future for 5 years from today?
From a personal standpoint, I don't think it's necessary.
I don't mean your personal standpoint,
But
for
the
individuals.
city, it provides for tourism, for citizens, that they could be in the city parks, in the downtown area, other city facilities, and have those that don't have data plans, or they're limited on their data plans, they could connect to the free Wi-Fi. So we're providing a service to the public and tourism that they could connect anywhere. You could put, in downtown area, you could have kiosks with running message boards from the internet, directions, where the parking is, or whatever, those kind of things. I think last year when we presented this, we gave examples of types of Wi-Fi furniture in parks where people could sit and connect.
And for the businesses as well in downtown, it's running.
Yes, and some of the businesses, when your customers are sitting outside or in the inside, they could connect to our Wi-Fi. So it's just a public service. The purpose of the broadband internet was to provide areas that are not typically or they're underserved. Although most people may have a data plan, businesses may have their own internet, we're providing a service to those that don't have a data plan or have a limited data plan, or we want to be able to promote, as I said, on kiosks with our different types of schedules, different kind of events going on.
So that's why I asked, in 5 years from today, how might this change? Almost everyone that I know has data plans, but that's just the people that I know.
If I could share an example just with library, it's accessibility. A lot of people can't afford internet, and we found the library does have Wi-Fi, and it's accessible outside of our building. And when the schools were closed during COVID, there were many families sitting outside of the library because that's the only way they could get internet access, affordable, free. They'd be outside using our internet access because they couldn't get it anywhere else.
No, thank you. And I understand the importance of having access to that. I'm just really addressing the $750,000 here as to whether we really need, I just wanted a technical response to who might be needing this in 5 years from today.
And if I could add to that too, we've talked about the idea of parking sensors, right? And whether we have the garage or not, parking sensors require Wi-Fi. And if you have that Wi-Fi and you have a parking app, right, that tells you where there's open parking, or if you know, you can do a lot of things with that app, but it requires Wi-Fi if you're in the downtown or if you're whatever. But also, if you have public Wi-Fi, you can have a landing page that gives us a way to communicate with the people who are actually there and do push notices and all different kinds of things. So there's the opportunities are endless. You know, I'm sure all of you as colleagues have read where this is what cities are doing to be, quote, smart cities, on how to really emphasize the communication you have between you and your visitors and your residents when they're in certain areas. So, I mean, you can even narrow it down as much as, like, if you're in a park, right, and you've got some kind of parks event coming up, you can send people push notices. So it's kind of a big deal, I think. And it
So is
really
this-
takes us to the way of the future. Sue?
Thank you. Is this something that could be delayed for a year or two, these phases, a couple of these phases? I
No,
guess-
because of
Not with the
ARPA.
ARPA funding, I don't think so. We have to, correct me if I'm wrong, Les, spend it by the FY '24?
26.
26.
Yeah, 26.
Encumber by 2025 and spend by 2026.
Yeah, and covered by 2024.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
the projects themselves, Vice Mayor, could be delayed. It's the funding source that's the problem.
Yes.
Delaying it.
Thank you.
But we still would have to do design work to get the actual costs. And once the design work is done, we may have even lower numbers. We just don't know. We're basing it off of the previous project. Or we may end up having higher numbers because costs have gone up on infrastructure and
Sue?
fiber cabling.
I just wanted to add one quick thing. We are on the cusp of the next evolution,
Yep.
and that's artificial intelligence. Your broadband is your backbone, and the backbone has to be there for any organization. And I think artificial intelligence is going to transform cities and the way cities operate and provide services. Again, in 5 years, Vice Mayor, we have no idea what that's going to look like, but the broadband is definitely that backbone that we need for any of this technology to move forward.
So as you could tell, I was getting to the point of, can any of these be delayed and pushed off or what have you? I follow AI very, very closely right now, so fully aware of its capacity and capability and the companies that are using it. It's being used very diligently now by a lot of companies. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
First I wanted to clarify, so the original ARPA allocation for this, for broadbanding, for, which I know we spent some on, the cyber attack issue.
Yes,
What was the original number? 3.5?
3.8 million.
3.8?
We spent money on the FY '22 Solon Avenue Forest Main project to include our fiber infrastructure to the EOC.
So I guess my real point is, when we spend the 2.669 here, how much do we have to give back to our other projects after we spend all this of the money we originally allocated? I tried to look for it, but
I
I'm
don't
not seeing
understand
the
that
broad-
question either.
Okay, so my question is, we set out our ARPA funds, and I'm looking at the ARPA area here, and my budget started breaking apart, so I couldn't find it in there. So we allocated a certain amount for broadbanding.
Yes.
We spent down so much, and now we have this. My question is, we have 4 main projects that I'm trying to get money back to. How much is left of the original allocation for broadbanding with ARPA? Like how much, because I think the city manager just said, no, we've already prioritized this. This is what we recommend spending, meaning we still have money left to give over to other projects. What would that be?
We took $400,000 away from the Phase 5 to put towards the pool, I believe.
Right.
Okay, 400,000.
And that was for the Dunedin Golf Course, Sterling Park.
Say that again?
That was for Dunedin, the Sterling Park driving range building, and for the golf course, the clubhouse and the cart barn.
Oh, I got you.
So we
Okay.
took $400,000 out of the $3.8 million after we did the Solon Avenue and the cybersecurity.
Okay. Do we know what kind of costs we're talking about for equipment for free public Wi-Fi?
No, not at this time, because once we have the infrastructure in place, we determine how many Wi-Fi hotspots we will need, if we're going to purchase a particular type of furniture that has Wi-Fi in it that we don't know yet.
Well, Michael, in a sense of doing a city this size for public Wi-Fi, I mean, no, like, hey, it could be anywhere from $1 million to $10 million.
Oh, I nowhere near that.
Do you, okay, so
For the
like.
equipment side of it.
So
and
can you give me a range?
I'm just trying to think what we paid for our wireless appliances, like for this building, the Wi-Fi. Let's say a couple $100 per device. And let's say Edgewater Park takes 10 of them. So it might be $2,000, $2,500 just for the equipment. And then there's the installation costs, of course.
Okay, and maybe that's something you can firm up, because I mean, obviously, if the goal is public Wi-Fi, but we don't actually have the money for equipment, I just kind of like to understand if that's a big thing or a little thing, really. Which, based on what you just said, it might be a little thing.
I think it's gonna be a little thing.
Okay. Okay. And I've been pushing this issue from day one as something we could delay, that parts of these phases could be delayed. And I am hugely supportive of the direction of the broadbanding and public Wi-Fi. I think it's absolutely the wave of the future. For all the great reasons. All I know is we have 4 other projects that are priority projects, and unless we push this into those priority projects to be above those top 4 or above the bottom of the 4th, then I am in agreement that some of this could be pushed off to a later date. It's not a funding problem if you look at the fact that later on we'll just use penny to do this. So it's just penny, ARPA, those are all, you know, we can interchange those dollars, including general fund capital. So I think we have plenty of things to spend the ARPA money on and make the deadlines, and some of this can wait. So that'll be part of mine. And I get it. I completely am, and I also think this was partly what ARPA wanted to happen, the broadbanding. I get all that. But unless somebody's telling me they want this to go ahead of one of those 4 projects, I don't get how this is going to jump into one of those projects. This could wait to 2028 when the next level of penny comes.
I think, and I hear what you're saying, and I'm not discounting it, but again, we're not even looking at the 4 projects and have not gotten the recommendation
but I'm just
from the city manager.
I'm not speaking of the Skinner piece. I get that's a one-time
Yeah,
issue when Skinner's.
but I'm not even speaking about any of it.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that Jennifer has already removed money and putting money towards. Let's let her finish out her plan and have her present it. Again, we thought we were going to be talking about these projects today.
No, I get it, but again, Commissioner Torringa brought up the, setting it back. And I think the answer was it's a funding problem. Well, it's not a funding problem because we can just push some of the money into the ARPA and interchange it with penny, and then it's not a funding problem at all. All these things are interchangeable, so I'm just making that point. That's it. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Well, I think we need to see what the recommendation is going to be. Anything, Commissioner?
Quick question. These cost estimates are based on the fiber and the undergrounding of that fiber. No equipment.
No equipment, no.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
The only thing I'd like to add is if we push things out till FY28, keep in mind, I see in the plan there's a huge funding for Gladys Douglas Park, and if you move a nature center building there and eventually you want network connectivity there, you'd have that property, you'd have the Sterling Park driving range building, the golf course area, all those buildings, and the marina not on the city's secure network. They would require a third-party carrier like we are now. I have a concern about not putting those buildings on the city's own fiber network, that we're relying on third parties, that if they ever have a cyber attack or some incident, we have to rely on them, that they make sure they're maintaining their systems, where to put all our buildings connected on our network would put us in a much more safe condition.
And I appreciate what you're saying, Michael. Sure. Thank you.
Okay, and I think in August when we come back, I think it's important to, because this was a thing, I think we need to have a report about what you removed. I think, not a report, but, and why you're recommending what you're recommending. Because I think what we've done is given some general consensus that maybe some things can shift. So as you're doing your recommendation, you would know that. What I don't want to do is usurp that until you come back. Okay. Thank you, Michael. Where am I at?
Okay, the next item is item 1D in the staffing, and it's the personnel request for 2024. And I'll turn it over to Teresa to go over the position request.
Okay, and again, the position requests are just the requests. They are not what's being recommended, correct?
Correct.
Jennifer?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. Teresa?
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Commission. Teresa Smalling, Director of HR and Risk Management for the city. The first chart that you're looking at is our staffing history that we show every year that kind of gives an indication of the number of authorized positions that are at the city. As requested by commission, we did break it out last year, showing the variable on-demand employees separately from the full-time equivalent regular employees. As the asterisk notes, the FY24 numbers, final numbers are still yet to be determined. So this is basically last year's chart. On to the next slide. As part of our class and comp study, the city also contracted with the consultant to conduct an organizational review of our four largest operational departments, and that would be community development, parks and recreation, public works, and utilities. And so in putting this chart of personnel requests for FY24 together, departments were tasked with looking at the recommendations from the organizational review based on priority of need. And so we have it broken down by whether it's a reclassification or a new position, and whether it was recommended through the organizational review or based on a department need. Just going over the reclassifications, as you can see, the reclassification request from the city manager's office is for the assistant to the city manager to be reclassed to a strategy and innovation manager, and to oversee a division called strategy and innovation. And then the deputy fire marshal position was requested, and that would a fire inspector, Jorge Danny Castillo, who has met all the requirements and more for becoming a deputy fire marshal that has been recommended by fire as the need in the department requires. In Parks and Recreation, the administrative assistant, Monica Roble, has been recommended for reclassification to a senior administrative assistant with the expansion of her duties in the Parks Maintenance Division. And then under Public Works in the Fleet Services Division, as part of the organizational review recommendation, was for one of the lead mechanics to be reclassified to a shop foreman, and that would be Joe Oganowski. Any questions on the reclassifications?
I think, again, we're going to talk about all of this, and I know our liaison over here is looking at all of this on our behalf.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you.
So I'm just a little uncomfortable with being the liaison for a pay plan, because you don't make friends and influence people when you do pay plans. That's the job of Teresa.
Yeah, but this is
But
recommendations
yes.
from our comp and class
Yes.
studies. So
But yes,
gotta-
I'm working with them, and
And
but I
we
had
need you to go through all the details, remember, so that
Yep.
when we come back, we don't need to see a lot of the details.
May I clarify, though?
Sure.
So the commissioner is looking at the class and comp study and those positions as they relate to the class and comp, but there are other positions here which are outside of that, which we have not placed before the commissioner to review and normally would not.
Got the reclassifications?
Right.
Right.
Correct.
That's
And then
something
there's
you
some
would
well said.
normally
Right,
do
right.
on your own?
Well said. Correct.
Okay,
And then put before all of you for approval at the same time.
gotcha. So is that what your question is?
No, actually, my question was, I missed, Teresa, when you said what the strategy and innovation manager title.
Yeah,
who
aren't
is-
you going
what
to do a
posi-
presentation on
What
this?
position is that?
Yeah, so that's the assistant to the city manager, Nicole Delfino. We're creating a division, and I want it to be strategy and sustainability, and that is to look at our strategic planning processes and also our sustainability. You know, the commission had a lot of comments on sustainability, Ready for 100, and those types of things, and so I'd rather get this organized in kind of like an innovation zone, if you will, where we're really looking at the future and the future direction of the city in a division under the city manager's office. So that's that position. And also, it is Nicole's birthday today, so if you're not going to approve this, let's do it later.
Happy birthday.
Well, the good news is I'm not ready to approve anything today, so on this, but
There
happy
you
birthday.
go, there you go. That's right.
Right. All right, so you're gonna tell us more about that in
Yes,
August?
absolutely, yes, yes.
Okay. Anybody else have questions then? We'll just,
I'll wait till August.
yeah. Okay, thank you, Teresa.
So, with the new positions, did we want to talk over the new positions?
Yes,
Okay, go ahead.
you just need to go over them briefly.
Okay, so,
Is this in rank order, though, just so I understand?
no,
Okay,
it's not
I
in
thought
rank
you
order.
said it was about rank order.
So, to be brief and brilliant, the organizational review recommendations are based on, one of the findings of the organizational review was that we are in, for the most part, a very reactive organization. We do not have the ability to do some of our proactive maintenance, inspections, especially internally, especially in the the facilities maintenance area, as well as in the water plant. So what you see before you, and I won't go through everyone, is basically the organizational review recommendations that would help to make the organization more proactive. And then the ones that are not designated as organizational review recommendations are requested by departments based on need, whether through succession planning or in assisting the director in the operations of the department, as well as replacing a position that was removed from solid waste. The sustainability program manager was removed from solid waste, and there is still need for some kind of sanitation recycling program specialist, as well as the environmental specialist in stormwater. That's it.
Okay, any questions? Because we're going to review, you have not made your recommendations yet. And again, that's part of August, and I just want to remind everybody, especially my colleagues, currently, we only have a half day scheduled on that day, August 15th. It needs to be a full day, and Donna will adjust that, but I'm just letting you know that now. So in case you have any plans, you can change them quickly. Okay, thank you.
So the last slide just basically shows a summary of the estimated fund impact by fund. And the 382 does include the reclassifications. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
We gotta get you to do it.
Are you leaving?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I said I give
Gotcha.
up trying to put my budget back in. I'm good.
Okay, so we'll move on to the next item. Next class of items.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll be moving into the revenue and expenditure analysis for the various funds. And we have some baseline information for 2024 we'd like to go over first. Starting with our AVLR and revenue information. This is information as of May 30th, 2023. Our total taxable property value increase in the fiscal year 24 was 11.72% increase for our city in the proposed budget. I want to mention that our proposed budget was published on June 30th. We got our final certification on July 1st. The AV, there was a slight AV increase. It went from 11.72 to 11.75, a very small increase. And that dollar amount's about $3,600. Pretty small, but there was a small increase in addition to what we have in the general fund now. Also, the taxable value for the TIF in the CRA for 2023, as of May 30th, was 17.08% growth, and July 1st, numbers were slightly higher at 17.17, so that was just slightly higher too for the CRA fund. So very good news for property tax growth in 24 for our city. The fiscal year 24 budget is based on our millage rate of 4.1345 mils. We've had this millage rate since 2016, that's the last 9 years. A maximum millage rate of 4.1345 for 24 was brought to commission and approved by the City Commission on July 13th. This is information on the North County's millage rates and this is for the current year, for 2023. This slide shows the millage rates for the northern cities in the county, and you can see that we've pretty consistently been the third one down as far as in comparison to the other millage rates. Are there any questions on this?
Well, I just want to remind you that I asked earlier for a list like this with cities that don't have a police department, because I think it's much more fair to compare that. The top 4 all have their own police department.
Okay,
And Dunedin, Old Smart, Safety Harbor don't. So when you compare it that way, it's a completely different story. I don't care that it's North County, just wherever.
Okay.
You know, I don't think it matters. I mean, it's good to have this, but I think we have to compare, you know, I mean, that's a major reason why those cities' millage rates are so much higher.
True. Okay. This is the millage rate history here. It shows the millage rate from 2013 through 2024 proposed budget. And you can see we've had steady AV growth for a number of years at the same millage rate since 2016. Next slide. So some information on 24 revenues. The general fund, there's some highlights and some changes. The general fund, other taxes had an increase of 6.6% or $335,000 compared to the 23 budget. And other taxes includes our electric services tax and our communication services tax, and that's the tax on cable and satellite television, that sort of thing, video and streaming. The increase is mainly due to the electric services tax has increased about $250,000. A lot of that's Duke Energy's rise in rates. So we've got quite an increase in 24 of $250,000 for that line item. For the penny fund, we've got a 12.6% increase in our penny revenue compared to the 23 budget. And the 23 budget was conservative. We budgeted conservatively, consistent with the county's estimates. The estimated actual revenues in 23 are 5.480 million and 9.8% more than our 23 budget. We're projecting a 3% increase in 23 compared to the 23 actual penny revenue. We think that's reasonable based on the first 8 months of actual penny revenue this year. And for our 24 budget, we're budgeting 2.5% growth over our current 23 projections. There'll be more discussion on the penny revenue later in the slides. Next is county gas tax. We've had pretty slow growth in this area, this revenue source. Revenues are budgeted at 1% increase in 24 over 23, and that's consistent with what the county's showing right now for 24's budget. And for our utility funds, we've got our solid waste increase of 4%, and then our water wastewater rate increase of 6%, and stormwater is at 1.5%. And on the expenditure side, so there's some high-level comments. For salaries and benefits, we've got, in our 24 budget, we have a 3.5% merit increase for all employees, with the exception of the fire union employees that are covered under a collective bargaining agreement with the city. No changes to the minimum or maximums at this point. Our compensation study is still being worked on and near completion. We've also included a 4% increase in all funds to account for the potential increase in the results of the compensation study, and that's been underway for a number of months in near completion. So we've got the 4% plus the 3.5, which is 7.5%. And then for 24 proposed budget, we have budgeted a benefit increase for health of 5% at this point in the 24 budget. We're still fine-tuning the health estimates, working with Teresa and Garing, but we've got 5% now. We think that's reasonable. And for operating costs, we mentioned earlier that the goal was 2% over operating, and that was not an easy task in some of the funds that was, as we walked through here with inflation and different things going on. Starting with the general fund, cost increase for the general fund were about 12.5% year over year, or about $1.3 million increase over 23 and 24. And the key items for that was we've got some repair and maintenance for roof replacements at the community center, the Fine Arts Center, and also the sheriff's building at the fleet facility, and total roofing cost increase of $900,000. Also, Dunedin Causeway restroom renovation is a new project at $100,000. We have an increase in the community tree planting of $281,000 over 23, and an increase in our law enforcement contract in the general fund of $385,000. In the solid waste fund, an increase of 7.9%, or $274,000 in 24 over 23, and that's due to the addition of an increase in professional services to evaluate and improve services and efficiencies of $75,000, and also an increase in outside labor of $60,000, and an increase in recycling processing fees, disposal, and tipping fees of $100,000 in the solid waste fund. And for water wastewater, we have an increase, large increase in operating costs of 16.5% in 24 over 23, or near $1 million. And then we've got mostly due to professional services. One is we put a rate study in for the wastewater fund to have that begin early next year, and that's $120,000 budget in 24 that's not in 23. We also have the cost for hardening the wastewater administrative building and replacement of windows at a cost of $300,000. We have operating chemicals and supplies for wastewater have increased $155,000 year over year. Annual licensing fees for water meter registers at a cost of $90,000. And we have miscellaneous admin and repair cost increases for credit card charges and utility bills, and also diesel fuel costs as well. For the facilities fund and internal service fund, a 10.2% increase, or $112,000 increase, mainly due to a $73,000 increase in the custodial contract and an increase in the fire sprinkler inspections and generator inspections of $11,000. For the golf operations fund, we have a large increase here, and a lot of that has to do with just in 2023, we budgeted 3 months of activity for the golf fund, and now in 2024, we're budgeting the full year for the golf course, and full year for some employees, and then 7 months for another portion of employees. So we'll be talking more about the golf fund later on in the presentation, but there's some big changes there because of the time frame we budgeted last year versus nearly the full year in 24. And the risk fund is an increase of 23%. This is due to a projected increase in mainly property insurance. We're still working through the risk fund with the Director of HR and Risk Management and the consultants to fine-tune that, but property insurance is increasing dramatically this year. Health fund, we have an increase, I mentioned, of 5% projection right now, and we are still fine-tuning that as well. The IT services fund has an increase of 43%, or a $370,000 increase due to mainly, we're going to the cloud version of Munis, Tyler Munis, and that's about $124,000. We've also got costs for managed detection and response, protection and monitoring system. That's a new item, $75,000 in 24, and also cybersecurity initiatives of $65,000. So that goes over the highlights of the different funds and and now we're going to go in, starting with the long-range funds. I want to mention that last year we added a couple of pages in the 23 budget book, and we also have it in this year. And I just want to mention it for reference. On page 82 and 83 in the budget document, we have a summary of a list of projects with multiple funding sources, and it shows projects such as Skinner Boulevard, Complete Streets Project, or the Highlander Aquatic Complex, and shows the different funding sources for those projects. Now, moving to the, starting with the general fund.
Yeah, we'll do the general fund because that's where I'll have a lot of questions. And probably after that, we'll take our lunch break. And I only say that because I know that Commissioner Franny has an appointment she's going to have to get to, even though she doesn't have the call.
Okay.
Yet.
Yep, not yet, but close.
Right.
Be in 10, 15
So we'll
minutes.
just knock out general fund and then take our lunch break.
Okay. Starting with the general fund, as you know, the general fund is the city's primary operating fund and includes the funding for many departments. Some brief background, on June 1st, we presented our draft workshop for the business plan. Staff mentioned some challenges in balance the 24 budget at that time. Prior to June 1st, we had reduced the general fund budget by $927,000 with different business initiatives and capital projects were moved to future years, and some were moved to another fund or moved completely to assist in balancing the 24 budget. Since that time, there have been some adjustments and fine-tuning of the 24 budget. The proposed general fund budget is above the 15% reserve requirement. It includes, as I mentioned, the 3.5% merit, and also includes the 4% adjustment for the potential cost increases from the compensation study. In 2025 and future years, there's a projected shortfall of $1.3 million. That has improved quite a bit since our business plan. The business plan, that shortfall was $2.3 million. A lot of that was due to our assessed value increase for our property taxes that those numbers were not in the business plan. We had 7% growth in the business plan, and now we have 11.72. The shortfall represents the excess of expenditures over revenue over the 5-year time frame in the general fund. Now, a few highlights on the general fund. Property tax revenue has increased 11%, as mentioned earlier, due to the AV increase in 2024 of 11.72. Licensing fees and permits have increased 10.9%, or $320,000, due mainly to the increase in electric franchise fees of $250,000. The intergovernmental revenues have decreased by $660,000, or 10.8%. This is due to, in 2023, we budgeted $1 million for ARPA, and in 2024, we have no funding in general fund for ARPA. So that's one big change in 2024 versus 23. And that is offset in 2024 by an increase in the revenue sharing revenue of $100,000 and an increase in our half-cent sales tax in the general fund of $175,000. We budgeted in 23 sales tax conservatively, and actuals are coming in slightly better in 2023, so we are making a small adjustment to increase 24's revenue stream. The miscellaneous revenue adjustment is, there's a large increase there of 72%, and that's due mainly to, we've increased interest earnings in 24 by about $285,000. We had a very low interest budget in 2023. The market's changed a lot, as we've talked before, and our portfolio is earning near 3.8% now, and it was a year ago it was below 1%, so it has changed dramatically with the Fed interest rate increases. And moving to the expenditures, personnel costs are up 7.1% in the general fund, or $1.3 million, due primarily to the merit increase of 3.5%. Also, we have mentioned the 4% adjustment, which is the estimated increase for the compensation study, and that's about a $550,000 number, that 4% amount we have set aside. The health cost increase is $125,000. The fire pension increase, fire pension did go up this year. The increase was $172,000 in their rates for their retirement. And also want to mention there have been no new proposed positions are included in the 24 budget at this time, and they're still under review by the city manager. For the operating cost, we have a 13.8% increase in 24 over 23, due mainly to community tree planting has increased by $287,000 in 24. The property insurance is increasing $165,000. The ISF for building maintenance has increased $232,000. The law enforcement contract has gone up $384,000 year over year. And we have, as mentioned before, repairs and maintenance to roofs and HVACs of $905,000 more in 24 than 23. And we have a Duke electric cost increase of $276,000. And for the capital, we have an increase of just over $1 million in fiscal year 24 over 23. And that's due mainly to a few projects. We have the park maintenance, court resurfacing, and the Purple Heart Park, and batting cages total $300,000. And also for the fire department, we have new projects for the logistics building, the foundation for the fire tower, and the tethered drone and decom washer, which total $318,000 together. And transfers out, we have an increase of $585,000, and that's due to we've increased the contribution to the stadium fund in 24. Last year, we did not contribute to the stadium fund. We felt that we had had enough reserves to not contribute in 23, but in 24, we are contributing again, and we've increased it to 365 because of the increase in the property insurance, and we're still fine-tuning those numbers, but at this point, we've increased that transfer to the stadium to 365,000, and that number may change throughout the budget process, but right now, that's the number we're seeing right now with the increase in the liability and property insurance. And also, we have a one-time transfer from the general fund to the golf course we have capital monies of $234,000 that will be transferred to the golf course fund to help pay for the restoration project. We also have and then we have then we're to the assumptions for the general fund. In 2024, we talked about the estimates in 25 through 29. These are the current county estimates for future property tax growth. In 2025, they're projecting 5.9%, and 2026, 4.3, and then 3.9, 3.4, and 3.1. They're slightly different than last year's, but they're pretty close to last year's. Other taxes is 2% growth estimate. Intergovernmental revenue, I mentioned before, one big change is the ARPA funding of $1 million was in 23, and that's zero in 24. Charges for services are 2.2% increase year over year in the plan. And salary and benefits, the merit increase is 3.5% from 25 to 29. And the benefits are 6% estimate, which is consistent with prior years. Operating costs are from 25 to 29, 2% growth. And non-CIP is just 1% growth. And this is the 24 proposed budget for the general fund, and this is shown on page 84 through 89 in the proposed budget document. And as mentioned earlier, the 24 budget is balanced. The available reserve amount at the end of 24 is projected to be 15.6% and above our target of 15. The general fund long-range plan does present budget shortfalls not being addressed, and we also show them being addressed, and those are those two yellow highlighted rows that we have there. On this page, towards the bottom, there are some red font numbers that I do want to point out, and it's titled, the row is titled Revenue Over Expenditures. And if you look from 23 to 29, we've got, you've got red numbers. That basically means that for those years, the revenues are less than expenses each of those years. There's the first yellow highlighted row is showing the estimated available fund balance at 15.6%, and that's above our target. If you look at the 25 year, it shows that it drops to 11.1%, and then it goes lower in 27, and then it becomes less than 1% out to 29. And that's our budget without addressing the shortfall. And if you go to the bottom highlighted row in yellow, this is the same information, but we're addressing the shortfall in this, and we're showing that we have an estimated average shortfall over the 5-year period from 25 to 29 of $1.3 million, and that's just the average over that 5-year period. And as mentioned before, the estimated shortfall can be addressed with reductions in expenditures or services, or an increase in revenue, or it could be a combination of either one of those. The budget for 24 that we have is balanced, but I want to mention that it's balanced mainly due to we have a very good carryover, a large carryover of 25%. That's if our projected carryover in 23 is 25%, and that is really helping us balance the 24 budget. The estimated shortfall amount needs to be addressed in the outer years, and again, there's different ways to address the shortfall. So that kind of highlights the general fund. And again, we are balanced. No new positions in here at this time, and we still may have slight changes to the insurance cost and the health cost. We're still fine-tuning those numbers.
Okay, questions? Vice Mayor, any questions?
I do have some questions.
Okay.
The listing under other taxes, you have property tax and you have other taxes for revenue. Okay, do you mind just summarizing those taxes?
The other taxes include the electric services taxes, and that's for electric service taxes, that's the charge for the Duke electric portion that we get, and then also it includes the communication services tax, that's the tax on cable, satellite television, video, and streaming and phone services.
That's a nice bit of change for us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the electric services tax and the franchise both are going up in 24, and a lot of that has to do with, Duke's increased their rates over the last, from January to April, about 14% for commercial, and I think pretty close to that also for residential. So that's we're getting some of that benefit on the revenue side.
And then we have other charges for service. Which is a large sum, $8 million.
Yeah, charging for services, that includes a lot of things. That includes
parks, everything from
parks, everything, right? Exactly. A lot of it's parks. Yeah.
Recovered charges and covering charges and the like. I have a question about the expenditures on the personnel. So obviously we've got an increase there, and I can't remember specifically what I was going to be asking, but I assume that takes in the 7.5 and
correct.
Nothing else. You stated that nothing else was in the personnel.
Yeah, that includes the 7.5. It also includes a small increase in pension for fire, and also includes the 5% estimate in health cost. It
Right.
includes a combination of those, but most of it is a 7.5% increase.
Okay, thank you. And then on the operating, this is the same point we were making before. That's not 2%, right? That's much more, over 10%, right?
Yeah, that's like 11 or 12%. Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're all aware of that.
But I'm going to say, though, aren't you considering, the 12% includes capital stuff, like maintenance capital. The 2% operating is kind of for the day-to-day functioning.
Correct.
That's correct.
Yeah, just to clarify that, so when we started drafting the budget, the departments were told that they couldn't increase their budgets by more than 2% for operating. So, there are other things that increase the, cost of maintenance, the cost of, right. Exactly.
Which is the list that you just gave us, but the operating piece.
Right.
You looked at it differently than what is shown here. What's shown here got capital stuff in it, or
It's got repairs and maintenance. It's
Right.
got-
Right, repairs
right,
and maintenance.
Right, that's correct.
Sorry.
The roof
I'm-
replacement and all that.
Yeah.
It shouldn't have capital stuff. Capital stuff is listed.
It
I'm
has
saying
repair
it
and
wrong,
maintenance, but
repairs
also
and maintenance.
with the 2% that we put on the departments, they can't increase their operating expenses. That doesn't include things that are out of their control, like
Right.
the electrical cost and the ISF charges from the ISF funds, like facility maintenance and stuff, because that's completely out of their control. It's their operating costs, like their supplies,
Right.
those sorts of things.
When they submit their budget to the city manager's office, we told them no more than 2%.
So thank you for that clarification, because that doesn't run, that runs this way all the way through all of the accounts, so. I just wanted to have that clarified for everyone's sake. And that's pretty much it.
Okay, any questions? Commissioner Franny? Commissioner Walker?
Just a quick question on the calculation of the fund balance as a percent of the operating budget. What goes into that operating budget number?
Yeah, that's a good question. That is the personnel, the first line under expenditures, the operating costs, and the non-reoccurring operating. Those three numbers go into that calculation.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Two things. When we come back in August, and I'm sure that my colleagues feel the same way I do, you know, you see the general fund and you see the sea of red. I mean, we're going good into the next year as far as our reserves, so I'm not worried about that. But you see this sea of red. And every year we say, oh, we're going to need a millage rate increase in the next year or two. That drives me insane, because every year we don't. I'm not saying we're not gonna, okay? I'm not making that value judgment, because I do think at some point there's probably something that's going to need to be done. So what I'm asking to bring back for August, okay? Remember last year you gave us what I'll call it, the more realistic projections. We have I'll say an unwritten policy, which I agree with, that we use the county's projections. And can I just tell you, I'm really only interested in the CRA and the general fund. That's it. Because those are the two big things that property tax and that kind of thing affect. I'd just like to see what you really think it's going to be. And actually, it might be nice to see that for Penny too, but just because we're going to be talking about the projects. Do you think you could do that like you did last year? I'm not going to ask you to put it in the budget book.
Sure, yeah. We can do that. Sure.
I just think it would be beneficial. And then my other thing is, and I guess I'm going to look to you, because right now, again, we see the sea of red. What are we doing to where we're going into 25, projection is at 11% reserve, and then 26 is at 8%. What are we doing to combat that?
So first of all, as far as those numbers go in the red, I mean, what we're doing is projecting out to fiscal year 2029.
Yeah, and I don't care about
So-
29.
Right.
It's so far away.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the next 2 years.
Right, I understand that, but for the fact that our ad valorem taxes for fiscal year 2024 and 2025 are going to impact that number moving across the board there.
Sure.
Which is why, as the mayor had said, every year we think that we're going to need a tax increase because of those numbers in red, but because, you know, our tax rate is performing well.
So well.
Right. Our property values are performing well, that's what moves that number. So when we go into the next year, as far as the budget goes, looking at where we are in the general fund, we look at what we're going to carry forward, you know, as far as, for example, next year, it'll be fiscal year 2025, and then get with the departments as far as what our expenditures need to be and where we need to hold the line, which kind of circles back to what the vice mayor is talking about, a 2% operating increase or something like that, until we get to the point where we can get to that 15%, which is our policy as far
Right.
as the reserve goes. So, you know, we really do it year to year. As far as a long-range plan, how we're going to address that in particular, we don't have anything in place for addressing that number in particular. It's more of a year to year, how it is we're going to draft the budget and present it to all of you. So,
Okay, so at this point,
mhm.
you're looking at this like, okay, 2024, we're good as far as the reserve,
Right.
right? So you're not looking to make, I mean, barring the discussion of rollback, barring any of those other discussions, moving projects out, whatever, barring all of that, you're looking at that and saying, okay, I don't need to make a plan for 2025 at this point.
Well, actually, the plan is inherent within that long-range plan because we have the list of the projects. So could you go to the next slide? Where we have the list of projects for the general
They're
fund
not
long-range
there.
plan.
Yeah, those are,
They're not included in our slides.
yeah,
Okay,
those are in the book, yeah.
So there's a list of projects, and we actually went over this last night with the golf club. There's a list of projects, and the projects are listed by year. And
Right,
those move
we
in
know
and
that.
out and back as we move along in order to balance the fund for this year and next year. So we are looking at subsequent years and moving projects most likely back, sometimes even forward if it's an urgent project.
Sure.
But we are looking at it holistically, but it's difficult to say this is our plan because we don't know where we're going to end up with
Right.
our property values for next year. We don't know where the penny is going to end up for next year, and that's why we have these projections within the budget. And our budget moving forward is based upon those projections. To the mayor's point, which is what she asked Les and Ashley to do, is tell us what more realistic
What do you really
projections are.
think?
Yeah, we need something.
Best
when
gut check.
Yeah, and our projections within our budget are predicated upon what we get from Pinellas County.
Yeah.
And their Office of Management and Budget, because we need something to put our back up against. We can't just say, okay, we think this year it's going to be this and this year it's going to be that. They have an entire staff who that's all they do is look at where the county is as far as property values go. So really, we look at the entire, across the board, fiscal years 2023, which is where we are right now, where we were when we dropped this budget, and all the way through 2029 to ensure that it's balanced year to year.
Well, and when we looked at that last year, it was extremely helpful. Because, for instance, and I don't remember the numbers, I could go back and look at it, but like what we're seeing in 25, the reserve at the end is 11%. But when we looked at the realistic, it pumped it up.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we all agree and we all have agreed that the conservative point of view we take is appropriate for planning purposes and to be consistent with the county. That's something we decided to do right when you first walked in the door, Les. I think all of those are the appropriate things to do. But I think it's helpful as we're making decisions to see what do we really think is going to happen. And it's not in the budget book, it's not how we're operating, but, especially for 25. So just for general fund, CRA, and penny, I think that would be helpful in our decision making. But the big thing that this shows me is, and again, if we're going to do a rollback, yeah, we can take out projects, but we're going to have to take out so many projects because of the future of what you're showing us right now.
Right, and one other quick comment is, again, we've assumed 4% impact from the compensation study. If it's dramatically more than that, that's going to change these numbers.
I get that.
Big time, yeah.
Well, so when you come back in August, you're probably going to show us the conservative view as of August with those numbers and the numbers of the positions, right, in there, and then the realistic with the projections there with those extra numbers. So I think that'll tell us something.
Yeah, we can do
But
that.
I think with the rollback, I mean, I don't know how you do a rollback when you're looking at going down to 11 to 8 to 6, essentially 3 and 0. Again, I don't care about 28, 29, because so many things will change. But I don't know. Okay, so it's 12:15. Let's take our lunch break. Commissioner, you're going to need an hour, right? I'm assuming.
I am. I'm still waiting. Once the call comes, it could be.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and take our break now instead of because if we go into the next thing, we might be sitting here for 20 or 30 minutes.
Yep.
Welcome back to our July 18th City Commission Budget Workshop. Hopefully everybody got a nice break and lunch and everything they needed to do. Commissioner Franny is going to be running late. She knows we're plugging away. She will be back later this afternoon for sort of the commission consensus direction, if any. So having said that, we'll move on to the Stadium Fund.
For some Stadium Fund highlights, starting with charges for services, they're decreasing by $33,000 in 2024, and that's due to a reduction in the budget for naming rights revenue in 2024. The actual revenue has been trending lower than that the last couple of years, so we're adjusting to actuals for that in 2024. Transfer in, we talked about from the general fund. I won't go over that again. And then on the operating, we've got an increase of 77,000, and that's for the increase in insurance cost, or estimate for insurance costs that we mentioned. We're still working on insurance costs, but we're expecting them to increase quite a bit in '24. And for the assumptions in the Stadium Fund, I mentioned the transfers in before. We've increased those to 350,000 for now, and we may still be adjusting those numbers before August 15th. And the expenditure assumption, the 3% increase. And for the overview of the fund, just a couple comments. This is on page 90 and 91 of the budget document. The '24 budget includes the normal operating costs for the stadium and PDC projects or facilities. We show at the bottom of the page the reserve for capital in 2024 and future years. We set aside reserves per our agreement with the Blue Jays for naming rights and ticket revenue each year. Are there any questions on the Stadium Fund?
Okay, we'll start at this end. Commissioner Walker, anything? Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I do. I'm catching up. We're on page 90, correct?
Yes, 90, 91, yeah.
The intergovernmental there for the 20 budget.
Mm-hmm.
That $1 million, correct?
Correct.
Can you just explain, just say what that is?
Yeah, that is that's the payments we get from the state. We get those monthly from the state, and we get those, and then we make the debt, the state pays us, and then we turn around and make the debt service payments for the state loan for the Stadium Fund.
Yeah, so for anybody that's listening, that was the whole general concept of how this was all presented, and that's how we end up with the debt the way we ended up with it, because it came through us, and the government was going to pay us this kind of money.
Correct.
On a yearly basis.
And we actually get,
Vice Mayor, that is the $1 million a year for 20 years, which was the state grant.
Thank you, Vince. And so then the debt the miscellaneous, the team of the 1.654, that's the same.
yeah, the majority of that is the Blue Jays payments for their debt service. The Blue Jays pay us every 6 months in advance of our debt service payments per their agreement, and that's a 25-year loan, a bond, 25-year bond.
And then on that the operating is 780, so we pay that.
Yeah, the operating costs are primarily the insurance costs, which I mentioned, are going up, and also property taxes are the majority of that line item.
And that's interesting because we've discovered we had to pay property taxes where people would assume we might not be paying property taxes, correct?
Lights, do you want me to answer?
Go ahead.
It wasn't a
Blue Jays-
discovery. We knew that going in.
Yeah, we knew that,
Yeah.
The Blue Jays pay the first 150, and then we split the balance.
Yes, thank you very much. And that's got a lot of history with it, right?
Yeah.
On the, are we okay here regarding the revenue over and under? I just wanted to ask that question. That just kind of goes out towards the end here in the year 2028 and 2029.
Mm-hmm.
We have We have a underage. Are we okay?
Yeah, I mean, most years are positive numbers, and, you know, we've got a decent reserve balance there, so yeah, I think, I have no concerns with what's there, yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gao?
No questions, Mayor. Thank you.
I got a couple of questions. The charges for service that Vice Mayor just mentioned, why are we only putting 172 in 27 and 28? Why is it not the 358?
I'm not sure I follow that question.
Okay, charges for service line under revenue.
Right.
We have the 358 in 24, 25, and 26, and then we have 172 in 27, 28, and 29. Why such a change?
I'll have to get back to you on that one, okay? Yeah.
I think it's a mistake.
Well,
I mean,
I'll have
unless
Ashley
you
check
had
that.
like a theory behind it.
Yeah, what's included in that line item is the parking that we collect. We put in 45,000, and then the naming rights, but we're thinking that the 186 might be in Canadian dollars, and then the charge for the surcharge, which is $2 a ticket, which we receive.
I get it, but I mean, okay, so maybe in August,
We'll clarify that.
yeah, the 358
We'll confirm it.
versus 172 in revenue, somehow I think that's a mistake.
We'll double check it.
It should be the same, roughly the same every year.
Yes.
So I think that's a mistake, which is why we're looking at the over and under at the bottom, why there's red.
Yeah,
There shouldn't be red because our contract pretty much outlines everything. I mean, obviously if parking revenue stops and they don't have naming rights or, you know, something might change, but I don't see that happening anytime soon.
Yeah, we'll confirm that and get back to you.
Okay. Also, again, and you can bring this back later, but when you look at the bottom, the ending available fund balance, or the reserve for capital, sorry, the reserve for capital. I'm clear on that just keeps growing, right?
Correct.
It just keeps rolling, sorry, it just keeps rolling over and growing, right? So, I guess, Vince, at what point will we start working with the Jays on a capital plan? Because, I mean, obviously we don't need that right now. They're doing all their maintenance, they're doing all this stuff. But the major things like HP, I don't know if it's roofs or whatever, I don't remember. But at what point will we start plugging that in?
They pay for that the year 5 through 10, you know, we contribute, and then the rest of it's on the Blue Jays.
Right, but we're holding the money for that.
Yes.
So I mean, I think in the future, we would want to see what those plans are.
The capital replacement.
And again,
Yeah, just to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to do so it doesn't get too bad.
Yeah, they spent some of that money this year, a little bit, right, Vince?
Yes, on the
Yeah.
the stairs.
On the
I
stairs,
just
yeah.
think it's important to have that. You don't have to give me that in August. I don't need to, I just think it's important, even for next
Well-
year's budget, just to start laying it out, having something.
Right. Our obligation is 100 a year for 5 years, and basically the rest is on the Blue Jays. We also have a fund where the naming rights go, and so,
Right.
which is accumulating now. So we're thinking in somewhere after 5 years, 7 to 10 years, you know, there may start being some needs for that. But we're not going to, we're going to make sure that those facilities don't get run down.
Right, and
keep up with the
I
maintenance.
want to make sure that we're watching what's being done or not being done.
Well,
That's
yeah,
it.
Unless we have an account for where that capital money goes from different sources.
I got it. You need the plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, that's all I have. Next.
Okay, next is the impact fee fund highlights. Small increase in miscellaneous revenue that's just an increase in interest earnings in 2024. And then we had an increase in capital costs for $180,000. And that mainly is in 2024, we've got $180,000 that we're budgeting for the construction and development for the Gladys Douglas Preserve project, we put $180,000 into this fund and took it out of the penny fund to have this fund contribute towards that project. And for the assumptions, the estimates are based on, the revenues are based on estimates of known estimated development projects, and there's a small transfer in from CRA for parkland impact fees. And the overview of the fund is basically, this is on page 92 and 93 in the budget document, and it shows estimated revenues for the total impact fees. And this fund includes 4 impact fees. It includes multimodal, the parkland fee, the fire, and the police impact fees, or sheriff impact fees. And we've got a few more slides. We'll show the detail for each of those impact fees. And the first is the multimodal impact fee. And that is, again, revenue based on expected development or estimated development. For fiscal year 24 budget, we have the safety crossing improvement projects at various locations for $60,000, and that's also budgeted in 2025 as well at $60,000. For the parkland impact fee, in 2024, as I mentioned, we've budgeted $180,000 for the GDP project improvements. There's no projected expenses in fiscal year 25 and after at this time, or known projects at this time. The fund balance is projected to be $312,000 at the end of 2024. And then for the fire impact fee, there's no projected expenses in 2024 or future years at this time for this impact fee. And then the law enforcement fee, no projected expenses planned for 24 and future years at this time in that impact fee as well. And the last two have pretty small fund balances. We did spend some of the fire impact fee on the EOC a few years ago. Just want to point that out. A few years ago, we did spend some of that money. Are there any questions on the impact fees?
Questions?
No questions.
Rob?
No questions.
Okay, I have a couple. On the parkland impact fee, which is page 34 there, do you want to go back to that? Thank you. If you notice there's a pretty good size ending available fund balance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I wanted to see, are we saving that for anything? I'll look at you at Vince, or Laney, or whoever.
Let Laney cover that one.
Okay.
Good morning, Laney Sheets, Administration Superintendent. So when we redid the Parkland Impact Fee ordinance, it stipulated a percentage of the total funds that come into the fund over time that could be spent on development. Thus why the recommendation is only, of the monies that have come in since we've redone that ordinance, that is the maximum amount that we can put towards the Gladys Douglas Preserve at this time. So the remaining 80% that have come in, so the remaining fund balances are to address any future needs that the city has in park expansion. We do have within our Parks and Recreation strategic plan, we have still identified service area gaps throughout the city where we don't have parklands.
Okay, but not specifically now.
Correct. There is no immediate project on the future, just our strategic planning going forward to address any future needs.
Okay, so to be clear, because I'm just looking at one, if you look at the TV, which you can't, I don't know if you can see.
Can't.
But essentially, at the end of '24, we have 300,000, okay? And then by the time we hit 2029, we have 480. Okay, so you're saying that all of that money that's showing here has to be used for purchase of land?
Correct. Well, 20% of the difference of that could then go towards additional development, but the remaining portion has to be used for acquisition purchases.
Okay, because
when I was looking at it, I was thinking of the CRA with the City Hall property. I know we're already putting 180. Was that the 20% we were allowed to do?
The 180 is the maximum 20%.
Okay.
Yeah, per the ordinance, that's, so
No,
obviously.
no, I get
yeah.
it. I get it. I'm just asking.
Correct.
I wanted to be clear, because when I saw the money there, I mean, I wasn't sure, I know you all do a lot of things behind the scenes. I wasn't sure if we were saving it for something. I forgot about the percentage for development versus purchase, which I was a part of strictly wanting to adhere to, and I'm totally fine with that. But I thought, well, we could put more money in CRA and relieve them
Right.
of the money that we've increased there. But what you're saying is, no, we can't, because we've put the 20%.
Based on the cap, correct.
And all of the City Hall Park is in 2024?
Yes.
So you have to look at it that way.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. That answers my question on that. The fire impact fee fund, and I know that an impact fee is for increased residents. I get that. So you have to, follow strict state guidelines. However, when I'm looking at this, and there's money there, and we're talking about the 40,000 for training things, we have more residents, we know that from the census. Can we not use some of this money to cover that, so it doesn't come out of the general fund?
We can look at that, look into that.
Can we do that?
Yeah.
Jeff Parks, Fire Chief. The only caution I would say is if we do get some appropriation money from the state, we're going to have to show them we have some skin in the game, basically, is to say, if it is, we have to come up with 250,000.
No, I'm talking about the thing you want this year.
Right,
The
no, I
40
understand
grand.
that.
I'm just talking about the 40 grand.
Right, and what I'm saying is this money would be helpful to be used towards matching whatever the state would give us if we went that way. It
But
would
there's
still
not
be-
enough in there to be helpful for that size of a project.
Okay.
I'm just saying, because there's only
Right.
87,000 in there right now.
Right.
And there's not projected to be that much more. I would think that if we're going to match and get a grant, it would come out of penny.
Yeah, I just understood that the impact fee would have to be some kind of structural or vehicle or something like that to use it on. I'm not sure how that
Well, this
works.
is structural,
Yeah, it's a temporary building.
but it's a temporary structure.
Yeah.
Okay, can we check that?
Yeah, we'll check it out. Yeah.
Okay, but I'm just trying to think
Yeah, I'm not-
creatively,
yeah.
for the, okay, and, okay. That was everything for impact fee, okay.
Okay, the impact fee, public art, excuse me. A couple of highlights. First, license and permits are decreasing by $20,000. And we've got transfer in, and that decrease is mainly due to the fact that we're projecting very little development in 2024 that would go into this fund. That's why that's been reduced to $5,000. For the current year, this year, for 2023, as an example, for the first 9 months, the revenue is zero in 2023. We've had no developments that have contributed to this fund, so that's why we reduced 24. Transfer in, there was a transfer in last year from the building fund to assist with giving this fund some cash to keep it moving forward of $25,000, and there's zero in 2024. And operating expenses have gone down by $25,000. We're not budgeting any expenses really in 2024. This fund has a negative fund balance and cash balance. Currently, it's projected to have a negative cash balance or fund balance of about $13,000 at the end of '23. And staff is determining options for this fund moving forward. And transfers out of $8,600. That's the first payment, the first year of 3 years for the internal loan that they received last year for $25,000 from the building fund. And for the assumptions, Again, the revenues are based on estimated development projects. Transfers in, we talked about, and transfers out, those will be paid from 24 through 26 back to the building fund. And this is on page 94 and 95 in the proposed budget document. This fund is projected to be negative, as I mentioned, in 2023 and currently future years. We expect development projects electing to deposit the 0.5% of total project cost into the public art fund will improve. We're hoping that in the near future. You can see we have no expenditures right now in 24 to 29, and as I mentioned, staff is looking into options for this fund moving forward.
Questions? Rob, anything?
Yes. What kind of things are we able to procure with this fund? I know it says public art, but I'm kind of curious what the scope of that is.
So, if I may, we have an adopted public art ordinance, and the ordinance provides 4.5% of the construction cost of new construction to be placed in the public art fund. And from there, we do what's called a call to artists, an RFP. We have the Public Arts and Culture Advisory Committee. They act as the committee overseeing a call to artists. Typically, they identify the place and the type of art, and then the artists respond, and then we fund the art out of this fund.
So kind of like the tile work done at Pioneer Park?
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about on the knee walls?
Right.
That's public art. If we're going to do a mural or something like that, go ahead.
Oh, that makes sense.
But I just have to add, but it also is supposed to provide funding to take care of the current art that we own.
The funding for the current art that we own actually comes out of the department where the art is located.
Yeah,
far as
okay,
maintenance and
so like the big piece of public art in front of the community center would come out of Parks and Rec?
Correct.
Well, that doesn't make any sense, but okay.
No, I just kidding.
I mean, to
The
me,
departments aren't happy about it,
I'm
but-
just saying, to me, it just seems like public art should come from the public art.
Well, the problem is we're having a hard time paying for the public art out of that public art fund, so the departments need to maintain what we have.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Sorry, Rob, go ahead.
Well, no, actually, that was my second question is I'm assuming that there should be maintenance of the public art coming out of this fund. And you had referenced, or I don't know if you went into detail on it, but the get well plan on this is what?
Nicole, you want to cover that one?
So if I may, the get well plan on this is almost since the inception of the public art ordinance, we have had to, in order to pay for public art year to year, we've had to transfer in funds from another fund. It has to be paid back within 3 years. So the problem is essentially that the public art is actually, the fund is paid at CO. So that once a certificate of occupancy is issued, once they pay for their public art. So that said, essentially, you're waiting a period of time, maybe 1 or 2 years, in order to get the funds to place the public art. So we transfer the funds in and then pay that fund back, so we can keep the public art fund whole, if you will, and also continue doing public art projects. So the get well for this public art, this fund, it's been a struggle for the last couple years at least. The get well is actually to have a line item in the budget that will provide for public art instead of continuing to transfer funds in. Because right now, you see, actually, we're transferring funds in and transferring them back out to the fund that we originally paid for. If we don't do that, then we wouldn't have a public art project, if you will, a public art project. So that's what we're doing to keep this going. Once we have additional construction, then that's what seeds the public art fund. Another thing that we could do, when we adopted this ordinance, we allowed for projects to pay for their public art on site themselves. They'd have to go through the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee. It has to be an original piece of art by a public artist who's had other projects. That said, a lot of these projects are doing their public art on their site and not paying into our fund. The way that we took address that in a city I used to work for is that if you're going to do public art on your own property, then you have to pay additional funds to do it on your own property. as opposed to paying into the fund. So that's a cure, but it's not a major cure for this fund. It really isn't. The greatest cure for this fund is additional construction, so that we can take that 0.5% and put it in the public art fund. So until that time, until we can better seed this project, the cure is to provide funds from the general fund to the public art fund to continue our program.
Is it 0.5? We didn't go all the way to 1?
0.5?
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
what I thought. Okay. Rob?
So I know this is not a topic for this meeting, but at some point, do we need to review the ordinance on this?
Yeah.
I think that we do. I think that we do. We adopted the ordinance, and this type of ordinance, it's much like historic preservation ordinance. It's a brand-new ordinance. You put it in place, you work the ordinance, and then make adjustments if you have to in the future. And we're doing the same thing with historic preservation, as you know.
Yeah.
So I think that we do definitely need to take up this ordinance and review some better way to generate revenue and that type of thing.
Yeah, no, I think the intent is correct, and it's exactly what we should be doing. It's just the way we do it, I guess, is.
And just to add, the Arts and Culture Committee, which Commissioner Gao and Vice Mayor Tonga attended this last meeting, that was a big topic of discussion as to, what we need to look at as far as the master plan goes and bring forward some recommendations onto how, to amend that.
All right.
And
Thank
it's ironic that you just brought all that up, because that's my big note to myself is, A, we need to revamp this and look at it and see how we can fund it going forward, which I'm assuming will be a combination of a number of different things. But but I also have another ask, but it's not my turn to talk, so.
Thank you for passing that along, because I go right along with that. And thank you for that comment, and that was a concern, and it is a concern. We have that as a goal for us as a city, and I appreciate what the city manager said as well. So I guess we all know that we need to do something for that coming up, and so I'm just a supporter of that.
Yeah, I sing the same song.
Okay. We're talking about anything on public art? Did you
I
have?
just want to say, I thought you guys would be farther along by the time I got back.
Should have stayed away for a little longer.
I know, right?
Yeah, well, we didn't start until almost 20 after 1.
Should have stayed out in the car for a while.
Okay, so I do have an ask here, which I have already mentioned to the city manager, and I know everybody's supposed to be looking at what we can take out. But we're ending this year for '24 as a negative number, which is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life. And I don't want to just stop ourselves or a whole year, or stop our tracks, if you will, stop in our tracks. We know that you need to go look at the plan and revamp it. Well, you know how long that stuff takes, 6 to 8 months. So it doesn't help this fund at all, you know what I mean? Until next year. So what I'd like to ask is, you think we could find 25 grand to stick in there so that we have at least a token amount to do something with it? I'm looking at you. And you're not looking back.
I'm sure we can find 25.
Yeah, well, I got to get the consensus of my colleagues. Because it's got to pay the building fund back. And then it's, so it's not going to be that much money, but at least we can still do something.
May I just make a quick comment?
Sure.
So from the building side, we had some expectations, and we found that people were not so much providing the money, but they were providing their own art for their location. Yeah. So
which is still good.
It was just a faulty, not a faulty, I'm sorry. It was just a miscalculation perhaps on our part. Well, who knew? And they end up doing their own art.
Yeah, which is good.
Is that right?
No, Vice Mayor, it wasn't a miscalculation. When we adopted the ordinance, there was a lot of pushback from the development community. And so staff's recommendation was the 1%, and then we changed it to 0.5% for affordable housing as part of that package. But it was a calculated 1%. Now we're there. We can look at 1.5% to better fund our particular public art fund. And the reason why I think that we can do that is because I think at this point the development community understands the value of public art throughout the community. both as meeting our EPIC goals and as an economic development driver, too. I mean, you know, a city with public art and with good parks and that type of thing, a place where people want to live, is an economic development driver. So it wasn't a miscalculation, is all I'm saying, Vice Mayor. The commission did that on purpose.
Miscalculation meant some of these people wanted to do their own art, and we thought that they would pay into the art, and they didn't. They did their own art.
In those terms, yeah. More, yes, sir.
That's the
Yes, sir.
miscalculation.
More paid into the,
Not our fault.
their own project,
Yeah,
right. And
they
for
did.
a really good example of people who did that is us.
Well.
The C right there.
And I
you know.
would, right, and I would just add that, you know, we're not going to have a whole ton of development anyway.
No.
I mean, we're built out. Not
Well, there you go.
completely.
Yeah, there you go.
So we need an overall funding
Yep.
plan that
Yes.
considers that.
Right, but back to the miscalculation, when the developer does do the art, it's to the same dollar amount that they would have put into the fund.
That's right.
Yes.
Right, so it's just a matter of who spends the money on the art, whether it's the city
Right. I'd rather
or the
them do it.
developer.
That's correct.
And so I don't know that that's a miscalculation.
Oh, it's
of
about
it.
where the cash is going to come to fund that program, of us being able to choose where it kind of goes. Now they keep it where they wish to have it, which was their option. That's all I meant by the miscalculation.
Okay.
Sorry. You know what I mean? I was just trying to help.
Yeah.
That's all I meant by that.
It's all good. But
Anything else?
anything we can do to,
To fund it.
well, I guess back to the mayor's question, right?
Yeah.
She's got a question on the table.
Well, I mean, I just want to, you know, I just feel like I'm not trying to ask for the world. I'm just trying to say, I think, you know, with what you see right now, essentially what's coming in by licensing is going back into the building fund, which, by the way, has more money than God in it. Yeah, it hasn't gone down enough, and nor will it by the end of the decade, okay? So don't even talk about it's going down.
I'd be willing to entertain a dollar value going in as long as it's an annual conversation. So
Yes.
that we keep the move towards what else can we do to address the issue.
And I'm not saying permanently, I'm just saying for this year, until we can look at I would say if we're going to look at that master plan, that would be a business plan initiative.
Sure.
No, I'm not asking if I'm not asking you to make it that, I'm asking, should it be?
Yeah, if we're going to address a master plan like that in an ordinance, it should be a business plan initiative.
Or whatever, I'm not talking about a revamp of the ordinance or the master plan, I'm just saying,
Right.
I don't know. I want
Well-
to make sure we're covering all our bases, is what I'm
Right,
saying.
yes.
Because we have to have an overall funding strategy for the future. And if it's supposed to come out of general fund, or if there's going to be a contribution from certain departments, you know, you all will strategize that and what that can be, as well as how do we tweak what the developers pay, and anything other ideas that come. You know, Elizabeth might have ideas that we don't even know about, grant money.
Yeah, and those are all the top, in our last meeting, we talked about,
Right.
you know, multiple revenue sources, grants, the
Right.
the issue with grants and/or development is they're not guaranteed, where obviously this would be.
So and it doesn't have to, I'm not even saying 25 is the right amount. I'm just saying, I'm trying to show that it's a token amount so that it covers our loss there and still gives us a little money to do something. But, you know, I need my colleagues to say that they're okay with that, and if so, I would turn it to you, and you guys go back between now and August and tell us what you think you can do, if you can do something. If you come back and tell me you can't do anything, I'll accept that. I just hate to see this poor little fund that we put so much energy in, and we've got a committee that's got no money. You know, it just for 1 year, it just seems wrong.
Yeah, and I agree. And, to also echo the comment that green space and public art are economic generators.
They are. So I'll just ask, you guys look at it, see what you think you can do. And again, that's adding to the budget, not taking away. I understand that. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, see? Building fund. You wait till you see the next page.
That was a good lead-in, yeah. Some highlights of the building
I
fund.
want to live in your world. Go ahead.
George is decreasing license and permits by, I'm kidding, We're reducing license and permits by $100,000 in 2024 compared to 23. And I want to just briefly mention what the mayor had mentioned earlier, just a little background. In March of 2021, the City Commission approved the revised fee ordinance 21-12. The goal of that fee reduction was to work towards following State Code Section 553.80, which allows for no more fund balance carryover than the average of its 4 years budgets, the last 4 fiscal years. So we've been working towards that goal, making some progress. The next item is miscellaneous incomes increased a small amount for interest earnings for 24. Operating costs are increased by a small amount over 24 over 23. And I mentioned the transfer out before. The building fund transferred $25,000 last year to the public art fund. For the assumptions in the building fund, license permits and fees, 3% increase. Miscellaneous is 1%. Mentioned the transfers. Those are the transfers into the building fund. Those are the payments from the public art fund. The expenditure estimates are salaries 3.5% merit, benefits 6%, health, operating costs 2%, and then the transfer out we mentioned. For the overview, big picture, this is on page 96 and 97 in the budget document. The available fund reserves are projected to be $2 million at the end of 24. The reduction in the ordinance 2112, as mentioned, is projected over time to bring the fund balance down to 1.3 million in 26, which that 1.3 million is sort of the number we're looking for. That's pretty much the 4-year average that I mentioned in that code. So we believe we're gaining some ground here, not as quickly as we'd hoped, but we are gaining ground. We do talk to the auditors about this every year, and they've not had any major concerns yet on this. They see that we're working towards it, but I do have a discussion with them every year on this, brief discussion, and we will continue to monitor the revenues and expenditures in the fund to get below that maximum level in hopefully the next few years. Any questions?
Questions? Questions?
Just the personnel expenditure, does that whole department then essentially charge to this fund, or how does that work?
For
What's covered under personnel?
Yeah, under personnel, for this department, some of the personnel are charged to the building fund, and some are charged to the general fund community development department, depending on their scope, their job scopes, and what they do. But you know, in this particular fund, we had an increase of 4.7% in 24 over 23, and that's due to we had a 3.5% merit increase. Then we had our 4% adjustment for the compensation study, and we also had there was some attrition in the department and changes in positions to where salaries in 24% positions were budgeted lower than 23, so that was part of the adjustment too.
Okay, thank you.
Well, the only clarification, just in where we draw that line between what can be charged to the building fund, we've vetted out with attorneys and made sure we're right on the line of what we can charge, correct?
Yeah, we're very careful with that, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. I mean both ways. 'Cause
sure.
We want to charge as much as we can, but we don't want to cross the legal line, so.
Correct.
Thank you. That's all.
I just want to make sure we're being creative in that, to that help.
Excuse me? I didn't catch that.
I said
We're being as creative as we can within those parameters. But it is very specific what we can spend the money on.
No, I know. I know that, and we say the same thing every year, but.
I would use the word resourceful.
There you
I
go.
like that.
I mean, you know, we got $2 million sitting there. You know, and I really don't care what 2029 looks like. I'm talking about this year, right? Can we take a second look to see how creative we can be, or resourceful?
Sure.
You come back and say, no, and I'm fine, but okay.
Okay, the next fund is the county gas tax fund. The budget for revenues is just a slight increase over over the 23 budget of 1%, and that's consistent with the county's estimates at this point for 2024. We have a decrease in operating expenses of 45% in 24 compared to 23, and that's due to, we had a decrease in the city's sidewalk inspection program in 24. We increased this last year by $150,000 in 23, and we're bringing it back to $75,000 annually in 24 in future years in the proposed budget. And there's also a decrease in signage repairs in 2024. And for capital, we had a reduction of $20,000. And that was, we reduced, the pavement management costs were reduced by $20,000 in this fund, and they were increased by $20,000 in the penny fund in 24. Just a small change between those two funds. And for the assumptions, these are consistent with the county's most recent assumptions, and there's, the commission knows, there's been very little growth in this revenue source for a number of years, and it's very, very low or pretty much flat most years. And miscellaneous is estimated at 1%, and then operating is at 3%.
Les, if I may?
Yeah.
If I could encourage the board to reach out to your colleagues both at the county and state level, because I mentioned it, I think, at our last workshop. We're reaching a situation where the gas tax revenues are going to continue to decline as more and more electric vehicles are utilized throughout the county and state and country. Yet those vehicles, which are heavier and produce more of an impact on our roadway network, are not paying into the gas tax fund. So there needs to be some mechanism by which those vehicle users pay into the substance of our roadway network.
They're talking about a vehicle for mile, by mile tax of some kind. That's what I heard at Forward Pinellas this last week.
Could part of that mechanism be creating a transportation infrastructure where they don't need to be in any car at all?
It could be that. It could also be using RFID like you do on the veterans and the Suncoast where
What's
car gets...
RFID? A toll?
It's a chip embedded in your windshield, so that every time you utilize a corridor, you get
Right.
tagged for usage.
No.
Well,
Big Brother.
then our roadway networks are
No,
going to
because
continue to
Big Brother's
decline.
watching you. That's what's going to happen.
Just saying, I'm not, you know.
Yeah. But yes, they are talking about it. And we heard from Commissioner Long that there was no way in HELL that the county board would consider an increase in the the gas tax. Even though they were talking about it in 2019.
And 2015.
I will say, there was a bill, and I'll report this next week. Unfortunately, it did fail this year, but this was one of the first times we've seen one written the way it has been written to, capture those electric vehicles. So we may see that come back up again.
Yeah.
Why do you think it failed? I mean, was it pretty unanimously failed, or was it close?
The bill
or
just didn't make it
It
out
just
of-
didn't ever get real.
It didn't make it out
Did
of
it get
committee.
House or Senate support? Either way?
I can go
Well,
back and see how
must have been
far.
a sponsor in one of them, so.
Yeah, I'd have to look at how far it made it in either location.
Thanks, Nicole.
That's been discussed at the Legislative Side
Oh,
of Transportation
over and over and over again.
since 2014, Legislative Side, that I know of.
Okay, so, any questions on the gas fund? Gas tax fund? I do. We have an ending available fund balance.
Yeah, it's...
That's growing. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, the estimated fund balance at the end of '24 is $288,000, and it is growing some of the outer years out to '29, estimated route now up to about $520,000. Yeah.
Yeah, so my point is, we had that very detailed update on the streets. Even in writing, you're an engineer. I know. I'm just wondering is there a reason why we wouldn't put more of this fund balance into that program? I mean, it says that our budget needs to be at 15%. We're at 136. So if we're having to increase our brick street, I know it's not a ton of money as it's compared to the cost of brick streets and pavement, but we've got a bunch of money sitting there as a percentage anyway. Why wouldn't we put more of this? Are you saving it for something? I mean, you might be, and I just don't know that.
Nothing specific, no, now that I'm aware of. Or are you aware of anything specific?
I mean, the only thing I can think of is the fund balance is being carried because of the anticipation of the contributions into the fund declining over time. But
Over time, yeah.
if we could utilize more out of the fund.
Right.
Well, because if we take more here, then you're leaving relieving the penny. And that's my point. Now, I guess, but my other question is that I know that, is it this coming year that we have the, Teresa's not here, the sidewalk thing that we're doing? That's new this year, right? We increased the amount for the sidewalk, right, because it was 50, I think, or,
So it's just 25.
and is some of that coming out of here?
Yeah, that's in 2023, we increased it by 150. I believe that's what you're saying.
Now we're doing an inspection program, and then we have to, whatever we find with the program, then we have to fix. Is any of that coming out of here?
I think the mayor's question, is it all coming out of gas tax, or is some of it also coming out of the safety fund? That's what I don't recall.
Risk safety, that's where it's coming. Never mind. Never mind, you answered the question. Anyway, again, I'm,
Done.
maybe you guys can look at that between now and August, and see if we can relieve the penny fund a little bit.
And ARPA?
Yeah, whatever. I mean, I don't know, you might not be remembering today, and you get back into a meeting and decide, oh, yeah, I forgot, we wanted to keep a little extra because there's something coming that you're not thinking about today, but, and
Yeah,
then
Mayor.
maybe make a recommendation at the August.
Yeah, just to add to that, I'm glad you picked up on that because, not a great optic either if we actually think the gas tax should be going up and have a growing reserve. So I think it's a great point. So I think we should definitely look and see how we can offset.
And Mayor, if they're going to do that, is it possible, Jorge, can you give us a historical trend on what the taxes have looked like coming in? You hear all the time, or less, either one. Somebody, just because we hear about, and Jorge made the comment earlier about the impact of EVs and not paying into the fund. What is that impact? So we have an idea of, and is there any way that we can tie that into auto sales increasing in EV vehicles and what the future impact might be on this fund?
I think the county might have been doing an analysis, and frankly, I think that might be even partly a forward Pinellas thing.
Maybe, yeah, possibly.
And look, I'm not trying to speak for your ability, but I think people with much bigger staffs are doing some of this, so I'd be happy to check with WIT and see what's what, what they're looking at.
It's a valid conversation
Which
to
is
have.
why the county is talking about not raising it, because then you're raising it on the select few instead of the masses. You know what I mean?
And that makes sense.
I'll check with WIT for you on that.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. Next.
Okay, some penny fund highlights. Our penny surge tax revenue is increasing 12.6%, and I mentioned a little bit earlier that our 24 budget of $5.6 million is actually a 2.5% increase over our estimated 23 revenue. So we're really projecting a 2.5% increase in 2024, and our current 2023 estimate is about a 3% increase over 22 actual. Our intergovernmental revenues are lower by $700,000. That's due to, there's a grant of $700,000 that was in 2023 for the state joint grant application with the county and the city for the GDP project, and there's no grant revenue in 2024 budgeted. Miscellaneous revenues have increased $408,000, and that's due to an increase in investment earnings or interest earnings of $158,000, and also the first year of the donation for the Highland Aquatic Center complex, the $1 million grant for the therapy pool is a three-year grant payments to us, and the first year is $250,000, and that's in '24. And that'll be paid over 3 years for your 3-year time frame. The debt proceeds are $7.5 million, and that's based on our 24 budget for the current projects we have that require debt service, and that's primarily the aquatic complex and also Skinner Boulevard projects. There were no debt proceeds in '23, but our current estimated financing needs are $7.5 million in 2024 at this time. And the capital costs, they've increased $11 million. Capital costs change a lot year to year, but they're $11 million over '23, and those are mainly due to the Highlander Aquatic Complex at $6.8 million in the penny fund, the Skinner Boulevard project at $2.9 million, and the Midtown Parking Garage at $1.3 million. And also Gladys Douglas increase of $800,000 in '24 compared to '23. And for the penny fund assumptions, for the revenue, I mentioned '24. The estimates from '25 to '29 are consistent with the county estimates. At this time, they're projecting 3.3 in '25, and then an average of about 3% from '26 to '29. I mentioned the miscellaneous revenue. That's the donation I mentioned a few minutes ago for the $1 million over 3 years. And then we have a transfer in from 24 each year to '29 from the Water Wastewater Fund for its share of the City Hall contribution of $468,000. And for the overview, this is on page 102 and 103 of the proposed budget document. The Pennies Fund has an available fund balance at the end of '29 of just over about $6.1 million, and that's the very bottom row, yellow highlight on the far right column. And I want to mention that this is going to '29. When we look at all of Penny 4, we go out to 2030. As you know, we go out to December 2029, which is 2030. 2030 is not shown here, but I just want to mention, just because I know it's an important number and be more important on August 15th, is 2030 has a large debt service number. That's the last year of our payments on our City Hall and some other loans. So the 2030 amount is actually $3.2 million. It's over $3 million is what the available fund balance would be if we were to show one more year here. I wanted to mention that. The project pages in the Penny Fund, which are on page 102 and 103 in the proposed budget. Want to just mention a few projects here. We assume that the Penny Fund's providing $3.7 million for the parking garage, and the CRA funds the remainder of that project. Also, the Highlander Aquatic Complex is budgeted in the Penny Fund in the proposed budget at $6.8 million, $6.846 million, and this amount, the amount of this funding is. The other funding is in the ARPA fund for that project and the donation of $1 million I mentioned earlier. And this penny fund right now for the aquatic center at that dollar amount is funding the aquatic center at $11.246 million. And that is the project that we discussed before without the lazy river and without the slides. So that's what's in the penny fund right now. Just wanted to clarify that. Also, we have in the Penny Fund projects, we have the golf club clubhouse restoration or renovation project budgeted at $300,000 in '24. And those are my general comments on the Penny Fund. Any questions?
Okay, I'll start at this side. Commissioner Greene.
Well, so that wasn't going to be a question about where the pool's at. It's with the activity pool without the slides, without the lazy river. So, and the garage is in this budget at the new number, the higher number?
Yeah, the garage is in the budget at the $8.2 million higher number, correct.
Okay, and then we're waiting on Skinner and we know, okay. Yeah, I don't think I have any other questions other than that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a question on the debt proceeds, 2024, the $7,577,000. Can you, I think you mentioned that, but can you say that again?
Yeah, the debt proceeds are mainly for the financing the Skinner Boulevard project and also the pool, the aquatic center.
And we recognize that in 1 year instead of spreading it out, or?
Yeah, the debt proceeds, we recognize the year the debt is issued, sort of, you know, you want to show that cash flow coming in, and then the project expenses could be over 1 or 2 years, but we normally recognize the proceeds in the year that the financing is issued.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Commissioner, Vice Mayor,
That was the only question that I had.
anything?
Thank you, Mayor. You mentioned that the numbers in here for the garage are the larger numbers now, the recalculation. Is it also for the pool as well?
The pool?
Right, because we're only looking for the numbers for Skinner Boulevard is the only missing piece, is that correct?
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, the pool in the proposed budget is budgeted at the 11.3 million in total, and that is the pool that with no lazy river and no slides. So it's the proposed project was to be at 12.3, which includes the slides, but what we have in there now is 1 million less than that and does not include the slides.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I tag on just once? How much were extra were the slides?
About 900.
About 900,000, almost 1 million, yeah.
Okay, just going on the record. That's what brings in the teens, so, thank you.
Anybody else? Yeah, it's hard to look at the book and then this. This didn't have the projects in it.
Right.
Understand.
And it's just so difficult to do the back and forth. So you got to give me a second, because I want to see, they asked that question, and I want to see what it looks like. Where in the heck is the pool? Here we go. Okay, so with the 6846 and the 51 that's in the penny, and then there's other funding in ARPA.
ARPA,
Correct.
That adds to a total of 11.2?
yes.
Right, correct.
Okay.
That's right.
And then the parking garage is at the higher number, that's what Jeff said? Where's,
8.1.
Yeah, 8.142.
Okay.
Yeah.
which comes from multiple places.
Yeah, that comes from
CRA.
Skinner and CRA. I mean, Penny and
And
CRA.
then we have the full cost of what we believe it's going to be for the golf club.
Yep,
Yes.
4.5
So all we're
million.
waiting for is Skinner. So we don't know if our number is good on Skinner.
Correct, right.
So when we look at Penny right now, assuming that the number for Skinner is good, we should be looking at it with the mindset that,
If I may, Mayor, too, are also waiting for Duke on the underground. Duke also.
right,
Okay, excuse me.
so it doesn't look like we're doing too bad in the Penny then, given all of that.
Yeah, we have over 3 million right now with what's in the.
At the end, I know, I
at
was
the
all
end.
excited when I looked at that 6.
Yeah.
And
That's
then
why-
I realized the same thing, but I was like, 6? That's more than the 5 we saw the last time, or the 4 we saw the time before, or whatever it was.
That's because we actually moved some of Skinner out and put it in the CRA.
We did.
Yes.
That helps. no?
And
Yeah.
so the CRA then looks not quite as
good.
rosy, but now Penny looks really good at the 6. And I think, as I recall, the Board of Finance, when they looked at some of our projects, the ending balance was 4.2 originally that they found to be acceptable, right?
Yeah. That's
was a
true.
couple
but
years ago.
That was a couple years ago, yeah, yeah. So that
Well,
was
we've
2
been
years ago.
accepting that as fact,
Yes. Mhm.
so. Okay.
Just one other thing on that same topic. But if you add to that, if we don't strangle ourselves with the 18% number or whatever it is with debt, because so much of it's Blue Jay, then we're not looking too bad. I mean, we could actually take on more debt, because we're kind of letting that very conservative approach of very reliable money strangle us a little bit.
Yeah, other than the unknown for Skinner, you know, and also just, you know, the projects we have coming on budget, you know, just throwing that, I mean, that's, you know, we just want to have a contingency for that, you know, but that'd be my only comment, my thoughts on that.
Thank you, Les.
So when we come back in August, fingers crossed, we're going to have the closest numbers we can have on all four, right? And that'll be all in here. And you guys are going to have a recommendation for how to move forward. But you're also going to bring back two other things. You're going to bring back you're bringing back the general fund, the CRA, and Penny with, like, I call it the realistic projection view.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll be able to compare those two, what it is and what we think it might be, just to, you know, see how that looks. But you're also going to bring back, there's something else, I just lost it. Yes, the gas tax thing, but there's one other thing that we asked for. Oh, how much are the payments?
The debt
Right,
service.
the debt
You
service
know,
payment.
versus, you know, what's the difference in the payments? So I think with all of that information, I think we can make a very valued decision, and you'll have a recommendation for what you want us to, you know. We've been known to go off the reservation there, but just saying, you know, you'll have an actual recommendation, so.
We will, yes.
We've never gone off the reservation.
Not ever.
I call it that, or, you know, down the rabbit hole, or there's all kinds of things. At least I always feel like we go down the rabbit hole every time I leave here. I'm like, oh my God. Okay, very good.
The city's actually really good at it.
Going down the rabbit hole?
Everybody.
Okay, so we're
So
all of
staff.
the same like minds. Gotcha.
Okay, now we're in the ARPA fund. There's a decrease in revenues of 8.1 million, and that's just that the ARPA revenue, we got a total of 18.3 million in ARPA, and that all came in 21, 22 timeframe, so there's no more ARPA revenue coming in 24. We've received all the funding we're going to get that's in the fund. I also want to mention that we received 18.3 million in ARPA, and 3 million of that went to the general fund, as you recall, for revenue recovery in 22 and 23, and the remaining 15.3 million will be spent in this ARPA fund that we're looking at now. Miscellaneous revenue is increased 250,000, and that's an estimate for the interest income in 2024. We didn't budget anything in 23. We are receiving an estimated probably close to 250,000 in 23 for interest because we've talked about the rates have gone up, so the rate of returns have gone up so much, but in 24 we're also budgeting 250,000 for interest earnings in that fund. For the operating budget, it's gone down $205,000 due to, we had $100,000 budgeted in 23. One of the projects was a marketing plan campaign for brand awareness, and that's not budgeted in 24. And also, we have a decrease in the downtown Looper project cost of $55,000 in 24 compared to 23. And for the capital, we have a reduction of 1.8 million in 24 compared to 23. And this is mainly due to the golf course restoration project was budgeted at $2 million in 23 and zero in 24. And also the pickleball project was budgeted in fiscal year 23 at $300,000 more than the budget in 23. And the detailed projects are listed on page 104 and 105 of the budget document. And for the assumptions, I mentioned earlier that we received a total of 18.3 million, our city did, for ARPA. And and it was paid in two payments, pretty much 1 year apart. And then also mentioned the general fund portion of $3 million, and the rest is in the ARPA fund. And for the overview in the ARPA fund, we have, if you look under, in 2025 column, we've got $164,336 that is unobligated, and that's just an amount we have that's to be determined to be applied to a project at some point in the future. That it's not been assigned at this point. And also, I want to mention again that we have the interest earnings for both 23 estimate and 24 budget that total $500,000. And those dollars can be spent on contingency for these projects or spent on another project to be determined in the future. Are there any questions on the ARPA fund?
Questions on ARPA? I'll start at this end. Vice Mayor?
Special events fund, I'm sorry, downtown Looper funding. It shows 125.
You're talking, okay, so 23 shows 175 and then 24 shows 125.
Correct. Is that correct? The 125?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. And so that's not exactly what?
I think because,
What's
isn't
budgeted?
it because the first year has some startup costs in it?
Yeah.
Isn't that what I remember?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yes.
That's correct.
That's correct.
So that's why it goes down?
It goes down as they pick up support.
Right.
Advertising support and those kinds of support structure.
Okay, good.
And actually, we don't anticipate expending that much even
Correct.
for the
Yeah.
startup.
No, I just wanted to ask that question. And then we had, so on the ARPA plan, the monies, all the monies that are in here, obviously have to be spent by the time frame. Are you seeing any issues about that from what we've chosen to spend the monies on at this point? That's a general question.
Yeah, it's good.
Very general.
Yeah, not at this point, but we're monitoring it closely. You know, we've got to have, all the money encumbered by December 2024. So we need to have the construction, whoever the firms that do some of these projects, like the pool, for example, we've got to have that vendor in place and contract approved to have a PO cut before that time frame. But right now, we're not seeing any concerns at this point, but we are watching it closely.
It looks like all the projects, when I went through the projects, it looks like we'd have that, I would assume. So not a concern then. Right, thank you.
Commissioner?
Just to confirm, Leslie, encumbered by 24, spent by 26? Is
Yeah, that's right. So it's spent by 26. Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that, lean forward. I know this is such a crazy question. I know that we're going to have, right, in the outlying years, we're going to have some sort of contingency. That's a 500,000 as numbers change.
Right
But-
now it's at 664. Right?
Well, I'm showing, I'm looking at the 500,000 that just goes out.
Oh.
That I'm, right, that not only do we not anticipate a project, we're assuming that that's going to be picked up in time. I'm just wondering why, if it has to be spent by 26, why it's not zeroing out in 26.
That's a good question. The interest earnings in this fund is not part of the grant, and it can be spent after 2026.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's it.
Good one.
Commissioner Frady, anything?
No, I don't think so, not right now.
Commissioner Walker?
Just a comment, those interest funds are not subject to the conditions of the federal funding. I mean, that's kind of a good.
Yeah, it is, and they don't normally do that, but with this grant, they don't want us reporting on the interest. It's not part of the grant, but we, it's our money to do what we want, basically. Yeah.
Miscellaneous. No.
Thank you.
Okay, I just need to, Jennifer and myself have been working with Clearwater Forward Pinellas in the county trying to figure out how we get a waterborne transportation plan and initially get a tri-party agreement with Clearwater. I think I've kind of brought you up to speed on it on the dais. And we don't know the answer to this question, but we do believe that the amount of the ferry is not enough. Right now, we have 55 in here in ARPA. Right now, as Vince knows, they're asking for 85. We think they're crazy, and we're going to try not to do that, but I kind of think we need to plan for the worst and hope for the best. So you guys talk about it. The money is in there. I'm not saying that's what we're going to pay, but right now, we're not paying anything. So I think it's prudent during the budget process to at least know that. You agree, Jennifer?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Leave it right here.
Yeah.
Now, moving to the CRA fund, the TIF revenues are increasing in '24 over '23 due to the assessed value increase that we mentioned earlier, and the dollar amount is about 15.1%. Miscellaneous revenues increased some, again, because of interest earning estimate increases. The debt proceeds are currently at $8.6 million, and that's for the Skinner Boulevard project and the parking facility project that we mentioned a little bit earlier. And for the operating costs, they've decreased by about 37% or $179,000. That's due primarily to a reduction in professional services in '24 compared to '23 for the Skinner Boulevard design cost of $200,000. Capital costs have increased by $8.5 million, and that's for the two large projects mentioned, the parking garage at $4.4 million and Skinner at $3.7 million. And the debt service has increased by $626,000 in fiscal year '24 over '23, and that's due to the increased debt service projections in '24 with the debt service for the garage and the Skinner Boulevard project. And for assumptions, '24 we discussed, and '25 through '29, those are consistent with the county's projections at this time, the 5.9% in '25, and then the following 4 years. And then down at the bottom, we discussed this a little earlier, but I want to point out that starting in '25 in our projection, we are expecting that the county will reduce their millage rate to match ours, so we've got their contribution being equal to ours at 4.1345 mils from '25 through '29 in the forecast.
It won't be that either.
And CRA assumptions, we got the merit increase of 3.5 and our health benefit increase of 6% in the outer years. Operating costs are 2%, and we have a couple of transfers out for the parkland impact fees contributions. And for the overview, this is on page 106 and 109 in the proposed budget document. And under the revenues in 2024, we show the $8.6 million in debt proceeds for the Skinner Boulevard Complete Streets project and the parking garage. To successfully fund the project, CRA will need to increase the contribution from 1.5 to 2.5 million in the CRA. The CRA fund is projected to have just over 140,000 in available fund balance in fiscal year '24. If you look at the very bottom number, yellow highlight, and the fund balance increases some in the outer years, and then currently in 2029, the available fund balance is 1.347 million. The property tax line item mentioned again that in 2025 we're reducing it down some because of the millage reduction for the county's contribution. That covers the highlights. And any questions on the CRA fund?
Bob will just ask this of you. You know, as I walk downtown, I mean, we have a great downtown, and you get a lot of credit for that. But I do, like, I see areas, you know, and you know this, where it's tired, the bricks are tired. And so do you really feel like we've adequately funded, you know, making sure we're staying up with some of that?
No, I am concerned that it is some dated. I think once the Constantina project gets done, I think it's going to highlight some of that datedness in some
Disparity.
of the other areas of disparity. So I think that project's going to be a real showcase. So I think we do need to make sure that we continue to invest in the downtown on the infrastructure. I think it's important. I think the other thing that is important that we've all talked about is the intergovernmental resolution with the county and going forward with the midterm review in 2025 and making sure that we continue to invest in that downtown to secure, my estimation, about $7 million from the county from 2025 to 2033 over those years. That's a big number to make sure that we keep that investment coming.
Do you guys do like a pretty good inventory of where all the brick areas are in the CRA, and
We have a
you have a
decent.
pretty good handle on it?
Yeah, we have a decent. I think that, just some of the stuff's been down for 25 years, a long period of time. Of course, I've been here 28, and there was stuff that even predated me. So, yeah, some of the downtown has started to, lack of a better word, Commissioner, weathered.
Gotcha.
Has weathered.
There's and this is just a side note, you don't have to respond, but there's a little patch on Bay Shore would be to the west of the bank sidewalk where it's got some, I think it's got some safety issues there. You might want
It's
to
undulating? Okay.
take a look at it.
We'll
But
take-
anyway,
we'll take a look
no,
at
I
it.
just want to make sure,
Yeah,
we can build it, but if we don't maintain it,
The-
shame
the-
on us.
Just to recap, I mean, as Les said, we're looking at debt service of 1.2, 1.3 million. We bring in 2 million. It's about 550,000 to open up the doors, so it doesn't take a lot of math to understand there isn't a lot of additional funds that can continue to support.
Right, thank you.
And I meant to ask this during the general fund discussion, but it applies here. The projections for property taxes, I think if I understand this correctly, basically those are based on county projections in the property tax values in the out years. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah, we've exceeded that, of course, in the downtown.
Over and over and over
Which is
again.
good. The only thing I pause on there is assumptions that we're going to do $37 million worth of new construction in 27 and 12.5 in 26. We're seeing a much more challenged environment with higher interest rates, supply of materials. We're not quite seeing, the downtown is very, very strong. We're just not seeing that quite of new development interest at this point in time.
Yeah, thanks. And I think that's kind of the point I was trying to get to, because I'm assuming that in the effort to bring the realistic presentation of this back to us in August, if you take a look at what property values are doing right now, foreseeable future, I would say that we're probably in pretty good shape there. I don't know if that's going to factor into the realistic presentation that you're going to provide us or not. It's just more of a comment than anything else, but, yeah, thank you.
Well, and this is not because I think the realistic word got used over here, so.
It's me.
I just
don't
want
know what the right word is.
Well, okay, but can I just say, Les, do you believe that the county does projections that are unrealistic?
No, I don't think they're conservative.
No, because we're labeling, and labeling is important. Words matter. They're not doing something purposely unrealistic.
No, they're
So I don't
being
think we want
conservative.
real numbers versus,
I'm sorry, my
Right.
language is not correct.
Right,
And
but-
really, it's not my intent, and I'm not trying to bash what they do, in no way, shape, or form.
I just want to be careful that we don't start to accept what we think are real numbers and make big decisions on our budget and get away from being
It's not.
responsibly conservative.
And that's not
all
what
I'm
I'm
saying.
trying to do at all.
Yeah, and I actually, so I totally get the point on that, and I don't want to give the impression that we're not getting realistic. I think really what we should be kind of thinking about is a band between conservative and probable, or some other word, but
Yeah, and I'm
a
not
band.
using the right language,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying.
No, that was good.
And I absolutely don't think it's a decision-making tool. I do think it's a way, every time I see the conservative thing, I see a sea of red, which makes me feel like we're doing something wrong. And I know that's not what we're doing. I know we're trying to be conservative, but I need to see the more, what's the word you guys used?
Conservative and probable, I thought were
Probable.
two good.
I
yeah.
need to see, and as a former person who did forecasting for 20-some years, I based my stuff on probability. And we did make decisions based on that, but I'm not asking us to do that because this is different. I was working for a private company, so if I went too conservative, I actually would get in trouble.
Rest assured that the downtown is
Yeah.
strong.
Yeah.
You know, one of the best indicators for us is it stayed strong even during the COVID, you know, which was remarkable. The pressures that we have is that the county is getting pressure from all the other cities, and they're getting concerned about funds that they dole out. So we're competing with everybody in the county to continue that TIF funding. So I can't overemphasize that.
In concert with what the mayor is saying, I fully understand what she's saying, and I just want to make sure that I make that comment, because she just simply said, can you just give us what you think it might be, but don't change anything, leave everything the way it is. We've agreed years ago to use those conservative numbers always. And so every time we look at them, when you show it, we understand what you're doing, but I think all she's saying is, hey, could you just give us a peek out what you might think, but don't include it in the budget, but just give us a look.
Sure.
Because all those red numbers scare us.
It does, and it helps you feel, okay, this makes some sense.
You know, just one quick comment regarding the penny fund for a minute. The county was very conservative, and their estimates in the penny fund were very conservative back 2.5 years ago. They were 1.5% growth every year the last 4 years. That's conservative. They've increased that now. Now their average is 3%. So I just want to point out that they're still conservative or reasonably conservative, but they're not as conservative as they used to be. So I just want to mention that because if you look at our penny revenue growth the last 25 years, it averages 3% growth. You know, in other words, that's sort of the average over, and that goes through the Great Recession and also, you know, what we've had happen recently. But I just wanted to mention that they're less conservative than they were a few years ago for penny.
So they're more realistic? Just kidding.
A little.
Okay,
That was a joke, I'm just
I'm
kidding.
trying to, use the right language, so I think you know what it means.
I do, and actually,
Let me state it another way from
there.
forecasting. So if you use a system of forecasting and it gives you these numbers, okay, up here, but you know those numbers are always wrong, you can still use those numbers. You know they're wrong. You statistically have proven it, and you statistically have proven every year about what it is. So you can go ahead and continue to use that, but you can just slap in another set of numbers that makes up this difference. So you look at it so you know what it is. So if you have to forecast for a company, okay, of what your forecast is going to be by a product line, all right, they're just looking for the best forecast. They don't care how you get it there, just have the best forecast you can. And in this particular case, we're looking at this and we're saying this is scaring. And so whatever that number is, however way you arrive at that number, we don't need to know how it happened, but just what's a better way of looking at it? And you can measure it. You can see what's happened over the last 10 years, what that forecast was given out, and then what it ended up being that given year. But we don't want to use it.
Okay, anything on this area?
We need more shade trees downtown.
More what?
Shade trees.
You're working on that, right?
We agree.
Sorry, you're working on that, right?
We agree, Constantino will have the shade trees, so it's a start. Agreed.
Thank you for saying it's a start.
Well, it is, it's a start.
You're doing more at the Highland and Main Street too, right?
Yeah, we just put some nice trees in there, yes, we
Oh,
did.
you did? You
We just
planted
put them
them?
in, they're in there, yep.
Highland
Oh,
and Main?
see them
Highland and
today?
Main, yep. There's
Yeah.
some winged elms and Eagleston holly, if I got that right, Vince, I think I do. But yeah, they went in.
Okay.
And there's a big palm tree that's going to go in, I know it's in the median there.
And
Nice,
please
mature.
make sure that we trim them for canopy, not so big trucks can come through and drop off their wares.
Understand, it's going to take a while for them to get there.
It will,
for sure.
right.
And as was previously mentioned, your debt proceeds are very, very high.
Very, very high. The debt proceeds are very high, and yes, absolutely, for sure.
They keep loading you up.
And we need to make sure the county's going to be comfortable with that, you know? That's,
But as for-
I can't assume that we just go to the county and they're good. So that's its own little assumption there, too.
Yeah, but Mayor, as for how things are calculated, yeah, I've got nothing to add to that conversation.
Thank you.
Y'all figure it out and present us with good numbers, that's all.
Okay, so I'm going to have to backtrack us a minute. You know, when you do look at the CRA, which is what made me bring up the parkland impact fee, I'm going to go back to that and say to you, this is a unique situation, and I think we need to get legal involved, because this is probably the first time that I know of, maybe it's happened 30 years ago. This is the first time that I know of, yeah, we didn't purchase the land, but it wasn't a park at all. It's a building.
You're talking about Old City Hall?
Yeah. It's a building. It was never intended to be a park. And now we're actually creating a brand-new park. This is not just adding a playground somewhere that's already parkland. And I think there is intent that it's a brand-new park. And so I would like us, and I'm not trying to play funny with our intent. Really, I'm not. I'm not like I would try to do with the building fund over there. Really, but I mean, I do think this is a different situation, and I think we should have legal look at the ordinance and think about the intent to see if, in this one unique situation, there's an opportunity.
To what use?
Use some more of the parkland money to compensate the CRA for what they're spending on that park.
So, can I comment?
Yes, ma'am.
I like the theory, because as somebody who pushed. I like the theory, because I pushed the theory that we only use so much of that fund
Yes, you and
for
me both.
actual green space. It's not for
Yep.
improvements, it's for green space. And in this case, I could easily argue that that incentivizes the fact that we're creating a park. Like, it's not parkland, and we're improving it. You're absolutely right. I mean, you described it perfectly. So, yeah, I think if that's what helps us incentivize the fact that we want it to be green space, because we need money to improve it.
And it was never a park.
Right, and
Ever.
it was never a park.
Nor was it intended to be.
Right, I think it's a great point. As somebody who was very protective of that, it only go to green space.
And I'm not saying take it all, you know, we might need to leave a cushion or whatever, and I just really would like legal to look at it and everybody to talk about it, because I do believe that in this only case, because I was also a huge advocate, the mission of the parkland impact fee was to purchase land in our strategic areas. It wasn't, you know, to go replace playgrounds. That wasn't what it was for. This, to me, feels like a mission. So is everybody okay with staff at least looking at it and coming back? I'm not trying to subscribe to an amount or anything like that. But I think we can also, when you look at the CRA right here, it's crunched for a couple of years. If we can add a couple more $100,000 into there for revenue, it gives it a little bit of breathing room, which I think it needs.
It'll allow us to do another little streetscape project downtown.
Yeah, and maybe, you know, the tired bricks, or,
Yeah,
you
no,
know.
I mean, I agree.
And I'm not saying it's going to work. Legal may say, nope, you're wrong. But I think it does fulfill our intent. You want to say anything over there? Don't mess up my theory.
I'm not messing up your theory. No, we absolutely can. We will reach out to our legal team to get their consult on how we could move forward with this scenario. This kind of circles back to some of the scenarios, and I understand why the language is how it is. Just because you acquire a piece of property or are looking to convert a piece of property, the property itself does not make it a park. It has to have development and improvements to it to make it into parkland. So the original proposal, if you remember, from staff, when we did the parkland impact fees, was to not have those restrictions in there, because sometimes we acquire parklands through other means, whether they're donations or existing properties. But yes, so I understand the intent of the 20% so that we could ensure that it was meant for acquisition, but we will work with the legal team to figure out what we need to do to move forward in this scenario.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. We'll go through this one thing, and then we'll take a break.
Okay, next is the solid waste fund. And We have an increase in charge for services of 3.9% in '24 compared to '23. We have the debt proceeds for purchases of vehicles in '24 is decreased by $661,000 compared to '23. The vehicles included in 2024 include vehicle 443, 489, and 490. That's 3 vehicles. The operating costs have increased 6.8% in '24 over '23, and those are due mainly to, we had a $100,000 increase in recycling processing fees and disposal fees and tipping fees, a $60,000 increase in outside labor costs, and a $75,000 increase for professional services for an outside consultant to look at efficiencies in the department. The capital costs have increased by $57,000 or 5.7% in '24, and that's due to the fleet replacements in the solid waste fund in '24 compared to '23. And I mentioned we were purchasing 3 vehicles. For the assumptions, charge for services per our ordinance is a 4% increase. And we've got no increase in 26 through 29, and we'll see that in the long-range plan in a few minutes. The expenditures are merit increase 25 through 29 of 3.5%, benefits of 6%, and operating costs in the outer years of 2% growth. And for the overview, this is on page 110 and 111 in the proposed budget document. The solid waste fund has available fund balance in fiscal year '24, and it's at 21.6%, and it's 12.7% in 2025. The target in this fund is 15%, so 25 is slightly under the target. The available fund balance falls below 0 in fiscal year '27, and after that, in '26 and '27, and I want to mention that, as I said earlier, in '26 through '29, we've got no increase in rates in this in the proposed budget. A new rate study is expected to take place in early 2024, start probably in October timeframe, begin that process to determine rates for the next 5-year period. We also have lease financing debt proceeds in the revenue section as well for this fund, and the cost for the capital vehicles for each year. We do finance these vehicles in the solid waste fund. Are there any questions on this fund?
So, well, yeah, I mean, yes, it looks terrible. But it was funny because we had a rate study mentioned everywhere else, but not here. So there is a rate study.
There is a rate study, yeah, there is.
Okay,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
It's been combined with the efficiency study that we discussed. So they'll be combined.
So I know I'm jumping ahead, but I was just going to say, is there any economy of scale on all the rate studies we're doing to have it all done by the same person? I'm guessing not, huh? Just saying.
Depends on the area of
Seems like there's a whole
expertise.
economy of scale we could have.
The area of expertise, so some can be combined and some not.
But we did-
It could be that simple, right?
I'll defer to the purchasing agent, but with respect to the solid waste study, we did take into consideration your comments at the last workshop, Mayor, so we're going to try to see if we can package that up so that if there is a sub-consultant that looks at a portion of it, we can have a prime that does the rate study portion. So we did listen.
I don't know which direction, go ahead. I
Okay,
don't
and
remember
so
where it
in
was.
concert with that, as you know, I'm not a real supporter of all the rate studies we do outside of, like, for example, stormwater, where they can give us some really significant input to things. So in this particular study, I'm just wondering, as I looked at this, I have as the mayor said, doesn't look pretty at all, but we realized there was no increase in the revenue. Problem is, the increase in the revenue has to be pretty large, or something else has to happen here. So, again, coming back to the rate study, if we're not going to do anything different, if we're just looking to see what do we need to do to cover our costs, well, we can see what that might be. I don't know if you have to do a rate study to do that. Just asking, just suggesting, because I hate spending the money on the rate study if we don't have to. Then second of all, is the rate study really truly applicable? Fundamental question, I have to ask it, to us continuing to doing business the way we are. if we are going to continue doing business where we are, we feel like we are, we can take a look to see what we'd have to do to the rate to cover the cost to make that red go away. It'd be pretty, it looks like it's pretty strong, doesn't it? Looks like it's a pretty high percent. But, so I just wanted to make that comment and ask that question of you. Because it is scary. Not scary.
I'm sorry, I
I don't
don't
like
know, what's the question?
Do we even need to do a rate study if we don't think we're going to change anything? We just have to cover our costs then for this. But it looks like that might be significant.
But in here is not all the new In here is not all the new projects yet, right? Or are they? From our master plan?
No, but solid waste, we need the rate study to look at the different scenarios for doing things differently, areas of service, as well as the efficiency study to say this is how we're going to do something different and what it's going to save us in rates, in subsequent rates. So we do need both. And we need to have a rate study also to do comparables for what other municipalities are doing, as well as what the industry is doing for recyclables and the waste stream in general. It ties right in with sustainability. So yes, we need both, the rate study and the efficiency study, to find out which things will be the most bang for the buck.
You can go ahead and tape that and use that every year, because for every rate study we do, because that's what we save for everything we do. It's expensive. So, thank you.
Commissioner, any questions?
I echo some of the comments on rate studies. Is there, and just because we're not going to have the volatility, and correct me if I'm wrong, in the solid waste area than we might in other areas, that we need to see what's going on out there, although there are some wonderful things going on in the industry. So I'm going to leave it to the experts. I got real concerns over a rate study. But I don't know what I don't know. And what I don't know can impact our residents far more than just the cost of a rate study. So while I'm really uncomfortable with it, is it possible to have your previous rate study given to the commission? And on, I guess, one-on-one discussions on what came out of that rate study that validated doing the rate study?
We'd be happy to provide that.
If you wouldn't mind doing that. Okay, thank you. Those are my comments, Mayor.
If I could just elaborate on the volatility portion of
Thank you.
your comments, Commissioner. I mean, we don't do capital projects like we do in some of the other funds, but we do make some substantial capital purchases with respect to the vehicles.
Right.
And those are funded straight out of this, and then pay into the fleet plan in order to purchase them. So as Sue mentioned, aside from just the rate study component, we're looking at efficiencies. We are providing currently service outside the boundaries of the jurisdictional limits of Dunedin. And so we need to look at, does it make sense to do that? Should we shed those portions? What impact does that have on our routes? What impact does that have on the vehicles, the replacement cycles on those vehicles? Do we lease versus purchase? So all of those things are things that will go into consideration not only in the efficiency study, but in the rate study. And to be perfectly honest, we got staff that's just spread about as thin as they can. So if you want us to actually do a good job at that, that means they're not doing something else. So that's why we need to basically utilize a consultant to assist us.
And in the proposed budget for Public Works is a budget analyst position, if that's approved. Part of why the consultant recommended that was in all of these different areas, we can utilize that person to use, crunch all the data, work with finance, and come up with better projections internally so that we don't have to go outside for everything.
Thank you.
Okay, and Jorge, did you mention the volatility of recycling?
If you did, I just didn't hear it.
Well, yeah, obviously,
Because the
we'd come
market
back
for
to the commission.
recycling
Yeah,
is-
depending on the value of the commodity, and that fluctuates from year to year. Aside from that, we also have the volatility associated with the tipping fees that the county
Right,
charges as we go
'cause they're
across the
still-
scales. Those continue to go up currently at 6% and probably higher, Bill, if you want.
That's correct. Good afternoon, Bill Pickram with Solid Waste Division. That's correct. This year, we're experiencing with the county a 6.8% increase, and we have been pretty much counseled by staff at the county to keep that number in, and it could go higher the next coming years because of the evolving changes with the county, the waste energy plant going to be at capacity in a couple of years, it's out in the media, and they're holding some workshops and getting some feedback. They're looking to do a lot of they're going to be revisiting their outdated ordinances, and it's kind of triggered by our need, and we're beating that drum for the county to build a MRF, or recycling factory. All of those are playing in effect with how municipal haulers, as well as privates in the county, are doing business. And just to very quickly elaborate, we had a tough year this year keeping up with staffing. We dipped down. We had quite a bit of vacancies in our department, and I approached Sue and Jorge with my concerns going into the future for the next 5-8 years with us on some of the things that are keeping me up at night with where we're positioned right now, and also having discussions of where can we go into the green space with some of our equipment, maintaining our programs, the amount of work we do outside of our borders next door in the county, about 1,300 customers, as well as the waste that we're generating in the city. And we're generating much more in commercial. People, the restaurants and the bars that are doing business in Dunedin, we're a 6 to 7 day operation, pretty much between December through May. And those are things that I've asked for that type of analysis to be done. So we're positioned in the next 5 to 8 years to be able to grow with those things that are coming our way.
Thank you.
I believe I said budget analyst, and it's a business analyst. Sorry about that.
Sorry. We knew what you meant, just like I was confusing the stormwater master plan and solid waste. They both are S's. I mean, yes.
I guess one of the supports that I have for the staff is that I guess I put a lot of support in the staff from the standpoint of when I talk with them, because I talk with them on occasion, the directors, and I feel like they understand their business. And so it seemed to me like, they may be able to give us a quick input into some of this rather than, and they know what the other cities are doing. So
Yeah, we
I
will
just wanted to
utilize
bring
their
that up.
ideas.
Sometimes it's just a little frustrating to hear that we feel we have to do that all the time. But so I said, okay. But they do know what they're talking about. It sure sounds like it to me when I talk with them.
So you know what you're talking about? Just kidding. So what's the cost of the efficiency rate study for solid waste?
We've estimated both combined would be around 110,000. We really, they're updating the rate study. It's not a completely new one, so we're hoping for less than that. But I'm a conservative also, and I like to have it budgeted. So we're hoping maybe 90, but we wanted, again, market, things like that. We want to make sure we cover it, so.
So I'll address you to this, Jennifer. How difficult is it for you guys to lay out the rate studies and our different contracts that we have with individuals and where we're spending? I keep hearing the recurring theme, right? We do too many rate studies. We do too many contractual projects. I'd like to see what that looks like, because my guess is, there's a lot of stuff we probably agree, like we have to do it, because especially under our current issues where we can't keep the staffing levels going. And in my experience, a staff-driven analysis, just based on all the other demands, is just nowhere near the, what do I want to say? The professionalism of the outside, because that's what they do, and they have models for it, and it's complex, and you know, these are some of the most important things we do, solid waste and water and wastewater, et cetera. So, but would that be doable? Because I just think it would help. I think that we, you know, we say that, but then when you look at the contracts, oh yeah, we need that, oh yeah, we need that, oh yeah, we got to do that. But it just seems like there's this big number out there that everybody thinks we can grab onto and reduce our costs, and maybe we can, but maybe we just need to see what that looks like.
Can I ask you a question there, Jennifer, with that before you? Sure. Is that always under professional services?
No,
No.
not, if it's I mean, it's not budgeted under professional services in terms of, it's delineated within the budget as a separate line item like the evaluation.
Okay.
Of
I wish,
services.
I was trying to figure out how easy it is, because then I was going to say, well, if it's all under professional service, the easiest thing is, okay, if we have $400,000 citywide for professional services, and I do think it's a lot more than that, but I'm just saying the number 5, whatever. Just give us a breakdown of how we're spending it or something, and that probably tells you the story, but it's not that simple, I guess.
So we can provide a list of rate studies, and we can provide a list of consultants that we're using for projects that have been approved by the city commission. Would that be okay?
Yeah, I think that tells us a lot, because we are always having a consultant conversation, and they do agree. I remember back in the day, when we had over 400 employees, I think it was like 420. And that might have included the contract people, I don't know, but we had quite a few, and we were still spending a lot of money on consultants, and so we would always hone in on that. Now we have so many more less employees, plus the labor piece that we're going through, so it's like, we'll either hire more people or contract it out. And I got to presume, Jennifer, that you're looking at, you look at that, well, is it just worth hiring somebody versus,
Yeah, and I mean,
i.e. what Sue said?
I had a long discussion with Jennifer about this too, because, you know, sometimes you see it all like, oh man, another rate study, are you really serious? Like, this is crazy land. But truthfully, back in the day, I do remember when we didn't do rate studies here. And, you know, and we did do staff-driven studies, and I'm just going to tell you, like, they're night and day difference. I was involved in one that I did some of the lion's share of the work with 2 other people. Let me tell you, like, you know, I think I'm pretty darn good, but it wasn't really good compared to like professional rate study people. So I think it's probably pennies on the dollar for the importance of these funds.
And if I could just elaborate to the Vice Mayor's comments as well as yours, Commissioner, is, you know, we do have staff. They know their business. It's just the time constraints to then take that and somehow articulate it into a rate study indexing. You know, all of a sudden you're stretching out of an area that's your expertise, and you're dabbling into finances.
Creating new models for
and
them,
things
how to
like
get
that.
to the best way.
So we tend to work very closely with whatever that consultant is, but then we give them the bulk of the information. They work with finance, they work with the operational divisions and departments, and then they charge off and do the grunt work, and they do the benchmarking, and they do the indexing, and they do all that, and they come back to the commission, and you know, they'll do those what if scenarios of what if we change the rate here, and what if, you know, we don't really have that capability, that horsepower right now to do that.
And I would add that it's the robustness of the professional rate studies, that they're seeing things way outside of the Tampa Bay area, you know, all around the state, and seeing, you know, new trends coming in and things like that. I think they really do add.
That's a really good point.
They add a real robustness to what they're looking at. And like Commissioner Gao said earlier, you know, you don't know what you don't know. And so we have a good view of the city, and we work with them to make sure that the rate study works and makes sense for the city, but they add a lot of value. Those models are not easy, and they can go through a lot of scenarios very rapidly once they build those models, those financial models. And you can hone in on what makes the most sense to you and the commission. I mean, I've seen them actually do it live on the fly, which I don't know how they do that in a public setting, and try different scenarios and things and say, how does that affect you out, out through your entire CIP? Roll it right out.
Yeah, we've done that on
Yeah, I
the
was going to
commission.
say it, and I
We've
think
done it here.
it was the Bolton Group that did it.
Yeah, the
city's
Bolton.
one of the first utility rate studies. And let me tell you, and they did that live stuff, and trust me, it was night and day professionalism.
Yeah.
In terms of good decision-making, good data, good decision-making, live interaction. It is good. Great comments, Junie, and things.
And it allows you to levelize those capital expenses over the years. I mean, we have a little bit of discretion on some of the things when we do them, but it allows you to sort of levelize that and not have the ups and downs and things like that. So I think they're worth the few tens of thousands of dollars we pay for them, personally.
Because it's not hundreds of millions of dollars, Mayor.
I was not wrong in my language over there. Stop it.
It's a private joke from our Canada
I was
trip.
not
Sorry.
wrong in my language. Okay. Rob, anything
Yeah, this
on
actu-
solid waste?
Yes, yeah, this will lead into a question here. This is an incredibly complex field, and the reason is because of the fact that let's just take regulations as a forcing function. The environmental regulations that we have to adhere to, which it provide a very dynamic challenge. The other thing is then that also forces the issue of improved technology to address those things. And when you start looking at the disposable resources in terms of land and such, now we're talking, and the cost of that goes up. And specialized skill sets, I have absolutely no doubt that the staff knows their industry. So, with that said, I think it's important that in this particular instance that, we do that. And I know I'm kind of beating the drum of what everybody else has said, but so I promised this would lead into a question here.
You did, and I'm holding you to it.
So I notice it looks like, so in terms of the fact that you guys haven't incorporated any rate increases past 2024, it looks like the forcing functions and expenses are personnel and operating costs. And the debt service, because there's capital assets that you've acquired that basically need to be, processed accordingly. On the operating side, what do you see your biggest challenges with regards to, that?
Forecasting what disposal is going to be from year in, year out, after another year or so. And then the other part that's causing me concern is the cost of steel these days. When you're buying trucks, you're buying steel. That has been, hopefully, where things are going to level off there with supply chain issues. And then putting a toe eventually into alternative fuels. That's the other part that is kind of giving me concern because of the technology where it's at today. And we eventually would like to get there with that. So those areas.
So that's my next question. So in terms of the personnel and the staffing challenges, obviously you're constrained, limited by the budget in which you are bringing resources on board. Is it true that my understanding is there's a very high level of competition for those skilled resources to get them on board?
That is correct. And we are hoping with we've looked at the comp study and hoping we can make the changes there, that they're approved, so that we can implement some of those market adjustments.
No, I think, and that, again, going back to the ever-changing environment of what this is, I think that's an imperative, so thank you.
I thought Bill was pulling my leg a couple months back, but he's actually gotten reports of his guys getting recruited as they're sitting at the waste-to-energy plant waiting to go across the scales.
That's correct.
Okay, one more question, and then we got to wrap this up. We're going to take a break because it's already 10 after 3, and we still have a number of funds, and we're going to do the quick version of going through them because we still have to have our final conversation. Yes?
Thank you, Mayor. Real quickly. Bill, do we have the capacity to, speaking of fuel, to lock in rates? Do we have the ability to lock in rates with
For
whoever we
vehicles?
buy gas from,
Yeah.
fuel
Oh,
from?
fuel, yes. And we work closely with Scott. Scott, did you want to speak to that? No, we don't have the ability to lock in. You got to come to the mic.
Well, that's not true. It depends on how much you buy. You're buying in bulk, so you've got,
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
All right, how's that?
Okay, good.
No, we don't have the ability to lock in rates for future fuel purchases.
Okay, how often do we buy fuel? And I know it depends on how many trucks we're running, et cetera, et cetera. Is it once a week, once a month?
We buy gas once a month and we buy diesel once a month.
And is it from the same contractor, or you just shop the market every time we buy?
No, we go out for, well, we don't, but we piggyback off of a contract for people that have gone out for bid on the price. So there's been bids submitted for the lowest price, and then we piggyback off that contract.
And you look at those bids every month, I mean.
They're
So
yearly.
any of those bids, are they multiple months where it's the same price, or?
Well, I know they renew the bidding process yearly, so the contracts are renewed yearly. But we're not agreeing to buy, it's not like an options or a futures where you're, like an airline can buy gasoline now at a set price, 10 months down the future. We can't do that. We don't have that kind of leverage. So we look for who's going to offer us the best wholesale price, but that price is subject to market fluctuations. So no, we can't lock in that price.
And is it lever, and I'm asking because PSTA does do that.
yeah.
And
Who
so
does
I'm
that?
wondering-
Capacity.
Right, is it leverage? Is that the issue? Is that when it's not big enough?
The bus?
Yeah, I'm sorry, public transit.
Okay.
Does that. Now, they certainly don't lock in 100%. I believe it's around 65 to 70% is what they lock in. But, so it's all just because of the size of the city, the size of our purchase? Is that what keeps us from locking it in?
To be honest with you, I don't know. I'd have to get with the purchasing manager who reviews those submissions and contracts, but, I've only been on the job for a little over a year, so I'd have to look into that for you.
Well, come on. No. All right. No, thank you. If there's the opportunity to lock in rates, and that does serve the city better, maybe look into that. But thank you very much.
Commissioner, if I could try to help Scott out, I believe, the annual contracts that he referenced, those are kind of cooperative contracts that are advertised across agencies. And so we utilize those. We actually bring those to the commission periodically to award them. But if my understanding, and Chuck Ackney could speak to that better, is what it does is it provides like a range that we are purchasing either unleaded or diesel but there's like I don't want to say it's a CPI index, but there's an index associated that allows for the fluctuation in the market. I think what does lock in is maybe the transportation component for a certain period of time, but we can get some additional information for you. But it is probably a volume. We certainly can't purchase at the volume that PSTA can.
Right, absolutely. Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Okay. Okay, let's take a break.
And Scott, you did.
You about ready, Rebecca? Okay, welcome back to our budget workshop number 2 on July 18th. We're going to try to go through this as quickly as humanly possible. So I think the best thing to do is just go to the budget page. We have all of this, we know, and just give us a really short snippet. We all know what the assumptions are, right? We all know those. So just tell us anything productive we need to know.
Okay.
And let's not go off on tangents because we still have another conversation to have.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Okay, this is page 112 through 115 of the budget document. The available fund balance position is 24.2% in fiscal year '24. If you look at the bottom of the page, that's near the goal. The goal is 25%, so it's right at the goal amount. It's slightly below. There's no rate increase in 26 through 29, very similar to the last one we went through. There will be a rate study performed in '24 to plan for the next 5-year time frame for the Water Wastewater Fund. This fund has had some large increases in operating costs and capital costs since COVID-19 time frame. Staff will begin the rate study early next year, as mentioned. We also have a couple of large new projects over the past 2 years that are required by state law that need to be completed by January 1st, 2032 time frame. These two projects total about $12 million. One of those is in 2029 right now, and that's the water treatment reclaimed water storage tank on-site project of $6.7 million. I also want to mention that there's a project that needs to be added to this fund in 2024 for the Skinner Boulevard project. We just received information on July 14th that there's associated costs for the city relocation cost for the Skinner Boulevard project that are projected to be $499,000, and this estimated cost came from FDOT on July 14th, so that's one we will likely be adding for the August 15th meeting. The other thing I'll mention is just real quickly is I mentioned the costs have gone up. A good example of that is in 2021, our electrical upgrade project for wastewater was budgeted at $10 million, and now that budget is $23 million in 2024. So that concludes my general comments. Any questions? Happy to answer them.
Holy moly.
Yeah. Holy moly. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're lucky you didn't get a more worse word from me on that one.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go this way. Any questions on water?
I do not have any questions on water.
Jeff?
No questions.
What are we having to do on Skinner?
Utility relocation costs for Skinner Boulevard, and Hori could probably
Utility
expand.
what?
Relocation, sorry,
Oh, okay.
relocation.
Sewer, water.
Gotcha,
reclaim.
okay, that's it, that's good. Okay, thank you. Stormwater, same thing, just go, yep. So same thing here, we're doing a rate study.
Doing a rate study, pages 116 to 119 in the budget document. The available fund balance is in 2024 is $35,000. It's quite a bit below our target goal of 25%. Again, we're working on a rate study in the very near future. Also, there's no rate increases after 2025, again, in this fund. And again, we're in the process of hiring a consultant to do the rate study.
Okay. Any questions from anybody on this? Okay. Okay. Marina Fund, same thing. I mean, we've already looked at this to death this year, but go ahead.
Yeah, that's true. Just a couple of comments. The available fund balance is, the target's 25%, and we're in fine shape there for the first few years. And also want to mention that, we had a rate increase this year. There's no increases in the future years right now, and those are the general comments.
Anything? Okay.
Mayor, real quickly, just I noticed in 2024, there are actually no capital projects for the marina. Are we waiting for the master plan? Is that what we're doing? Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Yes?
I'd add that there's probable increases starting in 2025. I know we don't want to put that in there, but starting October 1st, 2024, it's most likely, speaking of probable or conservative, it's extremely probable there'll be increases, right? Per our discussions. Just my comment. Thank you.
Is there? Yes? I'm looking at you.
In the Marina Fund?
Mhm.
In 2025? 2025, yes.
October 1st, 2024,
No.
after
October
the
1st.
completion of the
Nicole?
master plan. Not this year, but next year.
Yeah, that was what the consultants had in their plan.
You got to
was
turn
that-
your microphone on.
That was what the consultants had in their plan, was that we would be able to revisit it, but I think some of that will definitely depend on the capital projects and the master plan.
Which we considered probable would go up, not down, so.
Yes.
Right, so
You keep
per the-
throwing that word probable out there. Is that on purpose?
Yes, I am.
I know it
I am
is.
using it on purpose,
I
but
know
it is
you are.
probable. I mean, I'm just saying that's, I believe, what we had a consensus discussion about already was we're waiting for the master plan before we enact any more increases, but it had been approved all through the chain that we should do 10, 10, 10, or whatever, so.
Yes, if you remember, just to
Starting in
maintain,
2024, October 1st, 2024.
per the rate study, just to maintain what we have now, did require subsequent future year, remember there was that 35% that we needed to get to over time, and then, inflationary rates from there. And that's just to maintain the existing structures as we are now. But we are waiting for, one, the master plan to figure out what those future year improvements would be, so we can recalculate what our capital needs are and what the deficiencies are in the fund going forward.
So my reason for saying that, Mayor, is because I think that when you're facing rate increases, individual customers,
Yeah.
it's just good to make sure you use the same language. Like, everybody seemed on board that we need to do that and we need to have repetitive increases. We're just waiting for the master plan, but that doesn't change that the plan is to start rate increases again October 1st of 2024.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, the Golf Operations Fund, this is on pages 122 and 123 in the proposed budget. There's going to be, we're still working through this fund, and we'll be having changes in between now and August 15th. I'll just mention a couple things. If you look at 24, the fund balance is $213,000 at the end of 24. That will likely change. We've included a state grant in this projection that the club was awarded a state grant, and we need to work through with the club how we get that state grant in the city's name, or we figure out how they can spend dollars on the project in their own entity name. But I think we may be reducing the debt service sum in this fund. Possibly got to work with the city manager and also the director or the GM of golf. But right now, it appears that, through 24, we'll probably be, probably have a positive cash position or slightly below big picture, but the projections in the outer years do appear to look favorable as far as the revenue streams to support the fund long term.
Okay. Any questions? Okay. Thank you.
Comments?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Comments? So, two things. I sure wish we could have kept the clubhouse open for the convenience of the users from the city, to include the DCO and et cetera. There may have been a cost to that, and so we may have had to add some money to that. I don't know. But I sure wish we could have done that, and I'm sure wish that we continue to at least consider that. It may be too late, I don't know. But there are a lot of people that use it. It is an asset of the community, and it is an asset of every taxpayer within the city, certainly. So I wanted to make that comment, and as it relates to, well, that's good. that's good. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Next.
This is into the Fleet Fund, Internal Service Fund. This is on pages 124 and 25 in the proposed budget. The Fleet Fund's available net position at the end of '24 is just over $7 million. And this is used for the accumulation of funds that are to be used towards replacing the city vehicles in the replacement plan out to 2029. Any questions? Let me know.
I did have a question here, but I'm looking to my colleagues. Anybody?
I have
Go ahead.
I have a comment, I guess, more.
Okay.
Our available ending net position.
Yeah, that's my question.
Then you go ahead. You
No,
go.
I was just
Yeah.
going to say, there's a whole
Big-
boatload of money there sitting in ending available net position.
A lot of cash.
And that is over and above what we show as the CIP capital. I'm assuming that the CIP capital is what our fleet needs are each year? Yes?
Yeah, that's right. That's correct.
So like our vehicle needs each year, I'm just looking at the thing, 2024 says 1,228,000. That's our
That's
fleet
correct
need?
for that year, correct.
Okay. So, I mean, I know that we collect for future stuff and we collect for repairs. I know all of that. However, if this is the way we're budgeting, it makes no sense to have all that money just sitting there without us knowing where it's going. And so it looks to me like we're over-collecting. I'm quite sure that's not the case. I got to assume that's not the case, because, y'all know what you're doing. But the way it looks, and I mean, if we're collecting for future repairs and future car replacements, then it needs to be shown in some line somewhere. But, here are future, so that we're not sitting there with $7 million, and we don't know what it's there for. Because it's hard for us, I mean, it's one of the only things we are here to approve, right? In our charter is the budget. And so,
Would you like us?
it doesn't tell us anything, and I don't want to get into the gory details. I think the best thing to do is come back in August, because we just don't have the time.
Sure.
But try to somehow break it down for our ending, it says ending available. If that's stuff that we're saving for future, then it's not available.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying.
It's not available. So I think that needs to be tweaked somehow.
Okay.
So can we just say you guys will discuss it and relook
Yeah.
at it and bring it back in
Yeah,
August?
We'll look into it, yeah.
And we don't have to explain a thing here, because it's very complicated, and we could sit here for 30 minutes talking about it, and we just don't have that kind of time.
Plus, I think what she's saying, it's really a restricted reserve.
Right, I think
Right.
we need to see the difference. Is that where you were going? Yeah, because to me, available net position means we can spend it on whatever we want within that department, and I don't think that's the case.
Mayor, just to clarify, the answer to that 7 million, right, is just a long list of all the vehicles
200 assets.
and
yeah.
what's being collected for, right. I mean, so it would be complicated, but
Well,
definitely the verbiage is not good right there.
Yeah.
I just think that we don't know what our real reserve is. When you look at that, it's showing our percent of operating at 300%, and that clearly cannot be true.
Yeah, we'll look at that. We'll look at the definition, and we'll also,
Maybe there's an extra line included in there or
Right.
something that makes it a restricted reserve,
Yeah.
so that we see what our real reserve is, because when I first looked at that, I was like, oh my God, we're collecting too much money, even though I know that's not really the case.
yeah, we'll look at that and
Okay.
bring it back, yeah.
Anything else? Okay.
Facility fund. This is page 126 and 127 in the budget document. The facility fund available reserves are projected at year end are 34.1%, and the fund balance is projected to be 32 out to 2029. And that's my only comment.
Okay.
Perfect. Anybody got anything on facilities?
Almost the same question
Yeah,
as
it really
before.
is the same question on facilities. I had the same question. We have this ending available net position.
We were looking for cash.
Well, I'm not really, but, I mean, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, it's a lot of money, but you know, we do, you know, we like to have, ideally, we'd like to have the internal service funds have about 25% reserve, you know, somewhere in that area, 25, no lower than that. So this is a little more, it's 34 in 2024. But, you know, it's, we can look at the terminology, but that is truly available funds
Okay.
for that fund.
So
It is.
we're, this is not the case where we're not.
This is different, this is much different than fleet.
Okay.
Much
Right.
different than fleet. Yeah, but
Okay, I just
yeah,
wanted to make
the
sure,
fleet-
because it just looked
yeah.
like a big number.
Sure, good, yeah, fleet's a very good question.
And
yeah.
this one didn't, this particular slide didn't include where you wanted your percent reserve to be.
Right, our
It
target's
got cut
25
off.
for those,
It
right.
got cut off, so
Right.
I was just like, boy, that's big.
And Mayor, if I could,
Real quick.
I'll let maybe Ashley chime in, but I think what we've been doing, kind of like the target for the building fund, is each year we've been trying to tap into that and pay that down to offset the net increase that any particular department would see in the facilities fund. So
Gotcha.
that fund balance has actually been limiting the amount that each department's being charged as we draw it down.
I have a question.
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure I understand that. Are you saying that over the years, we've had higher reserves, and now it's going down because we've been offsetting the rates?
I believe so. I believe that's
Is that-
kind of the...
So typically, each year, we look at that fund balance reserve and say, okay, can we give a little bit back to the departments this year? And last year, we gave back 350,000. This year, we did 100,000. Looking at this, we could go a little further, not much, but a little bit. But we look at that every year when we're doing the budget.
Okay, because other than that, other than trying to buffer, which is truly what a reserve does, we're not spending it on anything, right? Because if there's more money in air conditioners or roofing, we eat that up with general fund capital, right? So it really is just a buffer to rate increases.
Yeah, I would say so, yeah. I mean, that's,
So,
I guess that's a reasonable way to look at it, yeah. I mean, but like she said, we look every year, we try to keep it at 25%. It could go below that, but we try to keep it about that in this fund, for example, for unexpected things, whatever that might be. But that's kind of how we've been approaching it the last few years.
okay, thank you. I just want to make sure I understood it. Thank you.
And Commissioner, if I could elaborate, in past years, if there's been a smaller department that had an AC unit go out and they really don't have the funds, so that fund balance has been utilized to make that replacement, make that repair.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, good point, yeah. all right.
Okay.
Okay, this is the risk fund. This is on page 128 and 129. The risk fund is projected to have an available fund balance at the end of '24 of $4.4 million, and that amount is projected out to 2029. The goal of this fund is to have the fund balance between 3.5 and 4 million. We discussed that the last couple of years. We're still working with the Director of HR, Teresa, to fine-tune this fund and our consultant and the allocations to departments. We have an assumption in here now, but we're still fine-tuning that. In addition, staff is looking in, we're looking also at potentially reducing the charges to departments in 2024 and still make sure we leave the fund balance at $4 million in 2024.
I missed the last couple sentences.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry.
I was just saying that, you know, we have 4.4 million in fund balance at the end of '24, and we're still working through this, fine-tuning this with Teresa and the consultant, but we're going to look at considering reducing the allocation to departments by 400,000, so this bottom line number is 4 million instead of 4.4 million.
And that was going to
That's
be
what I
my
thought.
question, same thing.
Yeah,
So
thank you.
you'll come back and tell us that in August?
Yes, right.
You can't go any more than that?
Well, we've been trying to keep it, we could go to 3.9 million or so. We've been trying to keep it.
3.9, how about 3.750? It's still over what we need.
So,
I'll turn over to Teresa for a minute.
yes, Teresa Small, Director of HR and Risk Management. So we would want to wait on reducing it too much more because right now our property insurance is tracking at about 85% increase.
But don't you have that figured in here already?
Actually,
It's
we don't
not.
have that much in here.
It's not. We had only factored in about 25%, give or take, and the projections are coming up pretty high. We are working with the consultants on looking at what should be under the insurance and what we can self-insure, so that will cut down on some of the cost. But I think given that FEMA has so much pressure on it right now, and insurance has so much pressure on it right now, we want to be careful about touching too much of our reserves because, you know, we've had 2 close calls so far. So if something happens, then we're going to have to be out of pocket for a while before we can get any money coming in from elsewhere.
Gotcha. Everybody else okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I have one more thing too, given that it's got that extra money. I mean, again, we don't have to get in a big dialogue, but between now and August, I mentioned this to you, I'm wondering if any of our projects are safety related that we can use some of this money for. One I can think of also is Chief's little project that he wants. That's training to be safe. Sounds like a risk safety thing that we could do. I don't know, and I don't need to debate it. I'm just saying, again, the creativity, like I look over at George's big bankroll over there. You know, I mean, because there is extra money in here. Now, obviously, you need to see what that property insurance thing is. Obviously, we need to see what that property insurance thing is and how it affects it. But are there any other safety projects or considered things like safety that could be taken out of any of this excess? Just saying. So if we can take a look at that. Get your HR background out of my question.
What I'm saying though is, I just want to be careful we're not moving the shelves around.
No, and I'm not trying to do that.
Keeps off making sure we're prioritizing everything.
Yep. No. Okay, thank you.
Okay, next is the health fund. The health fund at the end of fiscal year '24 is projected to have a $953,000, and that is over a minimum reserve of 60-day reserve. The reserve amount is close to the same amount each year after that, out to 29. We're still fine-tuning the health fund. We're working with Teresa and Gary, and we'll bring that back on August 15th. But at this point, we think we're in pretty good shape as far as our budget right now on that one. Any questions?
Anybody have questions on the health?
I just want to understand, are you saying that money will come back to the, like given back to departments, the 350,000 or the 357,000?
No, that's our health benefits reserve.
But it says amount over the 60-day reserve.
I think we hold on to it for a while because claims, we still have to go through the end of the year. So that's just an estimate.
Okay, and I'm not trying to grab this money at
Yeah.
all, but I just want to understand if, you know, if it truly is money that should go back and be given back to the rate departments.
Yeah,
I just want to make sure I understood.
Yeah, I think we probably leave it just because that 60-day reserve is a state requirement, and if you don't reach it, you got to write letters and justify it and all that. So I think it's nice to have a little bit of cushion there too for that number.
Right, and sometimes in health benefits, that's,
The number changes over time based on the claims, so.
Let me ask both of you this question, though. When you look at the overage over a 60-day state requirement, when do you start to get nervous? Like, does 350,000 feel like, oh, that's great, I feel great? Or does 200,000 start to feel like, that's good, I like that? you know, and then 100,000 feels like, oh, I'm getting worried. I'm just trying to get your level of what's,
So it predates less that when I first started here, I think it was 3 or 4 years in a row, we had to write letters because we were below the 60-day
okay.
limit. And so when I look at 350, I'm like, okay, let's keep it going because it doesn't take much for it to, I think 2 years ago, we were below the recommended reserve. So it just fluctuates so much that you
Okay.
sort of.
It's that volatile.
Yes, yes. Because the year before, we were like, this is great. We don't have to write a letter. And then the following year, we had this situation. I think what helped us was claims fell below what was budgeted that following year. So that helped us to gain back some ground. But that's how fast this turns
Okay.
with the stop-loss claims.
Sounds good. I mean, at some point, I'd like to understand, like, what you guys really think is the right amount there, and I get, but, you know, you don't need to do that today.
Okay.
Anybody else? Okay.
Okay, this is the IT Services Fund on pages 132 through 135 in the budget document. The IT Services Fund balance in 2024 is projected to be 29% and remains near that level in the outer years. This is another one we try to keep at 25% or close to that each year. Any questions on that one?
Anybody? I don't see anything. Looks good.
Commissioner
Okay. Yay. Okay. All right, so we have gone through all the departments. We've given our direction as to what we want to then see in August as the follow-up. And if it's just a silly question, we're not going over it in August. You will give us the answer, and that's it. That was my bad this morning. I was better at it last year. So my apologies, because I feel like I've made us go at least an hour longer than we should. But now we've gone through it. We've seen all this stuff. We know what information is coming back, and I'll share my notes. I'll give Jennifer the copy of my notes so that you get the benefit of my chicken scratch over there, Les. So now we're going to come back to talk about the rollback. And I want to turn to Jennifer. And we did ask everybody to mark down stuff. But I turned to Jennifer, and I think you wanted Les to say a few things as well.
Yeah, actually, I can open it up and ask Les to add what he would like to add to the discussion. And just in considering the rollback rate, and again, staff's recommendation remains at 4.1345 mils. In moving forward, that recommendation is not going to change. We will, of course, do what we're directed to do by the City Commission as far as your position on the rollback. But just a couple of things that I wanted to elaborate on a little bit before we get into City Commission discussion. Typically, a rollback rate, when an agency such as yourselves considers a rollback rate, there is a healthy reserve. And I know that the county has a very healthy reserve, which is one of the reasons why the last couple of years they looked at a rollback rate. And the rollback rate itself was not substantial as far as the county goes. And some of the other cities are considering rollback rates, which again are not substantial. Our reserve right now meets our policy as far as a reserve goes. It's not plentiful, it's not exceptional. It meets our policy moving forward. We, as you know, when we issue debt, and we are looking at issuance of some debt in the future, they look at whether or not we're meeting our financial policies or not when we're surveilled. And if we go to a rollback rate, even a portion of a rollback rate, we might have some issues in those terms. So we have what you would call a structural budget deficit, which is something that we've spoken to all of you about every year. And the definition of a structural budget deficit is when we have a hard time balancing our budget in good financial years. And these are good financial years, believe it or not. We didn't, inflation was up and not as high as it could have been. We did not enter, from what I read, the recession that we thought we may have, although we were very vigilant when we were looking at the economy and the recessionary cycles. So regardless, we still had a hard time. We started our budget at a deficit, and that's with only the 2% operating across the departments, which was my instruction to the department directors. And so when we move forward, then we look at what we can cut, what we need to cut. And this year, we really struggled with that, just in terms of the budget that we have presented to you does not include consideration of the class and comp study above the 4% that we have, or those new positions. 60% of our budget is labor. We are, Bolton is of record saying that we are sort of underfunded as far as our labor costs go. So in looking during the break and looking at what we can offer for the City Commission to make this an easy decision for you, you look at the general fund projects, and there are some that we could certainly not do. But there are some, the ones that are larger that we must do, the $1.3 million as far as the citywide roof replacements, $455,000 for HVAC, $150,000 for court resurfacing. That may not seem essential, but it is when you start getting the letters of people who are playing on courts that are substandard and those types of things. And so there isn't really a lot of meat in our general fund as far as the rollback rate. Transfers in and transfers out we can certainly do. We can, Penny can take care of some of this. But then when you really scrape through those funds, there isn't a lot to give, and we've been through it over and over and over again. As far as eyeing a rollback rate and what that number looks like exactly. I'm very concerned about not only the structural deficit and where we start from, the message that we would send to our employees with a class and comp study just around the corner on the horizon, about to enter negotiations with the fire union in the future, and the impact of a rollback rate and the ripple effect on our budget in future years. And so if we start from budget deficit in this year, then next year would be even worse. And the only way to answer that, we've talked about that, is to cut services, right? Or to cut projects, or to cut, labor, really, which is services. And what I said this morning is you can't just cut a little bit across the board and expect the employees to take up the slack. They're not going to be able to do that. You have to cut something very definitive and say, this is a service we're going to put on the shelf and we're just not going to do moving forward. And so I am concerned about the rollback rate. I respect Vice Mayor and Commissioner Walker and their position regarding a rollback rate or a portion of a rollback rate, but I'm very concerned about the financial health of the organization if we were to go to a rollback rate moving forward. Les, do you have anything to add?
No, not really. I mean, I agree with all those comments. Like you said, I think that definition of a structural deficit is exactly what it is. And I've been here 4 years now, and I've worked at other agencies, and for a good economy, we struggle every year to balance our budget in the general fund, and a little more than the normal. And so one of my concerns is we're kind of a lean, mean machine with our fund balances, which is great. But if we have a recession, we've got our 15% reserve, but we wouldn't get very far into recession without having to make some pretty tough cuts, because we just don't have the extra reserves like the county has and others to absorb a major hit from more than 1 year. But that's my only comment to that. The only other comment is, when I look at budgets, you've got ongoing money and you got one-time money. And the last couple of years, we've used one-time money of ARPA of $3 million, and then we've got sort of this large carryover with this one-time money again. And so we got to be careful of that too. So that's my only comment.
Anything else?
No.
Okay. I'm going to start this time.
So personally, I would like to start with the vice mayor, because what I'm trying to understand, I want to be open-minded. I guess part of the goal here at the end of the meeting was, what would you cut? And so
Right.
I kind of want to understand what your thoughts were and how we would achieve the rollback. Because obviously, I'd love to give a rollback. So I want to, and I've got some things that I have down that potentially could get cut. But I guess I need to understand, John, where you're thinking we could cut to achieve the rollback and still have a good budget.
Vice Mayor?
Sure. Delighted to start talking about this subject matter, because it's important that we talk about it, I think. I have stated at the budget meetings that we've had so far that I've implied that I would like to see us stay very flexible. I have stated very specifically about building reserves. That's a subject matter that you just brought up just now. So how do you build a reserve by beginning to apparently depleting the reserve? Again, that's in this little equation. You either raise taxes or you cut expenses or cut projects. The consideration that I heard just a few minutes ago was about our concern about our insurance here. So we've all been watching this insurance thing. We've been talking to our state representatives and our senators about this insurance. They're all aware of this, and so they're working on it. They're not done yet. And now we have, just last week, this week, farmers leaving Florida. So it's still an ongoing concern. We still hear people are getting insurance rates. I'm beginning to talk now about our residents or our taxpayers, okay? So their concerns. So now they're paying out more for insurance or can't get it. Now they're starting to pay for roof jobs to get the insurance in some cases or to sell their house if they have to sell their house. And so those are concerns that they have. Plus, we know they're going to get additional increases from the city on a number of subjects. And there's a few of them, and it's called water and wastewater. Is that going to go up or is that going to go down?
Look, John,
Yeah.
some of this stuff you've already said before. What we're trying to talk about now is, in order to achieve the rollback, what does each one of us want to cut? That was what we said that we were going to talk about. So I think we need to focus there. Because you did say, everything you just said, you said at the beginning of the meeting.
Okay.
And we agree, 100%.
So she mentioned to, okay.
Yeah, what do we
Yeah.
want to cut out of the budget to get
Okay,
there?
so the way I would like to approach this is I would like to see how we feel about this. Do we want to cut something? I think it's inappropriate for somebody to start off by saying, well, let's cut this or let's cut that. It's whether we want to make this effort to do this. In some cases, it is, for example, we're spending in 23, I mentioned this before, 8.7. This is from this sheet that we were given to. 8.7 million, 24, which is this year that we've got put in this budget now, 57.7 million. And then we go 25, 13.6, and then 11.4, and then, so we get this huge bump in 24, just at a time when everybody's getting hit with all of this stuff. So why don't we cut back a few things here?
But those are projects. Those aren't going to help the general fund.
Oh, they can.
Well,
They
most
sure
of
can.
those are not going to. I mean, those are, a lot of those, again, I need to direct this conversation because we need to talk, what we said is we were going to come back and talk about what we were willing to cut. And if we can't say that, then we can't pursue this. I mean, you've got to be able to say exactly what you're willing to cut, what projects you want to get rid of, what things you want to move out,
So we're not talking about the 4 projects yet. We don't want to talk about those, but you have to talk about those.
Well, we can't, because we don't have all the information. But you see what the budget looks like. And, I'm just saying, what we all agreed to at the end of this meeting is that we would talk about what we want to cut. And that's what Commissioner Franny just said she wanted to hear from you.
Unless your goal is to cut one of those major projects to help the penny money pay for the capital projects that are in the general fund, which then has an impact on the general fund. I mean, you know, I guess, but what do we cut?
So I'm looking at cutting some projects. But there's some other things that are in here, and also I would like to find out how much are we looking for? I'm used to doing business budgeting, but although I've been involved in the city for now 6 or 7 years in budgeting, but in the other kind of budgeting, we decide what we want, how much we want to have cut, and then we go and try to find that money to cut.
Well, we were told
So-
it's 1.3 million. That's what,
1.4?
1.4, sorry. He told us that in the last budget, and he said that earlier today.
For the rollback.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm saying, what kind of a rollback do we want to do? I've not said we want to do a full rollback. I'd like to know if we want to do some kind of a rollback to help people out. It's a difficult, we're not doing it because the county has a bunch of money. We all know that, and so we don't want them to hold it. If we had a huge reserve of 25%, we'd probably say, hey, we want to roll some of this back. We don't have that. That's not why we're trying to do the rollback. We're trying to do the rollback because we understand that we're going to be pushing a lot of people that are having, some people that are having financial problems. We're aware of that. So in some cases, you know, we got $18.3 million in an ARPA. We could probably get some of that money to help us to some degree. But again, how much help do we want to have? I'm not going to be the one to try to pull that number down.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Yeah.
I believe, Jennifer, you, please confirm this. I don't know when you've said it. It might have been to me over the phone. It may have been in public. I don't remember now. My head's swirling. But I believe you said, I will not be the one to determine what we cut. The commission needs to do that.
That's true, yes.
So, and we've said earlier today that we can't be doing this in August. We have to decide it today. So I'm saying to you, the decision needs to be made, and I'm not staying here past 4:30. So, I mean, that's why we said during this process today, come up with your plan of what you want to cut. And we can't walk out of here with it up in the air. We have to decide if we're pursuing it today and what we're going to suggest to the staff to cut. That's it, because we can't go any longer.
So what I wanted to do is I wanted to ask staff of the projects that they've got in here, not only in capital projects, but not specifically in capital projects, but in operating, or any one of the capital funds that are not in the CIP. Is there something in there that we feel that we could do a cutback, but we got to give you some idea of how much we think we might be looking for, in my opinion. So we know that a full cut rollback is this 1.4 million. Is that correct? No,
That's correct, 1.4 million.
Yeah, 1.4 million. So do we want it? Do we even want to do a cutback, a rollback?
Jennifer, I think you're the one that has to answer the question. I mean, you've baked all these projects and looked at whether they're necessary or not. So you've got to answer that question.
So in conversations with staff, this is the proposed budget, and we are recommending a millage rate of 4.1345. We would prefer that the city commission does not move to a rollback.
Okay, then I prefer that we do a rollback, of some kind of a rollback. So I'd like to know what the commission feels about this. We represent the people.
I get it, and you don't have any projects specifically. So go ahead, Commissioner Franny.
All right, I'll be very clear. I mean, at this juncture, I'm 100% for a rollback, but I don't see how we get there and be responsible to our citizens for long-term, stable management of this city. Because my goal is I don't want to be back trying to raise taxes. And we already went through that last year where we'd have to even raise them more by taking a year off, because we kind of interrupt it, give very little average money back to the average citizen, and we've interrupted a cycle, and we've just created less stability in how we do our structure. So I'll be clear, I'm absolutely not for the rollback unless somebody can tell me, and I am trying to avoid the situation that we had last year, where we got to the end of the budget and it was a 4-1 vote for the budget, and I believe, unless I'm mistaken, there was 1 no vote to the budget. But if that no vote's going to stay no, then tell me what you want to cut. It's not fair to the rest of the commission to say you want to roll back and not say what you want to cut. That's just my opinion. Now, I have some things for this year's budget, regardless of not being for a rollback, that I'm not comfortable with at this juncture. Not saying I can't have my mind changed, because I think we have to be fiscal stewards now just to protect our long-term plan to not have to raise taxes and to be able to stay stable in the future. One would be the vehicle replacement, Vehicle 157, that's $150,000, that's in the general fund. I think we should stay with the replacement schedule unless I hear something different. I think we should wait to do the fire tower when we can do it properly. That's $40,000 from the general fund. I think we should wait till 2028 to do broadbanding phases 2, 3, and 4, which I think is about $1.6 million. Unless somebody convinces me that all of a sudden broadbanding is ahead of any one of our 4 top projects. This is a personal feeling. I don't think we should do the lobbying contract for $60,000 a year from the general fund. I think that right now we're actually hiring an assistant to the commission that's higher skill level, who's going to be able to do research. We've got Nicole, who's done a great job. I think that we stay on that track. I have not heard Jennifer, and I know you guys are crazy busy, so what other cities are doing. I didn't get that information. I'd still like that. I don't feel right now that we need to have the logistics storage building. That's $200,000 out of the general fund budget. I think we have other places we could store that, and it would be safe.
I thought we weren't doing that.
It's in the budget still. It's still in the budget.
I thought it was going to be an overhang instead.
And I also think that we could reduce, I had it down before Les said it, reduce the risk fund by $400,000 to $500,000 and relieve, and that will help all funds and partially help the general fund. Those are my thoughts as we move forward. As I said, I still would like to look at the the rate studies, what we're paying, the contractual agreements, just because I think this gets discussed all the time. Make sure we feel comfortable with all of that. I also would like to see what do you all consider the discretionary, and I know you have this easy because it's probably in your budget directives, what you have as the discretionary areas that must be held to 2% in the operating budgets for the departments, and what you consider not discretionary because you can't control it. I look right away, I look at one of our biggest contracts, the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, and it's 10%, right? 10% increase. Is it 6? 6 or 7, okay. And of course, we can't control that. But we know 25 years ago we made a decision and we gave a 25% tax reduction because of that decision to go with a cost, $2 million savings a year at least. Those are my thoughts for now.
Mo, can you just go over that list again, because I missed some things. You got the vehicle replacement of 157 at 150,000.
Right, and that's from the general fund.
Right, and
Because again, I think we just
Yeah.
stay on track with our current replacement.
Gotcha. And
The
you got
training pad, which is
the
not.
tower, which is 40 grand, that's
That's
general
the 40
fund.
grand. ARPA, the broadbanding phases 2, 3, and 4, which I think might be 1.6 million or something like that.
And that's out of ARPA.
That's out of ARPA, but it backdoors into Penny, which backdoors into all of our big projects. So unless somebody tells me that that's more important than any of those 4 projects.
But you're assuming that they're gonna say that we can't do both. You're saying if we can't do both groups, you're assuming that. You're making that assumption.
Yeah, I mean, if we're able to afford our
Okay.
4 main projects.
Yeah, gotcha. Don't do the lobby contract, which was how much?
I think broadbanding is great. I think it's necessary for our future, but I just
think.
think.
Quick list, quick.
Potentially.
Quick.
Okay,
Don't do
lobbying
lobby
contract is $60,000 a year.
And that's
out of the
general
general
fund.
fund. The logistics storage building is $200,000 one time, that's general fund. Reducing the risk fund by $400,000 to $500,000, that's an ongoing savings to all the departments, including the general fund. And I kind of get what you're saying about facilities, so I don't want to get crazy with that. I would have added that to my list, but, and also the health. So.
Okay, I just couldn't keep up with you. Okay.
And I do want to say one more thing, one more reason I just really like the rollback. 60% of our general fund operating is labor. And we know that's our most significant challenge right now. And I think we will shoot ourselves in the foot and the stable way we're running this government to just, and we will not save the average homeowner that much money. Like, what did we figure it was last year?
$42 or something like that.
A month, or a year?
Yep.
A year.
The average.
Right. Again, I go back to, we've targeted some areas of assistance by doing ad valorem relief on seniors of low income, et cetera, in some of the other areas. So for me, stable, slow, steady, protecting the long term.
Commissioner Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. So first and foremost, what we know is what we know today. And I think over the course of the last 7 hours, we have learned a few things. One of those is the responsibility to maintain the state of the reserves. Second of all and this is to Commissioner Franny's point, our workforce is 60% of the general fund. Now, if this were last year, I would say with increasing inflation, with the potential for there to be a recession, with the potential for unemployment rate to go higher, that probably would have been the more applicable time. But, the time has changed. And I did mention interest rates with regards to homeowners insurance and other things. But you take a look at kind of where we're at today and what we need to achieve. There's a very fine line here. So then you have to start looking at risk versus gain. And quite frankly, $1.4 million, I do not believe is as important enough to take the risk to roll the millage rate back. And then the other aspect of this is that as the commission, we have responsibility to pass a budget. I am concerned that, the reducing the millage rate will end up in there being turmoil that might put that in jeopardy. I also believe that that with the variable of the class and comp study still looming over our head, I think that we would significantly be putting ourselves at risk if we said, let's roll the millage rate back, because there's still a bit of an unknown there. And then the other part of this is I greatly appreciate the staff bringing the level of presentation into the budgets, because that was really the eye-opening experience for me in terms of taking a look at where we're at, what we need to achieve, and subsequently making some decisions on how we do that. And the other part of this is that there was a mention during the discussion we had this morning with regards to creating a scenario where the budget fluctuates to the point where if we roll that millage rate back this year, then it really looks to me like we will be making a decision, or we will be forced into making a decision where we might have to increase our taxes sooner rather than later. But if you look at the economic conditions, CPI's come down. Our unemployment rate's still hovering around 3%. That's a very competitive labor market, and we cannot afford to give away that part of our budgetary resources so that other municipalities can poach our employees. So with that said, I think where the rubber hits the road here is where we cut. And I was following Commissioner Franny down the list, and yes, there's some areas that we can cut, I think. But I don't think we should do that at the risk of jeopardizing what we know today. So those are my points.
Okay. Commissioner Gao.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the primary thing that we need to do for our residents to ensure that we have a stable government and we're fiscally responsible with their tax dollars. Other than that, and basically what has already been said by Commissioner Walker and Commissioner Freeney, I'm very concerned about that comp study is going to come out, and too long a time the employees have taken the brunt of an unstable economy. The same inflationary pressures that I mentioned this morning that are affecting our residents are also affecting the city. So we really don't know what supply chain issues there are in the future. We don't know what the cost of things are. There is that unforeseen thing. And it is nice that things have stabled a little bit. Talk of recession isn't nearly as loud as it used to be. But I think the primary focus, because the concern over the rollback is it's not just for 2024. It is forever. And I think it is incumbent on us to be as stable as we can. To go for a rollback this year only to ask for it back is disingenuous to the residents in 2025, 26, or 27. So I think it's a lot easier for everybody if we just stay the course. So I am not in favor of the rollback.
Okay, so you didn't have things that you wanted to cut because you're not in favor, so you...
There are some things I can cut. If we're going to go down that road, Mayor, we certainly have, as Commissioner Freeney mentioned, the ARPA funds. There are certainly those 4 capital projects that we'll be talking about in August that could upend everything.
But you're not looking to do the rollback,
Right.
so you feel like you have more flexibility there.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
to talk about some of the cuts that Commissioner Freeney mentioned, I agree with those. Also, the Purple Heart renovation at $100,000. It could, I don't know whether it needs some love and attention. I'm willing to give it some love and attention, but it looked pretty good the last time I was there. The only real concern, I think, was where the memorial and everything was and to move it farther back from the road. And so, but other than that, that park is in good condition. I think we show it great respect. But I agree with everything.
Is that in general fund?
That is general fund, yes, ma'am.
So on my end, during this whole budget, I took the liberty of talking about how I thought we could support some of our funds in different ways, and you guys are looking at that. So that's my list. I wasn't looking for the removal of anything at this point, because I also don't support a rollback for all the reasons that have been stated. I think the $40 a year average, and yes, some will get more and some will get less, versus what it's going to do to us. We are facing the same thing our residents are. Labor, the cost of goods, interest rates, insurance, and because I think we do a good job, and I'll refer back to the day of, when Dave and I were sitting together, the big thing we talked about is we should budget responsibly every year, whether it's a good year or a bad year. And even in the good years, we were experiencing certain things that our residents were. And in that situation, you have to react to your budget in that way. If we have all of our costs increasing, then we would be irresponsible to not allow for that. And yes, I can see where you would make it at the expense of certain things, but I think through the budgeting process, I think that's what Jennifer and her team have done. I think they've already done that. I think they've analyzed when something needs to be done. I'm not saying that we can't cut more, but I think we've analyzed and analyzed. I think they have analyzed and analyzed on what's needed to be. And this is their recommendation. So for me, I have no interest in supporting a rollback of any kind for the major reason of our employees. That's the biggest reason. Again, as I said earlier today, we are we are in a position, again, of doing a study for our employees. The last time we did this, we said we were going to do it and break it out over 3 years. And I think we did the first year, and I'm not sure that we touched the second or the third because of money. So we're in a situation that we have to do these things for all the things that Jennifer said a little while ago. As far as the things to cut, I don't want to commit to any of the things that have been said. I think what we need to do is you've got the list of what was said by everybody. And I think those are probably things you can look at once you get all of these other things figured out. When you're looking at the general fund with the probable numbers. I have to remember that. I need a big sign that says probable. You know, when you move things around, when you look at the land, the LDO, when you look at the risk safety and how much can go back into the departments and how that affects everything. I mean, there was any number of things here that could affect us financially. Because the CRA, you look desperate over there. I do. Which is why, okay, George, give him some of your money. You sit in the same area, give him some of your 2 million. But anyway, I mean, so I think the direction we should give, I don't hear anybody, I hear 4 people saying no rollback. That's what I hear. So I think what we do is go do all the things we've talked about, then sit down and take a look at the final thing. You're going to look at those projects.
Mayor, can I ask you a question?
But hang on. Let me finish this thought, and then I'll give it to you. Look at some of the things that were mentioned, if we still need something for the future. But I mean, the way you do have it planned right now, because there's 2 different issues. There's the 4 projects, that's one. But then there's just the future of the general fund. So there's 2 different issues here. You're going to come up with the best thing you can do for the projects.
Correct, yes.
Okay, you know where to go dig for the money. We don't need to tell you that. But on the future of the general fund, if you still are concerned about next year, not 24, but 25, then take a look at some of these other things and see, you know, what those things are. You know, the other thing I am concerned about is we talk about building up our reserve, but we never can. We never can. And so a rollback and then a double millage rate increase the following year is really, to me, is putting our residents through hell and back for nothing. Because they're going to save $40 and then have to pay 80 the next year. I mean, that's essentially what it is. Now, is that a perfect math? No, but I mean, that's not what we want to do to our residents. I think it's consistency. So those are my thoughts. What was your question?
Well, in the conversation this morning and this afternoon, we were tying what services do we want to cut to whether or not we want a rollback. And if at least it's commission direction that we don't want a rollback, do we need to talk about what services? I mean, as it stands now, how much are we short? How much money are we looking for?
We're not.
Our budget is balanced at this point.
Right, so why are we talking?
For 24.
Right.
Well, because Mo mentioned, and it wasn't that we all talked, but Mo said, look, I'm looking at the future.
Right.
Like, so not for 24, but how do we bring us in the black for 25 and 26? Now, we can't solve all of that in 24,
Right.
which is why I said, let's not choose, yet, unless we have to. Let's wait till the staff goes back and talks about all the things we brought up, like the 400,000 out of risk safety, or the more, bless you, the more probable numbers right?
Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sorry, can I just say this? But when I say that, I just think we need to keep when I'm looking at the general fund budget, the revenues for 2024 are 38 million, and the expenditures are 42 million.
But some of that is a rollover, carryover from the previous year, I
Okay,
think.
but again, how are we balancing our budget? How much of it's reserve?
Right.
How much of it's a true revenue expenditure based? Again, it's the long-term stable vision, right? To make sure we're being smart with our reserve one-time money versus our ongoing money, that we're really carving out our future. And that, for me, that means we're aggressive every year about what makes good sense. So we're being the most responsible for our outer years to get to a good structural, responsible budget.
Okay, any other final comments? I let Jeff and Mo speak, so I have to let John and Rob speak now.
Perfect, thank you. So what I was trying to get at was that I said we should build our reserves. Our reserves are not adequate, and they're not going to be adequate next year. So we need to cut something, and it's probably a project. It's not not going through and looking for some small monies. As I mentioned before, I do not want to cut any employees, nor their wages, and we're going to have increases this year, and we need to maintain that. That's called stability, and that's also called sustainability. And so that's sometimes why you don't add people when you're in a situation like we're finding ourselves economically at this point anyway. And so the way to do that is we needed to build some of those reserves and try to figure out how to do that through using some of that ARPA monies that we still have that haven't even been, we have some extra monies left over in ARPA. But I was also asking in consideration of the folks that are paying all of these bills that we're giving them, or that they're ending up with or being saddled with. Because there are, and I wish I knew how to do that differently, but I don't. So you got to go across the board. Is 40 the right number? If you divide 40 into 1.4 million, that's more than 3 times the establishments that we have, the residents that we have here. So something's got to be wrong with that number. So be careful about considering that number. But every little bit helps somebody that needs help. And I know there's people that need help. I don't know how else to get to it other than to give them some kind of a rollback or let them know that we care. But the point is we have to build our reserves. And we have to build that reserve so that nothing happens if in fact we do get hit, and we still can get hit. They're still looking at that to happen. When is the increase for the 0.25% still coming? I mean, that's coming this week, right? So we're still at it. We're still at it. And I'm just warning us, or just saying that we're going to need to cut something out of the projects that we're working on and figure out how to get that back into this reserve that's going to be inadequate next year. And if we want to spend something from it, and I don't really see enough that would make any difference of cutting out of the general fund that we had sitting in the general fund. You have to do it another way. And I think that's why I was saying I'd rather figure out what it is that we think we want. And I actually spoke with that gentleman right over there and saying that's really the way I would prefer to do this, is to let them look to see how we might be able to pull that off, to increase our reserves, and to give some kind of a rollback. And that's going to come out of a project. It's not going to come out of milking. But I did raise some points today where we had some monies and we had some excessive monies. And some of that can be moved around as well. And so they knew what those were. We discussed them. And rather than me sitting here picking out things to cut, and then we try to go back and forth and argue about what we think we want to cut or don't want to cut. So I'm still respectful of the people that are paying for everything that we do here, from taxes to fees. And I'm very respectful of our current employee situation and want to make sure that we don't have to look at each other next year and say, we're not going to have the money to pay. And so we've got to increase that reserve for the general fund. It's not sufficient. So I'll leave it at that, and that was my intent, that was my purpose, and that's usually how I did that stuff before, so I leave it at that.
Anything final, Rob?
Just to kind of wrap this up, our employees are our number one asset, and we are not in a position where we're going to need to cut services. We are going to have to sharpen the pencil and make sure that we are being good stewards of the taxpayer money. And, you know, where I would start is probably with the capital projects. And I know that's not a topic of discussion today, but I think it should be no later than August 15th. So anyway, you know, this was an eye-opening experience for me, and I greatly appreciate the time and effort that went into this. It was very apparent that you analyzed this from 360 degrees, and I think that your good work has hopefully given us the opportunity to make some good decisions. So thank you.
I just have to reiterate, the capital projects, the only thing that's going to affect the health of our general fund are I'll call them more CIP/repair and maintenance projects that are in the general fund. Not anything that's in the penny, not anything that's in ARPA, not anything that's in any other fund. So those are general repair and maintenance type things. And we look to the people who oversee those particular areas to tell us what's absolutely necessary. I believe they have, but you'll look at it again once you get new numbers.
Mayor?
And I'm not going to do this. Nope.
Okay, I'm just
I am the
telling you.
last person to speak.
And we're going to agree to
And we're
disagree.
going, and that's
You
fine.
identified 500,000 things right
And
out of
I've
general
agreed
fund
to
capital.
disagree with all of you.
So,
I'm saying
just
to you
gonna comment
guys,
on it.
I had to let everybody speak twice because I let somebody go out of order. And I'm not going to do it. It's after 4:30. You don't have to agree with me, but I'm the lucky person that gets the last say. So you guys will look at the numbers and we'll see what you have to say when you come back in August. Commissioner Franey is giving you a list of things that most of which are in the general fund. And those are things that certainly can be discussed. But not necessarily today. So we do have a member of the public. Is that gentleman, would you like to speak at this point? Thank you. We love you. You from our finance board? Okay. You guys will talk enough for all of us. Okay. You good? You got your direction?
We do, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. We are adjourned.
Could you